The sun shines on Silverstone here on this beautiful spring weekend, and we are ready for our first race of the day here on BARC TV. First race of the day is the second of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge. They've got out here taking you through the action once again. A very busy day of racing to come. Mini Miglia is followed up by Britcar Trophy and classic touring cars, and much more to come throughout the day. We'll bring you the grid very shortly for our second Mini Miglia Challenge race of the weekend, but first of all, let's hear from a couple of the competitors with Steve Jameson.
Mark Sims in the paddock ahead of the Mini Miglias. Mark, it was such a fun day yesterday out on track, wasn't it? What was that? What was that like to be a part of?
Great, good race, really good fun, nice and clean, easy. Looking forward to today.
It's such a great weekend, isn't it, to be back? The sun's shining at Silverstone. It really feels like a special weekend, and the racing yesterday really lived up to the billing. It's been a while to get around to it, but it was worth the wait in the end, wasn't
it? Definitely. Hopefully now we've got a good season, we can get on with it all, and the world can go back to normal. On it.
Wouldn't that be great? And I've noticed as well you've got a lot of supporters with you in the paddock this weekend. Shout out to them. Who's with you this weekend?
Well, I've got Boise, I've got Colin, I've got a load over there in the corner. They're all old though, I'm afraid. A bit old. We can bring them along, they're all special needs.
And what can we expect from you in this first race this morning? What are you hoping for?
Well, I'd like to be in the top 10. It's a new car this year, so it's only the second time it's been out, so hopefully top 10, that'd be good.
Wish you the best luck.
Thank you.
Down here in the paddock with the Mini Miglias, we got Sean King with us. Sean, it was a fantastic day yesterday out on track. The racing was as good as we've seen it in a long time. It feels like it's been a long wait, but has it been worth being back?
Yeah, it's been good to be back. It's been a long break. 14 years for me since I've started.
Even longer for you then.
Very long time, yes. So just really trying to get my head back into it and bring the car home yesterday. And trying to remember how to do a race start and try and keep up with the pack, but they disappeared yesterday. Yeah,
it was fast racing, wasn't it? It was frenetic. The challenge in the midfield to navigate your way through the volume of cars out on the track. It was frenetic racing at times.
Yeah, I did get to watch it on YouTube because I couldn't see them from where I sat. But hopefully, as we go throughout the season, I might be able to catch them up.
And how much are you enjoying being back racing? Obviously, for you, it's been a little bit longer than most. Most people have had to wait a while because of COVID. You've had to wait 14 years on top of that. So, yes. What's it like to be back for you?
It's a lot of fun. I forgot how much fun it was, and first time out in a Miglia as well. So, a bit quicker than the other cars I've driven before. So, yeah, really enjoying it. Thank you.
Well, I wish you the very best luck for today.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
To hear from a couple of the competitors there, let's have a look at the grid for Mini Miglia Dunlop Mini Challenge Miglia, supported by Mini Spares Race 2. The top 8 finishers from yesterday's race are reversed on the grid. So James Cuthbertson, who finished 8th, number 37, is on pole alongside number 11 Kane Astin. Second row, former champion number 23 Rupert Death alongside Nick Padmore in the 56. Third row, 85 Sam Summerhays, and reigning champion 21 Aaron Smith. Fourth row, former British touring car champion Andrew Jordan in car 77 lines up alongside yesterday's winner, number 32 Endaf Owens. On the fifth row, Ben Colburn in 55, doubling up with Britcar this weekend alongside number 20 Mark Sims. Sixth row, 49 Martin Wager and 69 Tony LeMay. Seventh row, the man we just heard from, Sean King in the 44 alongside Torben Astin in number 91. Then on row 8, Scott Kendall in number 8 and Peter Arnold number 26. On the ninth row, we have Chris Lovett number 62, 47 of Darren Mason. 10th row is James Colburn, brother of Ben, alongside number 4 Colin Peacock, and 15 Gordon Pocock, bit of a commentator's nightmare there, lines up on row 11. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Mini Libre category for the more open class 4, slightly different minis to the Miglias. Top 4 finishers for them from yesterday are reversed. So it's Les Stanton, 133 on pole for them, alongside Peter Hills, number 126. Peter Cruz, mini racing veteran, number 177, alongside yesterday's class winner 219 Richard Colburn, and finally 113 Phil Harvey and 123 Hugh Turner complete the grid. So on the grid then, the top 8 reversed from yesterday in the Miglia class, and rather appropriately, those 8 cars were covered by less than 2 seconds at the checkered flag in what was an absolutely incredible race yesterday. Really was brilliant from the Mini Miglias. We are missing somebody by the look of it from the third row. Is that Sam Summerhays that's not there? Yes, the blue number 85 is not there. Is he going to join in from the pit lane, or is he a non-starter? He did pick up a little bit of damage in yesterday's race in the battle. It's James Cuthbertson, number 37, 5th in the championship last year, starts on pole alongside number 11 of Kane Astin. Failed to win a race last year, Kane, such is a rare occurrence. He's been racing these cars for many years. Rupert Death on the second row of the grid. He had a couple of wins last year, as away they go. We are underway. One car hasn't got away from the back of the Miglias. Now the Libra class will start from the separate grid. They have a 10-second delay. The Union flag will go down and they will get underway, but through Abbey Corner for the first time they go. It is Kane Astin who has taken the early lead in car number 11. This 20-minute race, now the second group gets underway, the Mini Libre category. The leaders heading round towards the top of the circuit through the village complex and on towards Beckett's. It is Kane Astin who has got the lead in car number 11 ahead of 37 James Cuthbertson. They slide their way into Beckett's. This is going to be very spectacular indeed. James Cuthbertson, the pole sitter there in second place. Aaron Smith, the defending champion, in fourth place in the pink car behind Rupert Death in the 23. Then we've got Andrew Jordan, 2013 British Touring Car champion, and now a very quick historic racer indeed. Look at Rupert Death up the inside in the 23. He's going to take second place, trying to take the lead away. Rather audacious round, okay. We say one non-starter, unfortunately, Sam Summerhays in the number 85 car. It's number 11, Kane Astin, who has the lead at the moment. The man from Cambridge starting to eke out a slight gap as they come round to complete lap number 1. Cuthbertson in second place. It's Death third, Smith fourth, Jordan fifth, and in sixth position Endaf Owens, the winner yesterday. He seemed to lead across the timing line every time, despite what's happened in the rest of the lap. The Flying Welshman, there he is, the number 32 car. Then there's a small gap back to Nick Padmore in car 56, one of Britain's top historic racers. Race historic sports cars and Formula 1 cars, among other things. 3 wide there through Village Corner. It's getting frantic already in the lower reaches of the top 10. Kane Astin out front by a couple of car lengths ahead of Rupert Death. Then a solid scrub of cars behind. 44 car there of Sean King making his debut this weekend in the Miglia category, as we heard earlier. Down the hanger straight they come towards the daunting right-hander at Stowe. There's plenty of jockeying for position behind. Andrew Jordan trying to hold off Aaron Smith, then Nick Padmore in the white car. Endaf Owens, then the 25, the green car there. 55 rather, that's Ben Colburn, and his brother James, I think that is behind him. No, there is James Martin Wage next in the order, I apologise, number 49. Into Vale, you don't want to go up on the curb there. Jeff Smith in the Mini 7 class proved that yesterday, got up onto 2 wheels. Kane Astin is being reeled in here by the number 23, former champion Rupert Death, positioning himself to try and make a move here on Abbey Corner for the lead. He's going to go round the outside as they come over the start line. Still a long way to go in this race, over 17 minutes. As the lead pack heads through Abbey Corner. Aaron Smith under fire from Endaf Owens. Now, has Death been able to make that move stick around the outside? He certainly has, ahead of Kane Astin. Cuthbertson weaving around there in third. Then it's Jordan, Padmore, Smith and Owens. They come out towards Beckett's. Rupert Death with the lead then, number 23, the man from Cambridge, same hometown as his rival Kane Astin, so a bit of local rivalry between these two. The Swift Tune prepared car leads it. Nick Swift, a mini racing guru in the UK, famous for his performances at Goodwood, where he's normally sideways. Andrew Jordan for the inside at Stowe Corner, trying to take third. Nick Padmore's there on the inside as well. Jordan up the inside takes James Cuthbertson for third place. Padmore is fifth, then Smith, Owens, the first of the Colburn brothers. Number 55, that's Ben. James making his way through from a bit further back on the grid, number 25. He failed to finish yesterday's races, locking up there on the inside. Rupert Death battling away with the number 11 of Kane Astin. They're side by side, but Death ran a bit wide there out of Vale towards Club Corner. And the end of another lap. Death has somehow held his lead in the number 23 ahead of Astin. Endaf Owens has clipped the back of somebody. You can see a bit of damage to the front of his car. Jordan is third. Then we've got Cuthbertson. Now leading the Mini Libre class further back is the number 177 of Peter Cruz, I can tell you, the man from Devon. Death from Astin as they reach the complex. Then Jordan, Owens is up to 4. James Cuthbertson is dropping back slightly. Here's the battle in the Libre category. They've caught Peter Arnold at the back of the Miglias. There is Peter Cruz, number 177. Real veteran of mini racing in the Britax Cooper car, all the way from Torquay to race here this weekend. Lovely retro livery on that machine. He leads that class further back. He's ahead of yesterday's class winner Richard Colburn. There's the battle for the lead and down the inside into Stowe corner. Kane Astin. Oh, there's contact as they come out towards the Vale. A little bit of wheel banging there. Now who's going to come out of this with the lead? Deeth's on the inside as they come down to the left hand. He should take the lead back. He has, as pulling into the pits there in the background, Phil Harvey, number 113. He's out of the race. Deeth runs very wide over the curbs on the exit of Vale. Somehow he holds it together. Needs to be careful going over the curves too much. You may get a warning for exceeding track limits. Repeat offences on that can lead to penalties. Deeth leads from Astin. Andrew Jordan is in third place. Nick Padmore in the white car is fourth. And it's Owens, Smith. Ben Colburn's going well in the 55, the green car. He gets ahead of Cuthbertson. This is great stuff. 6 of them together. Then a group of 3. Martin Wager, another mini veteran, is in there as well, number 49. 23 of Rupert Deeth holds his lead. Won the last 2 races of 2020 at Thruxton, on his way to second in the points behind Aaron Smith. Here they come down the straight. They'll start to move across to defend their position down the hanger straight towards Stowe. Which side is he going to go? Rupert Deeth. Which side's Andrew Jordan going to go? He's going to the outside. So is Nick Padmore. He's there in 4th place. Lap record holder at Goodwood in a Formula 1 car, a Formula 1 Arrows. Did that at the Goodwood Speed Week event last year. To the inside goes Kane Astin. Can he get past Rupert Deeth? Not quite this time. Deeth holds the line. Still 13.5 minutes of this frantic action to go. Andrew Jordan there in 3rd place in number 77. And his career in rallycross. Before moving up to touring cars with his father Mike. Moving to the inside there. There's Richard Colburn, number 219. He's taken the lead from Peter Cruz in the Mini Lieb class. So going for a double, number 219 of Richard Colburn. His 2 sons battling up ahead in the Miglia category. Somebody else slowing up there and pulling into the pits. That's the number 47, which is Darren Mason. We saw him have problems yesterday as well. Engine trouble for the 47 this weekend. One of the top novices last season. As the class battle heads over the line. Those 2 separated by just under a second. Peter Cruz fighting back. 3rd in that class it is Peter Hills, number 126 in the turquoise blue car there. Leaders are heading down towards Stowe corner. It is still Rupert Deeth that's got the lead. There's been a couple of changes behind them though. Andrew Jordan has got ahead of Kane Astin, but ahead of both of them is Nick Padmore. He's up into 2nd place, having come down the hanger straights. Back with the class battle, Richard Colburn and Peter Cruz. Through Beckett's they go. Effectively 2 races in one here. Mini Lieb for cars of slightly different engine capacities, with more freedom to modify the cars, designed to give slightly different minis a home to race. Back with the Miglia class, the 1293cc engine cars. These cars running on Dunlop slick racing tyres, and Nick Padmore wants the lead of this race. He's chasing down Rupert Deeth. He goes to the outside, coming towards Village. I don't think he'll get through there. Jordan 3rd, Astin 4th, Aaron Smith in 5th in the pink machine. Runs a bit wide there at Village. Still got Endaf Owens, yesterday's winner, behind him. Swing their way through. You can see that bit of damage on the front of Endaf Owens' car, the bonnet flapping. If that gets any worse, he might risk what drivers call the meatball flag, the black flag with the orange disc, which means mechanical defect. You need to call into the pits. Hopefully Endaf Owens' bonnet won't start flapping open anymore. As to the outside goes Nick Padmore. It's now Swift Tune cars running 1, 2 and 3. Deeth, Padmore and Jordan, with Kane Astin chasing hard in the 11. 4 of them together for the lead. Aaron Smith trying to keep in touch in 5th. Rupert Deeth to the inside, holds off Nick Padmore again. Soaking up the pressure here, Rupert Deeth. Bit of understeer there on the way out. He doesn't want to run wide again onto the curbs here. Just holds it together. Nick Padmore really putting the pressure on. Nick's won races in everything over the years, from Minis to Ford Fiestas to Lola T70 sports cars to Formula 1 cars. He's raced Williams Formula 1 cars, and I believe a Brabham as well, if memory serves me right, in historic Masters F1 events. Richard Colburn incidentally still leading the Lieb class further back, having come through from towards the rear of their smaller grid. Endaf Owens dropping away a little bit there in 6th. 7th is Ben Colburn. Can't take your eyes off this lead battle. 4 of them nose to tail. It's soon going to be 5 because Aaron Smith's closing up as well. Out of Chapel onto the Hanger straights. What's going to happen this time into Stowe Corner? Rupert Death continues to lead as we come up to half distance in this frantic race. Second of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. I think Endaf Owens is going to need to raid the Mini Spares parts bin as Kane Aston a bit sideways there. Round the outside of Andrew Jordan, up into 3rd place. Great bit of driving by Kane Aston. Yes, new headlights for Endaf Owens, I think, on his car. He's lost a headlight somewhere. Death continues to lead into Vale, then into Club. Again, Padmore gets the tighter line, the exit. Andrew Jordan runs wide over the curves. This is Aaron Smith's opportunity to take 4th place away. Owens in 6th. Top 5 covered by 1.2 seconds. Ben Colburn heads the next group and Smith goes through at Abbey up into 4th position. Reigning champion who won 4 races on the trot to begin the 2020 season. Restricted back in the pack, the lead pack of 8 yesterday. Nick Padmore attacks again through Beckett's onto Chapel, then onto the Hanger straights. Here they come. Death, Padmore, Aston, Smith and Jordan. Great to have names like Nick Padmore and Andrew Jordan in this championship. Padmore's got his headlights on, trying to intimidate Rupert Death as Jordan goes to the outside. So does Padmore. Tries to cut back to the inside on the exits. There's a back marker ahead. That's Peter Arnold, number 26, is going to be lapped. Won't catch him just yet, though, as they come down into the left-hander at Vale. Again, Padmore gets the slightly tighter line on the exit, but it's not working for him at the moment. Death able to get the power down. And that 1293cc engine, 5 line astern across the line. 1.5 seconds covers them. Just over 8 minutes to go here in this second of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge. Second group now headed up by Martin Wager. He's come through into 7th place ahead of James Cuthbertson. Ben Colburn's lost a couple of places. Here's the Mini Libre class battle. 219 of Richard Colburn ahead of Peter Cruz in the Britax Cooper car, run by Rats Racing. Trying to close in on him and take his first class win of the season. To Vale they go. Richard Colburn probably wondering how his 2 sons are doing further up the field. Ben Colburn is in 9th place. Richard has dropped down to 16th. Where's James Colburn? Can't see him in the timing at the moment, but anyway, here comes the lead battle. It is still Rupert Death as they come down towards Vale. In fact, we've lost James Colburn. He's pulled into the pits out of our sight, but anyway, here come the leaders. Again, Death runs wide, and this is Padmore's opportunity. Now he's got a run on him, has he? No. Death moves to cover as they complete their 10th lap. Terrific stuff at the front. Less than 7 minutes now to go. Kane Aston holding on in 3rd place. Then Andrew Jordan and Aaron Smith. They pull clear of Endaf Owens now, and Nick Padmore is all over Rupert Death for the lead. Through Farm Corner up towards Village. Kane Aston wants a piece of this as well in number 11, the man who started from the front row of the grid. Poleman Cuthbertson is now down to 10th. He's dropped behind Colin Peacock in number 4 now. Through Beckett's Aaron Smith on the attack in the pink 21. What's going to happen as they come into Stowe Corner this time? Are we going to see Kane Aston go round the outside again in the number 11 as he did earlier? Nick Padmore wants to do that. He's going to the outside of Rupert Death. Who's going to brake latest? Are they going to brake at all, or just use a bit of tyre scrub to shave some speed off? That's what they usually do. Padmore goes to the right-hand side, but he's going to be on the outside for the left-hander at Vale again. Possibly relying on Rupert Death running wide on the exit into Club. Up on the curb goes Kane Aston in 3rd place. Death's going to run wide again. This is again Padmore's opportunity. Can he get an overlap this time? No, again Death gets the power down early. Really driving superbly defensively. What's happened to Kane Aston? We've lost Kane Aston. I think that was up on the entry to Club. And further back, Peter Cruz is off. Peter Cruz has gone off. That's a up at farm. There's Kane Astin. He's off as well. Now there's tyre marks on the side of that car. There must have been some contact in there, so the third place man has gone. Meantime, here's a group further back. Martin Wager, James Cuthbertson. They're chasing Ben Colburn in the 55, so it's all happening down the order. There's a couple of back markers. That's Peter Hills, number 126, and Les Stanton in 133. They're going to be lapped by our lead group, which is only 4 now. We lost Kane Astin nearly a lap ago. Not sure whether there was contact there, but he's off at club. Nick Padmore continues to pressure Rupert Death, looking for signs of contact on the other cars. Jordan and Smith third and fourth. Down towards the left-hander, here they come. Again, Rupert Death defends, looking for his first win of the season. Holding off a very determined Nick Padmore. 4.5 minutes to go, 12 laps completed. Top 4 covered by a second as they go over the line. Back markers ahead, they'll have to be careful. Great shame we've lost Kane Astin, he was running well. Saw him get up on the curb at Vale, so whether he just spun out, I'm not sure. Endaf Owens further back in 5th place. Ben Colburn is now 6th. It's Colin Peacock up to 7th. Martin Wager, James Cuthbertson and Mark Sims round out the top 10 as they fling it round the outside of Les Stanton there, 133 the back marker. Blue flags being shown here. There's Peter Hills, 126. He's now running 2nd in the Libra class with the demise of Peter Cruz. Leaders go to the inside to pass him. Good driving by Peter Hills, moving out of the way, let them through. Now Nick Padmore to the outside again, into Stowe Corner. Absolutely on the edge of adhesion there. Here the tyre squeal from these Dunlop slick racing tyres. Rupert Death continues to hold that lead. Can Nick Padmore get a run on him? Through the right-hander at club. Can he get in the slipstream this time for Abbey? Nick Padmore is trying. Here we go, down towards Abbey Corner. He goes to the inside. Dodges back in behind Rupert Death, trying to get the slipstream. He hasn't quite managed it this time, but he's right there. There's going to be inches between them as Padmore creeps up onto the back of the 23 minute. Jordan still there in 3rd. Aaron Smith in 4th. Going to gap back to Endaf Owens, who's quite a long way back now in 5th. Yes, he's nearly 9 seconds down on this group. Again, Padmore's trying. He's really trying. Look at him throw that car around as they come out of Beckett's. Padmore just looking for the opportunity to strike. He was in the slipstream there. He's going to strike early this time on the run down. But look at Jordan up the inside. Squeezed under the grass. 2 wheels on the grass for Andrew Jordan. Padmore, meanwhile, while that was going on, has got round the outside. He's into the lead. And Jordan's through as well. Fantastic stuff. Well, Padmore made his move earlier that time down the straight. But now he's got to deal with Andrew Jordan. Got a wheel onto the grass there. That won't bother him. He's had background in rallycross before moving into touring cars and beyond. Through towards club they come. Nick Padmore, your new race leader. Andrew Jordan 2nd. Death is down to 4th because Aaron Smith has come through as well. Rupert Death will be frustrated there. 1st to 4th in the space of a couple of corners. Now Jordan attacking for the lead. Padmore and Jordan, 2 of Britain's finest historic saloon and sports car racers. But now they've got to deal with... And Rupert Death's got a problem. Rupert Death slowing down, what a shame. Let's hope he can make the flag. There's 1 minute 20 on the clock, so they'll have, I think, this lap plus one more. Nick Padmore is defending here, right over to the right-hand side of the circuit there, defending from Andrew Jordan. He knows what Jordan's going to try and do. So they come down the straight this time. To the outside goes Andrew Jordan, trying to bamboozle Nick Padmore. Nick is not an easy man to confuse. He's got a lot of experience. Aaron Smith looking on, thinking if anything goes wrong between these two, I'll pick up the pieces and get my first win of the season. Through towards Vale once again. Cannot take your eyes off this. Richard Colburn, incidentally, is still leading the Libra class further back. They come round to start what will be their last lap. There's the board from the marshals. 30 seconds to go. Can Nick Padmore hang on to take the win? Made a couple of appearances in the Mini Miglias last season. Best results of second place at Thruxton. Now coming up to lap Richard Colburn, there is the blue number 219. Padmore defending. What can Andrew Jordan do? The man from Lichfield in Staffordshire. Padmore comes from Reigate in Surrey. Throws it sideways. But what can Aaron Smith do? Is he looking for a last bend lunge? The Kent-based driver looking to defend his title this year, and defending is what Nick Padmore is doing. Which side is Andrew Jordan going to go on the run down towards Stowe Corner? Padmore moves to cover the inside. Jordan will try and slipstream him and throw it round the outside into Stowe, trying to get on the correct line for Vale. I don't think he's going to do it. This is going to be close between the three of them, though. Jordan is trying. He's going to try for a last bend lunge. But there's not much of a run to the finish line out of Club Corner. The finish line at the start of the Hamilton Straights. And I think Nick Padmore has done enough. Here they come. Throws it almost sideways coming out of Vale towards Club. And it's going to be Nick Padmore in car number 56 towards the checkered flag. Nick Padmore is our first winner of the day here at Silverstone. Second to Andrew Jordan. Third, Aaron Smith. As quickly as that, covered by less than half a second at the flag. Superb battling between those three. Bad luck to the other cars involved in that battle. Kane Astin, who went off, and Rupert Death, who suffered problems after losing the lead. Fourth place will go to Endaf Owens, yesterday's winner, some 14 seconds down on the race winner. Fifth goes to Ben Colburn, and Colin Peacock, number 4, takes 6th position. James Cuthbertson, the pole sitter, ends up 7th, ahead of Mark Sims, Martin Wager, and it should be Sean King who comes across. He does in 10th place, capping a good weekend on his debut in the Miglia class. The Libra class finishing a lap down but taking the victory. Richard Colburn in car number 219, ahead of Peter Hills and Les Stanton. We lost a fair number of cars towards the end of that one. We'll confirm the results very shortly, but congratulations Nick Padmore, taking his first Mini Miglia win of the season. Well, not quite as frantic and frenetic as yesterday's race, but still a very close battle up front. Well done to Nick Padmore in the number 56 Swift Tune car. He beat Andrew Jordan home by less than 0.3 of a second, with Aaron Smith right on their tails as well. Into the pit lane they come. I'm sure we'll hear from the race winner fairly shortly. Good stuff indeed. Let's check out the results then of the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. Nick Padmore the winner by 0.291 of a second, ahead of Andrew Jordan. Aaron Smith just a couple of tenths further back in third. Fourth place to yesterday's winner, Endaf Owens, with Ben Colburn a good fifth, ahead of Colin Peacock. Seventh going to the pole sitter James Cuthbertson. Then Mark Sims, Martin Wager and Sean King round out the top 10. Kane Astin did get going again after his problems. Sorry, that's Torburn Astin, my apologies, in 11th place, and 12th place going to Scott Kendall. Richard Colburn, a lap down, winning the Libra category, ahead of Peter Hills and Les Stanton in 15th place. Sixteenth place behind them was Peter Arnold. It was the 62 of Chris Lovett in 17th. The rest of the field failing to finish. We lost Kane Astin and Rupert Death, of course. Peter Cruz, unfortunately, ending up in the gravel. We lost quite a few more towards the tail of the field as well. And sadly, Sam Summerhays, another front runner from yesterday, didn't take the start. Back to qualifying next up with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series. We'll head down to Steve Jameson in a moment. in the pits in Parc Ferme.
Well, Nick Padmore here in Parc Ferme. That was some drive, Nick. Congratulations on the win, first of the season. How does that feel?
Oh, it was brilliant. I just tried everything to get past Rupert and I couldn't. And it's funny, my wife was on the phone last night and she watched race 1. And she's going, why do you keep going around the outside? And I was thinking, Jesus, she's going to tell me off again. But it worked in the end. I got past Rupert and yeah, that was a mega race.
You had a bit of a challenge coming behind you as well, once you're in front as well. Just had to hold him off as long as possible.
Yeah, that was it. I saw Andrew come and I thought, here we go. You know, don't touch my little baby. Don't put any marks on it. And it was good. I managed to hold him off. He was in a mega tow down the back straight, but actually couldn't get round. So yeah, it's wicked.
It was a brilliant day of racing yesterday. Another great race today as well. The Mini's just giving us so much entertainment this weekend. How much fun is it to actually race in them?
It's why I do it. It's Dad and Lad Go Racing, and it's a very friendly paddock, and the racing is just so close. And you know, all the front guys are on it as well. So if you miss a gear or if you lift off too early, you're going to lose loads of spaces. So it's places. So it's yeah, it's brilliant. But my Swift Tune engine was mega.
And from your perspective,
thanks to Nick.
Sorry, Nick, just from your perspective, how nice is it to be back? First weekend of the season, obviously, and you're out here with a win on the Sunday. It must feel brilliant.
It's brilliant. It's lovely. It's just good to see the atmosphere and everyone here, and the racing is all weekends really, really good. So long may it continue. Hopefully we get back to some sort of normality. If we have to wear a mask, that's cool. But let's keep racing.
Sounds like a plan to me. Best of luck for the rest of the afternoon, mate.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Well, congratulations, Nick Padmore, as we say, one of Britain's leading historic racers, and very enjoyable racing there indeed. Well done indeed. The Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. But now we're on to something a whole lot bigger. Get ready to be thunderstruck, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons qualifying session, along with the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford, coming up very shortly. Okay, let's have a look at some of the cars we'll have out there for this one. Class A for the Thunder Saloons, of course, has the biggest and most powerful cars. Fast but fragile is the ethos, really, of those. And I think it's a record this weekend because we have got 5 Australian Holden Commodores. I don't think there's ever been that many on track in the UK at the same time, Holdens. The Holdens we've got out there, we've got a Monaro for Andrew Wilson. Alex Sidwell from Kent is here with his VF Commodore. Rick Wood, one of the all-time greats of UK saloon car racing, the man behind CNC Heads, he's got his ex-Garth Tander Holden Commodore here this weekend. And Craig Owen, father of AJ, who we saw out earlier on, is in his Commodore making a comeback as well. So all these Commodores we've got in the historic class. We've got Paul Eaton, father of Abby Eaton, who was racing, of course, in the Pragas yesterday. He's got his VH Commodore, the ex-Peter Brock machine, Australia's greatest ever racing driver, some would argue. He's in the VH Commodore, Paul Eaton, today. And just the one Ford Falcon to size up to them, of course. If you're not familiar with Australian touring cars, or the Aussie supercars, as they're now referred to, Ford versus Holden, the rivalry between those two, it's the equivalent of Manchester United and Manchester City in Australia. And we've just got the one Ford Falcon here to size up to the Holdens, and that, of course, is the reigning Thunder Saloon champion, Andy Robinson from the northeast, with his Craig Lowndes liveried Ford Falcon. Also out there, we're scheduled to have Steve Putt with his Mazda RX-7. Look for flames spitting from the exhaust of that car. Andy Wilson with the Valvoline liveried Holden Monaro, the more modern Holden, will be out as well. We are scheduled to have an Aston Martin as well, the DB7 Vantage of Andrew Barron. But we didn't see that car yesterday. It was meant to run in with the Jaguars as an invitation class car. We didn't see it out yesterday, so we'll hope it appears today. Class B for the Thunder Saloons, that mostly consists of BMW M3s, plus Bradley Gelman in his Sierra Cosworth. Rod Burley is scheduled to appear in that category. Reminder of our race schedule later on, coming up after this qualifying session. One race before lunch, which is the Britcar Trophy category, 50 minutes for the mandatory pit stop. Right, first race after lunch is pre-93 and 03 touring cars. You saw them qualifying earlier on. Then we'll be over to Andy and Paul for the Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup, along with Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Then the cars we're about to see qualify will race at 2 o'clock, the Blue Oval Saloon Series and Classic Thunder. Then we've got the Dunlop Mini 7s, just as frantic as their more powerful cousins. And then the second race is for pre-93 and 03 touring cars, Volkswagen Racing Club Plus touring cars, Classic Touring Car Boss Thunder, and finally our second Britcar Trophy race of the day to round out the programme. Thanks a lot to everybody watching on and commenting. We've got over 1,000 viewers already on YouTube, but only just over 200 likes. So do give the stream a like, subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, BARC TV. We've got plenty of live events coming up over the course of the season. We'll be live on May the 8th and 9th from Snetterton in just a couple of weeks' time, with coverage including the Supercarts British Championship. If you've not seen those before, you're in for a treat. The MSA British Supercar Championship, 140 miles an hour in a kart, anyone? That's what you can see in a couple of weeks. Okay, waiting for cars to appear on track then for our next qualifying session. We're taking you through the entry. We got to Class B of the Thunder Saloons. I mentioned Rod Burley should be here. He was racing down at Liddon Hill yesterday in his home county of Kent. Rod Burley, the man with over 600 victories in his career. There's Jason Hughes going through. He's in Class C of the Thunder Saloons with his XBTCC. I think that's next Jason Plato, Vauxhall Vectra. And there is the gorgeous BMW E30 M3 of multiple BMW champion Gary Whittaker. That really is a stunning car indeed. The Vectra runs in Class C of the Thunder Saloons, along with a couple of BMWs and some Honda Civics. There is Paul Eaton, the classic ex-Peter Brock Holden Commodore that we mentioned. Oh, there are so many very special cars in this field. To be honest, it's difficult to know where to look first. There is so much impressive machinery out there. Blue Oval Saloons, everything Ford. There is the Class A car, Alan Breck, with his 5-litre V8 engine Ford Capri, the Jägermeister orange liveried car. Another of the Holden Commodores there. There's just so much impressive stuff. Look at David Griffin's out there with his BMW as well. We've got a very special Triumph Dolomite for David Claxton. Martin Reynolds debuting his new Ford Anglia, the yellow and white car there. Now the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion is not out this weekend. He was racing yesterday with the pre-66 touring cars instead. That's Piers Grange out in his Ford Mustang. Steve Putt there, the blue and black Mazda RX-7. Andy Wilson in the Monaro. Jason Hughes, ex-British Touring Car Championship driver in the mid-2000s. He's got the Vauxhall Vectra. Ashley Shelswell in the Sierra there. He's running in Class S of the Blue Oval Saloons. That's for cars on slick tyres. There's Tony Paxman with the blue Mark 1 Escort, also fresh from Liddon Hill yesterday. Bradley Gelman with the Ford Sierra Cosworth. So many impressive cars out there. There's your class guide to the colours. 6 classes in Blue Oval Saloons, A, B, C, D, F and Class S for the slick tired cars. There's Malcolm Wise with his Cosworth. The number 70 Fiesta, that's William Hunt, the lone Class D car, the more modern Fiesta ST. There's Andy Robinson with the Ford Falcon, the silver machine. Martin Reynolds with that stunning Ford Anglia. Norfolk-based driver, a classic Ford collector. But as the flying lap times start to come in, it is Gary Whittaker who is the quickest in the BMW E30 M3, evoking memories of the touring car series of the 80s and early 90s. Ashley Shelswell, one class rival for him in the S-Class this weekend. That's Darren Owen with his Ford Escort. Oh, Tony Paxman's lost it. Gets a wheel on the grass and round goes the Escorts. Nicely done, Tony. Good recovery. Paul Eaton goes through in the classic Commodore. There's the number 24. That's the Citroën Saxo, a very modified Citroën Saxo. That's of Ryan Steele, and he's actually second fastest overall at the moment. Behind, a couple of seconds down though on Gary Whittaker. Andy Robinson is third quickest, and then we've got the first of the blue oval cars, which is the Escort Zac Speed of Malcolm Harding. There's Rick Wood with the Toll Holden Commodore, the ex-Garth Tander machine from Australia. Malcolm Wise in the Sierra Cosworth there, number 14. There's so many special cars out there, it's hard to know which to talk about first. There's Gary Whittaker, the E30 M3, new build for this year. The white and black BMW we saw there go through, that's Rod Burley. So watch out for him, over 600 race and class wins in his racing career. Red Fiesta XR2 there, very beautiful car that is. James Dunkley, the ex-MG racer. Jason Hughes in the ex-Plato Vectra. Also coming through the number 6 here, the blue and orange Fiesta, Anton Martin. We saw him in action in his other Ford, his Mark III Escort yesterday. Andy Robinson has gone quickest, 1:13.875. Second quickest Gary Whittaker, and David Griffin, the reigning pre-93 touring car champion, is up to third with the Diet Coke BMW. Fourth quickest is Ryan Steele, the little Citroën Saxo. He's going well. Somebody has come to a halt, a bit of steam there for number 191. That's Kirk Armitage, the man from the northeast, in the Windmill Garage of Boroughbridge BMW. Overheating by the look of it for him. Rod Burley up to 6th behind the number 121 of Colin Voice with the white Escort Mark 1. Running in Class H3. Oh, Martin Reynolds has had a spin. Yellow flags out there. The other drivers able to avoid Martin. He was racing his other Anglia yesterday in the pre-66 touring cars, but a very modified Ford Anglia, more akin to a short oval hot rod, that car. Was privileged enough to be able to view Martin's classic Ford collection before the start of the season at his base in Norfolk. Some very impressive cars he owns. Whittaker now goes quickest, 1:11.192. That's 2.5 seconds quicker than everyone else. That is brilliant. 26, Brian Branson with his BMW has gone second, ahead of Andy Robinson. Then we've got David Griffin, Ryan Steele in the Saxo, 111, which is Rick Wood. Then we've got an unknown car in the times number 7. I'll try and work out who that is. Jason Hughes puts the Vectra third. The Vectra of 888 Racing from the early 2000s. The very end of the, I think that's a 2000 car, sorry, the very end of the Super Touring era that car is from. Just under 7 minutes of this qualifying session to go. Can anyone beat that time of Gary Whittaker? 1:11.192 for the Nottinghamshire driver in his newly built E30 M3 BMW. There's Darren Owen, Deadly Daz as he's known from his days racing bangers in the Mark II Escort. That car a replica of the hot rod race by Duffy Collard for many years, father of BTCC star current British GT champion Rob Collard, of course, the late great Mick Duffy Collard. 291 there, that's the Honda Civic of Dan Thackeray. He's out in the pre-03 touring cars as well as in Classic Thunder. Quickest of the blue oval saloons at the moment is still Malcolm Harding, number 101 with his Castrol Zac Speed Escort. As I said, there's just so many impressive cars out in this session. We've got 38 cars out there. it's impossible to know who to talk about. It's David Griffin, the Diet Coke BMW. Replica of the cars raced in Australia in the 90s by the likes of Paul Morris and Jeff Brabham in Australian touring cars. The Australian Super Touring Championship, to give it its proper name. The Aussie Supercars are the top division down there, of course. Number 52, Ralph Higson, the orange Mark II Escort, goes through there. He'll be a leading runner in the Blue Oval Saloons. We seem to have lost Alan Breck somewhere on circuits, the Capri. Andy Wilson goes to the top of the time, so Gary Whittaker has been beaten. The big Holden Monaro with a 1:10.853. Oh, Andy Robinson's come to a halt. Problems for the Ford Falcon. So it's Holden 1, Ford 0 at the moment. Andy Robinson, aka Craig Lowndes, you saw on the window there. Craig Lowndes, Aussie supercar star of the 90s and 2000s. One of the dominant names before Jamie Whincup took over as the top man. There's a bit of window trim hanging out of the side of Jason Hughes' Vauxhall. Jason Hughes, aka Jason Plato, chasing Andy Wilson in the big Monaro. Is he going to go any quicker this time through? Here he comes. He's got clear track in front of him. He's got a Vectra behind him. Just the plastic window trim hanging out of the Vectra there. Wilson doesn't go quicker that time. A 1:11 that time through, though. Just under 4 minutes to go in this session. It's Wilson on top from Whittaker. Hughes is third quickest in the Vectra. Then we've got Rick Wood in the Holden Commodore. There he is. Fifth fastest is Rod Burley's BMW. Then we've got Brian Bransom's BMW, number 26. Andy Robinson, seventh fastest, but he has stopped out on circuit. David Griffin is eighth. 66 is ninth. That is the BMW of Paul Wood, his M3. And Jason West, number 76, rounds out the top 10. Quickest of the Blue Oval Saloons at the moment. Not surprisingly, Classic Thunder locking out the top 10. The Blue Oval Saloon cars, Malcolm Harding is quickest ahead of Colin Voice. Somebody's just run very wide at Stowe Corner, nearly onto the gravel. It's Jason West, number 76. I'm wondering if he may have a tyre going down on that car. There is Jason West. He has pulled over, so there is a problem with that car. Thought he may have a puncture, but maybe the steering's broken. Just ran wide at Stowe Corner last time through and pulled over. Rod Burley up to fourth. There's the black and white BMW heading down the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straights. Rick Wood goes down to fifth in his Commodore. Towards us comes another BMW, the green machine there. That is Andy Cripps, I think, number 33. Andy Wilson still at the top. There's the Monaro. Quickest Blue Oval, as we say, still Malcolm Harding. Well clear of Ashley Shelswell in the Sierra XR4i, running in the slick tyre class. And Tom Abbott in the blue Ford Capri, number 62. Over a minute to go in this qualifying session. The Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and Blue Oval Saloons, sponsored by Burton Power. Gary Whittaker there, the E30, still on the front row. And Rick Wood goes quickest, 109.099. Rick Wood in the Holden Commodore has gone quickest. So it's Wood from Whittaker, Wilson and Jason Hughes. Wilson across the line again. Does he go back onto the front row? Not quite. 110.853 that time through. Can we get an all Holden front row? It won't be the Ford Falcon that's up there. As Andy Robinson has pulled over with a problem. Checkered flag about to go out. Wait to see if there's going to be any more changes. Rick Wood has taken the checkered flag. His last lap was even quicker, 108.895. So Rick Wood will take pole position for the Classic Thunder Saloons. Now I have a feeling that they will run combined grids, so the Blue Oval Saloons will be mixed in with the Classic Thunder Saloons. We're just trying to clarify that now. We'll confirm that later on. But running through the times then, fastest is number 111 Rick Wood with a 108.895, 1.5 seconds quicker than Gary Whittaker, number 16 in the BMW M3. Third quickest, number 97 Andy Wilson with the Holden Monaro, and fourth Jason Hughes, number 5 with the Vauxhall Vectra. Fifth fastest 144 Rod Burley in the BMW E36 M3. Sixth fastest number 82 of Bradley Gelman in his Ford Sierra Cosworth. Seventh quickest number 26 of Brian Branson in his BMW, and eighth fastest, very impressive from the little Citroen Saxo of Ryan Steele. Ninth quickest, despite a few problems there, number 100 Andy Robinson with the Craig Lowndes Ford Falcon. And completing the top 10, number 34, David Griffin with the Diet Coke BMW. 11th quickest and first of the Blue Oval Saloons, number 101 Malcolm Harding with his Mark II Escort Zack Speed. 12th quickest, number 96 Ian Craig with his BMW M3 CSL. 13th quickest, number 66 Paul Wood with his BMW, and 14th, number 76 Jason West, despite we saw him pull over during that session at Stowe. 15th quickest, number 121, which is Colin Voice with his Escort Mark I running in the historic Thunder Saloon category. 16th, number 88, Alex Sidwell. He wasn't showing up during that session. That's the car that was coming up as unknown during that session. It was Alex Sidwell in his Holden Commodore. He's qualified 16th fastest. 17th is number 3, Ashley Shelswell with his Ford Sierra. 18th, number 291, Dan Thackeray with his Honda Civic. 19th, number 71, Kevin Denwood with his BMW Compact. And 20th fastest is number 38, Andy Cripps with his BMW M3. Paulie behind him, 21st in the Classic Commodore. Have a look ahead to our race schedule then. Starting shortly is the Britcar Trophy category. 50-minute race with mandatory pit stop for them. Followed by pre-93 and pre-03 touring cars. That's coming up after the lunch break. Have the Britcars on track shortly. Britcar Trophy category, 50 minutes plus a mandatory pit stop. We don't have the starting drivers as yet for that race, unfortunately, but we will have the grid for you very shortly once the cars come out onto track. Well, before we get our Britcar trophy race underway, earlier on, Steve Jameson caught up with a couple of the drivers, Charlotte Birch and Kester Cook.
Down here in the paddock with Charlotte Birch. Charlotte, lovely to see you here at Silverstone. First of all, how nice is it to be back? It's been a little while since I've seen you racing, and the sun's out at the home of British Motorsport on the first weekend of the season. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been amazing to just stretch my legs again in a race car. Didn't do too much testing over the winter, so yeah, it's been really good to get back out.
And how did qualification go for you?
Yeah, really good. It was tough to get a lap in because there's so much traffic. But yeah, we've made a couple of setup changes now, so yeah, this should be all good for the race.
And talk about the traffic, because that's a sign of a stacked and loaded grid, isn't it?
Yeah.
The grid's scarcely ever looked better for
Yeah.
Britcar. It's going to be an amazing race.
Yeah, it's going to be some tough competition out there, definitely. But yeah, I'm up for the challenge.
And what's your hopes and aspirations for day one? Because I remember catching up with you before the season started, and you were very optimistic about this lovely Ginetta. What's your hopes for the first weekend?
Sort of hoping to build on what we've done for qualifying, so make our way up the grid a little bit more, and just sort of see. I'm not putting myself under too much pressure, but yeah, we are aiming to be up there.
Best luck.
Thank you.
Down here with Kester ahead of this Britcar race. It was a frenetic qualification, wasn't it? How did it go for you?
Yeah, we've got a lot of new bits on the car, so it's all bedding in new brakes, new tyres and sorting bits out, so 20 minutes doesn't really give you a lot of time to do all those bits and get the car warmed up to get a good lap in, but always race better than I qualify normally, so I'm hoping that the race will be better.
And just a little word on how nice it is to be back, because everyone it seems to have had the longest winter ever. Lots of time to prepare the car, I guess, but it's just nice to be out racing, isn't it?
You'd think there'd be more time to prepare the car, but it's still the night
never enough time,
before, still working on it. No, it's great to be back. Can't beat it really. Sound of engines and smell of fuel. No, brilliant.
And it's an absolutely stacked grid. The grid's never looked better for Britcar. It really should be an amazing championship this year. What are your hopes and aspirations ahead of weekend one?
Not going to win it, that's for sure. But no, just have good races really. Have some good battles with people and try and keep the car in one piece and have some fun, because that's what we're here for. Apparently.
Sounds like a plan to me, mate. Best luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Cars will be on the grid shortly then for the first of two races today for the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. We saw their qualifying session this morning, and a big thank you to Steve Wood, the Britcar press officer, who has just sent me the starting drivers through. I was just writing those down. We can bring you the grid for that session in just a moment. This is our race before the lunch break, 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. A lot of these cars with two drivers. some running solo, but they all have to serve a mandatory pit stop in this race of 120 seconds, 2 minutes in other words. The top 3 finishers in each of the classes will then have a further success penalty for the second race at the end of the programme, a little later on. So 1 race before lunch then. We're back after the lunch break at 12:50 with the pre-93 and pre-03 touring cars. And then we'll have the first of 2 races for the Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup, Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Then be the first race for the cars that we saw qualifying a few minutes ago, the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series. Then we'll have the Mini 7s, the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, great race for them yesterday. Then the second race for pre-93 and 03 touring cars. Then the Volkswagen Racing Cup Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK for their second race. Blue Oval Saloon Series with Classic Thunder, and then our second race for the Britcar Endurance Trophy category. Right, so let's bring you the grid then for our Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. The cars are making their way to the grid now, and in pole position is car number 10, the BMW of Simon Baker and Kevin Clark, the BMW 1 Series. Simon Baker will be starting that car. Alongside them, number 40, which is the BMW of Jasvir Sapra. He will start that car, shared with Lucky Kera, the BMW E46 M3. On the second row, number 74, Mark Lee with his Ginetta. He's driving solo. And they start alongside number 7, the Andy Stocco David McDonald BMW M240i. Andy Stocco will be starting that car. On row 3 will be number 2, the Ginetta G40 from Raman Racing with SVG. Peter Spano will start that car, shared with Andrew Bentley. Alongside them will be number 50, which is Simon Kera, brother of Lucky, with his BMW. On the fourth row will be number 70, the Team Brits BMW. Matty Street will start that car, shared with Andy Tucker. Alongside them will be number 5, Tony Prendergast in his VW Scirocco. He drives solo. The fifth row, number 15, Richard Higgins with his Porsche. The blue car just going through the shop there. Alongside Richard will be the number 35 VW Golf. That will be started by Stephen Chandler, sharing with Glenn Stokes. Row 6 will be number 77, Matt Evans with his VW Scirocco. Alongside him, number 93, the man we just heard from, Kester Cook. Kester's Fiesta, as it's known, the very modified Ford Fiesta. On row 7, number 75, that is the WEC Motorsport BMW. Dave Cox starts that car, sharing with George Haynes. Alongside them will be Brad Kaler, number 87, with his Seat Leon Supercopa. Row 8 will be number 37. Daniel Crossley will be driving that car solo. There's no Steve Walker, so Daniel Crossley drives that VW Scirocco on his own. Alongside him is number 17, which is Kieran Griffin, with another VW Scirocco. The ninth row, number 177, the Renault Clio. Andy Mollison starts that car, sharing with Ryan Firth. Alongside them, number 4, which is the first of the Clio class cars. That will be started by Anton Spires, sharing with Darren Gerhardt. The 10th row, number 19, the Ginetta G20. Steve Griffiths is going first, sharing with Jamie Vinnell-Mayer. Alongside them is the Colburn Clio, number 62. Ben Colburn takes the start, sharing with his brother James. Saw them out in the minis earlier on. The 11th row, number 144, which is Chris Goddard. There's a second driver to add to that car. Just need to look at my notes. Richard Dougal is driving that car along with Chris Goddard, I'm told. Thank you, Stephen Wood. Chris Goddard is going first in the Ferrari 355. Alongside then, number 41, the Renault Clio, the reigning Clio class champions, Steve and Aaron Thompson. Aaron is going first. The 12th row, number 31, which is Paul de Hadre, driving solo in his VW Scirocco. Alongside number 27, we heard from her earlier, Charlotte Birch in her Ginetta. Row 13 is number 67, which will be started by James Black, sharing with Richard Colburn in the Clio. Alongside them, on row 13, is number 49, which is the Woodard family in the Mini Cooper. It will be Daniel Woodard starting that car, sharing with Sean. Row 11, row 14 is car number 11, I should say, which is the Clio of Jay Morton. And we're told there's a driver change in that car. Replacing Matt Cherrington is Miles Lacey, who was racing in the endurance category yesterday. Miles Lacey shares with Jay Morton. Jay Morton is going first. Alongside then number 52, which is the Smart 4-4 of Rob Baker and Jonathan Barrett. It'll be Jonathan going first. Row 15, number 72, Chris Murphy and Roland Hopkins in the BMW Z4. Roland Hopkins is going first. Chris Murphy was racing his Aston Martin yesterday. Alongside them, number 39, which is Richard Bernard with his Porsche Boxster. The 16th row, number 83, which is the Cook family in their Honda Civic. Edward Cook is going first, sharing with Steve Cook. Alongside them, number 34, Alistair Lindsay with his Seat Leon. Row 17, number 316, Ivan Mares with his Mazda MX-5, alongside number 46, which is the Jones-Taylor VW Golf. Change of class for that car, incidentally. They're now in a later Mark V Golf and running in Class 3. Rob Taylor is going first in that car. The 18th row, number 80, Anthony Hutchins. We hope he's there. He had problems in qualifying with the Porsche Boxster. Alongside number 85, which is the reigning champion, Oliver Smith, sharing with Clinton Ewan in the BMW Z4. A new car for Ollie Smith this year. He starts it. Will relay Clinton Ewan at pit stop. Penultimate row, row 19, is number 8, Kevin Hancock and Lee Smart in their Porsche Boxster. Lee Smart is going first. Alongside then number 47, which is the Ginetta GT5 of Stuart Gibbons and Derek Holden. Derek taking the start. And the final row, number 57, the Alfa Romeo Giulietta of Barry McMahon, starts alongside number 71, the Team Brits BMW of Luke Pound. So we should have 40 cars out there for our first 50 minutes pit stop race of the day for the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. What a magnificent field that is. Just look at that variety we've got in there. Where else can you see a Ferrari 355 lined up on the same grid as a Smart 44? A couple of cars possibly missing from the back. I don't think Anthony Hutchins is there, unfortunately. It looks like the Boxster has withdrawn. There's the Canyon Racing BMW number 7, Andy Stocco, Mark Lee in the Ginetta. We've got Porsches, Fiestas, Scirocco's, Seat Leons, BMWs, Clios. Little Ginetta G20 there. The Ferrari. Chris Goddard, his other Ferrari, the more modern 458 Challenger, had a nasty accident yesterday, unfortunately. The MX-5 of Ivan Mares, the Alfa Romeo at the back of Barry McMahon. They start to form up then behind the pace car. Clayton Kingman at the wheel of the pace car. Simon Baker on pole in the BMW 1 Series M Coupe, alongside Jasvir Sapra in the grey M3. Watch that car fly when Lucky Kera gets on board, although Jasvir Sapra's no mean racing driver either. He is very quick in that BMW. Mark Lee on the second row, alongside Andy Stocco. I'm really looking forward to this. Of course, we do it all again at the end of the programme as well, with the second 50-minute race, with the pit penalties for the top 3 in each class. Pick your cars to follow, viewers. Nearly 1,400 of you watching on YouTube. We're not up to 500 likes yet, though. We're going to try and get 1,000 likes if we can. That's what we want on our YouTube feed. 1,000 likes by lunch, that's what we want. You've got 50 minutes because this race is about to get underway. Simon Baker and Jasvir Sapra on the front row of the grid in their BMWs. The pace car has pulled into the pit lane. 50 minutes of Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy class action about to get underway, waiting for those red lights to go out on the gantry. The revs begin to rise, and here we go. Away they go down towards Abbey for the first time. This fantastic near 40 car field gets underway. Simon Baker and Jasvir Sapra lead them into that first corner. Clio's fighting it out among themselves a little further back, and it's Jasvir Sapra who's got the early lead ahead of Clark, trying to get round the outside. The Team Brit BMW, great start by Matty Street. He could get second place here as they come through the complex. He's up on the outside, and he has got second place. Another BMW, Andy Stoker up there on the outside. Then it's Mark Lee, then Tony Prendergast. Oh, there's been some contact already. That's Matt Evans in the Scirocco with a lot of damage. There's damage to the Golf as well of, I think that's Stephen Chandler. There's been some contact in the pack already, but look at the lead Jasvir Sapra has got. He is shot away by several car lengths. Matty Street in second place, Baker third, then Lee and Stocco. The rest of the pack all away well now. Who else has got damage? We'll try and see what Matt Evans, number 77 in the Scirocco, has hit there. As Jasvir Sapra will lead them round the first lap. Lucky Kira, very successful GT racer, the current Ferrari Challenge UK champion, who will take over that car at the pit stops. Matty Street under fire from Mark Lee, who's got through into third place. Trying to fight back is Simon Baker in the BMW he shares with Kevin Clark. Then it's Andy Stocco, Prendergast in 6th with his Scirocco. Kester Cook in his Fiesta is up into 7th position. Then it's Peter Spano with his Ginetta in 8th position. As they file their way through the complex. Well, damage to Stephen Chandler's Golf there, but it hasn't slowed him down. He's missing some front bodywork. He's still there in the top 10. Through Beckett's they come then. There is Chandler. Look at the state of that Golf. Then we've got Peter Spano in number 2. Behind them it is the number 75, the blue BMW. That is Dave Cox. Side by side for second place. There's yellow flags out at Stowe and the safety car is coming out. We'll have a safety car then, so drivers to form up and follow the safety car, no overtaking. As we've got somebody stranded somewhere on circuit. I'm wondering if that might be Matt Evans' Scirocco or maybe some debris from it. We saw a lot of damage to the front of that car. Obviously a Contreton in the pack. Now, who hasn't come through on the first lap? Let's have a look down the timing. Matt Evans made it back to the pit lane, number 77. We have lost Simon Carer's BMW, number 50. We've also lost number 17, Kieran Griffin, and number 31, Paul De Hadre, both in VW Scirocco's. So not a good start for the VW brigade. 3 of them in trouble. Well, 4 if you count the Golf of Stephen Chandler with damage there. Marshall's on track. Where was that? We caught a glimpse of a Marshall running for it. That's towards the end of the lap. Yes, clearing up going on. Whether it's just some fluid that's been spilt on circuit, I'm not sure. I can't see any cars stranded anywhere. Yeah, debris being picked up. That's at Club Corner by the excellent Silverstone marshalling team, the Orange Army. Thank you very much to them as always. Our volunteer marshals, couldn't go racing without them. That's sweeping up is being done on the run through the link down towards Beckett. So yeah, there's some fluid been spilled there. That's where we saw the cars with damage for the first time, Matt Evans and Stephen Chandler. So there's been some sort of contretemps at the complex. Let's have a look at the race order while the safety car is out. There's been a bit of shuffling in the pack. Your leader is Jasvir Sapra, there he is. Second is Matty Street in the number 70 BMW, the BMW M2 for Team Brit. Third is Simon Baker, then it's Mark Lee fourth in the Ginetta. Fifth is Andy Stocco, number 7. Sixth is Tony Prendergast in the number 5 Scirocco. Seventh, Kester Cook, there's the Fiesta. Stephen Chandler in his now lightweight Golf is 8th. I won't make a hole-in-one joke, don't worry. 9th place is Peter Spano with his Ginetta, and 10th Dave Cox, number 75, with his BMW. In terms of the classes, Chandler is leading Class 2 in the Golf. Class 3 is being led by the Ginetta of Steve Griffiths, the G20. That's down in 21st place. And the leading Clio is Anton Spires, number 4, in 12th overall. So the Clio is well up among the more powerful cars. Marshall's on track at the complex on the run towards Beckett's, sweeping up going on of the debris from that collision. So we've lost 2 Sciroccos. Oh, we've also lost Bradley Kaler, his Seat Super Copa. Paul De Hadre and Kieran Griffin's names have actually disappeared from my timing screen. I said we'd lost them, so maybe they didn't take the start, and it's Brad Kaler and Simon Carer who were involved in the collision up there. So we've got 34 cars running. Anthony Hutchins, we know, didn't take the start in the Boxer. He broke down in qualifying. Have we got to 1,000 likes yet on YouTube? No, we haven't. Quick hello to Jimmy Broadbent, who's watching on. He was racing yesterday, of course, in the Praga in the Britcar Endurance series, sharing with Jem Hepworth. Jimmy Broadbent's the top sim racer and YouTuber. Hello to you. Everybody else watching, we've got nearly 1,500 viewers on our YouTube stream at the moment. Great to see you all. Lights are still on top of the safety car, so it won't be coming in this time. Keeping it steady behind the safety car at the moment. We've got 42, just under 43 minutes to go. I'll give you a notification, of course, when the pit window opens. I think it opens with 30 minutes to go in trophy races, if memory serves me correctly. It's just weaving to keep the heat into their tyres. There's the number 4, that's the leading Clio. You can recognise the class a car is in by the colour of the Britcar sunstrip. Class 1 cars have a red sunstrip. Class 2 it's green, Class 3 orange, and Class 4 is Class Clio is blue. So now you know. There you see the green sunstrip on the Golf. Stephen Chandler, he's leading Class 2. Simon Baker, pole position man in this race, will relay Kevin Clark, very experienced BMW racer. Continue behind the safety car as the marshals continue their clear-up operation. There's the Class 2 leader, that's Stephen Chandler. Let's hope no more falls off that car, else he'll be out of the race. The radiator looking a bit vulnerable in there. He's just ahead of Peter Spano with the Ginetta in Class 2. Stephen Chandler, only a young gun. Began racing on the short ovals. A Nissan Micra, believe it or not, was the first car he ever raced, before moving up to Junior Saloon Car Championship with a Citroën Saxo. Safety car still out then. Hopefully it won't lead right up to the pit window. We saw that in the second endurance race, unfortunately, after an accident yesterday. We're up to nearly 750 likes on our YouTube feed. We want 1,000 likes before lunch. There's our Clio class leader, that's Anton Spires, a leading name in the Michelin Clio series over the last few years. Sharing with Darren Gerhardt, who had a few wins in the road car spec class in that championship. Jasvir Sapra, your race leader, the man from Warwickshire. He'll relay Lucky Kira. And the light is out atop the safety car, so we will be going green flag this time by. Looks like we are going to go racing this time. I saw the light go out there down the straights. 39 minutes on the clock. It's 50 minutes Britcar trophy race. There's the white BMW Z4. Number 85. 34 is Alistair Lindsay, the ex-Golf racer, now in a Seat Leon. Pace starting to quicken once again. We are back underway. And Matty Street making a challenge for the lead, and he goes through down the inside super. But look at Simon Baker around the outside of both of them. Brilliant from Simon Baker. Charges from third place into the lead. He caught the other BMWs napping there into Abbey. Jasper Sapra fights back. Street's gone back to third place. Matty Street's gone from second to third, and second to first, and back to third again in the space of one corner. Mark Lee in fourth place in the Ginetta. Fifth is Andy Stocco in the number 7. Then it's Prendergast and Cook. Stephen Chandler in the Golf in 8th place leads Class 2. Here they come then onto the Hanger Straight, and Simon Baker using the grunt of that BMW 1 Series M Coupe to retake the lead, the pole sitter in this race, chased by number 40 of Jasvir Sapra. It's BMW's 1, 2, 3 with Matty Street and the Team Brit M2 in third place. Bit of debris there goes flying. That might have been from Mark Lee's Ginetta, unless he just kicked it up off the track. Leaders coming down towards the Vale, and Jasvir Sapra wants his lead back again. Ambushed as the restart took place there by the BMWs behind him. Great restart by Matty Street, but then Simon Baker nipped round the outside of both of them. Sapra to the inside, retakes the lead through Club Corner. This is a 50-minute pit stop race, guys, not a 10-minute sprint. They're treating it like a 10-minute sprint, though. Mark Lee has come through into third in the Ginetta now. They're just eager to get racing, aren't they, after the safety car. Street goes down to fourth. Andy Stocco in behind him in the blue and Dayglow number 7. Then it's number 5, Tony Prendergast, the first of the Scirocco's. Wants a piece of this as well. Jasvir Sapra leads from Simon Baker. Mark Lee closing in the Ginetta. Prendergast to the inside. Kester Cook locks up in the Fiesta. This is great stuff. As I said, you wouldn't believe it's an endurance race over 50 minutes as Mark Lee to the inside. He wants second place. Andy Stocco's lost out to Prendergast, the ex-VW Racing Cup driver in the Scirocco. Okay, Sapra from Baker. As I draw breath, Mark Lee in third place, then Matty Street in the 70. Began his career in a BMW 1 Series hatchback, goes to the inside. He's trying to take third place away. Prendergast on the inside, so is Cook trying to take Andy Stocco. There's the Class 2 leading Golf of number 35, Stephen Chandler. Front end still hanging together just about after contact on the opening lap. Here they come through the complex. Here's a battle a little further back. 75 Dave Cox in his BMW. That's the WEC Motorsport car. Shares that car with George Haynes. He leads Richard Higgins in his Porsche 996. That's a Class 2 car, the County Classics run car. Prendergast still ahead of the number 7 of Andy Stocco. Shares that car with Dave McDonald. Here are the leaders. Sapra, Baker, Lee, Streets, then Prendergast. Pit window not yet open. That opens 20 minutes into the race, which will be on the 30 minutes to go mark. So we've got just over 5 minutes before the pit window opens. 3 cars line astern for the lead. That Ginetta is in attacking mode. Mark Lee in number 74 in the G55. So is Simon Baker. Street in fourth. Prendergast, Stocco, Kester Cook keeping up in that flying Fiesta. Said that was a car to watch. Richard Higgins has just got ahead of Dave Cox. There they are. Cox goes down to 10th place. Behind them, the leading Clio. Anton Spires is flying along, but he's being chased by the number 62. That's Ben Colburn. Experienced Clio racer, a historic racer as well. We saw him out in the Mini Miglias earlier on. There's Chris Goddard in the Ferrari number 144. Richard Higgins still there in the 996. Challenge on here for the lead. Simon Baker all over the back of Jasvir Sapra as they go into Abbey, and at the outside comes Mark Lee. Can the Ginetta split the BMWs here as they head into Farm, then towards Village? I think he's done it. Yes, he has. Good move by Mark Lee into second place, and he's going for the lead. Great fight between these three as we count down towards the pit window opening. I would imagine Jasvir Sapra, well, I was going to say he might be in fairly early to hand over to Lucky Kera, but the way he's going at the moment, he might want to stay out there and keep fighting for the lead. Mark Lee driving solo in the Ginetta. Here comes Baker, moves to the inside towards Stoke Order. He wants to retake second place. That BMW 1 Series M Coupe has got so much straight line speed, but Mark Lee cuts him off into Stoke Corner, holds the place. Matty Street looking on in fourth place in the Team Brit BMW. Lee to the inside at Vale. Is he going to get him on the brakes? Yes, good move by Mark Lee in the Ginetta, back up into second place. Great fight going on here, but this is allowing Jasvir Sapra to get a bit of breathing space at the front. The Looking back into the classes, Chandler and Stokes still lead Richard Higgins in Class 2. The Woodards in the BMW Mini third in Class 2. Spires and Gerhardt still lead the Clios as Baker back at the inside retakes second place into Abbey. These two are loving this. Fighting it out for second place behind Jasvir Sapra. Clios, it's the Colburns in second place, the Thompsons in third. It is fairly close in the Clio category. In fact, a couple of seconds covering those three. For 11th, 12th and 13th overall. Class 3 is being led by the Griffiths and Vinyl Meyer Ginetta G20, the little open top car. Steve Griffiths at the wheel. Number 46, the Golf of Robert Taylor, is in second place in Class 3, and the Cook family, number 83 in their Honda Civic, in third in Class 3 further back. Kester Cook has got the Fiesta ahead of Tony Prendergast up into 6th position. Great to see him. I know I've mentioned it already, but great to see him taking on the bigger, more powerful GTs. That looks like there, a bit of smoke from the left front, so maybe Stephen Chandler's got some bodywork rubbing on the tyre. He leads Class 2. Hand over that Golf to Glenn Stokes. Chandler Motorsport Golf. Meanwhile, Simon Baker on the outside had a stab for the lead there towards Abbey. Couldn't quite overhaul Jasvir Sapra. Oh, and a slowing Porsche there. That's one of the Boxsters. Who's that? I think that might be Lee Smart, number 8, having trouble there. There's number 85, the BMW Z4. That's his reigning champion Oliver Smith, under 5 Alistair Lindsay. They've been having a good scrap right from the start of this race. It's further down the order. Smith sharing with Clinton Ewan. They're fighting for 24th place overall. Oliver Smith in a BMW M3 won the trophy championship last year. They've got a Boxster behind them as well. That's the 39 of Richard Bernard. Chasing now one of the Clios. That's number 11, Jay Morton. Here are the leaders. 2 BMWs still first and second. Simon Baker staying ahead of Mark Lee. Pit window will open shortly. Boxster heading for the pits there. We know that's got a problem though, the number 8 of Lee Smart. A bit early for the pit window. The leaders have got the Alfa Romeo of Barry McMahon ahead of them there, the Irishman. Moves alongside the pit wall to let them through. Mark Lee's lost a little bit of ground there in the number 74 Ginetta, the transport company boss. Next car to be lapped will be Ivan Mayers in his Mazda MX-5. Here's Sapra, chased still by Simon Baker. The gap less than half a second at the line. 0.8 of a second covering the first three. They've now pulled clear of Matty Street, who's about 5 seconds further back in 4th place in the Team Brit BMW, and Simon Baker's having a go again. He's got his boot down as they come along the hanger straight. Can he pull ahead of Jasvir Sapra? No. Sapra moves across to go between the back markers. The other Team Brit BMW, that of Luke Pound, being lapped there along with Ivan Mayers, the MX-5. 2 BMWs monster their way past him. Mark Lee trying to keep up in the Ginetta. Through Vale and Club go the BMWs. Starting to pull away slightly from Mark Lee now. I think Mark Lee got momentarily held up in the back markers. Here's a couple of battles further back. There is Chris Goddard in the Ferrari 355. And the pit window, I think, is about to open. Let's see who the first cars are to come in. The only car to pit so far, of course, was Lee Smart with the problem. There is the Clio of James Black. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Simon Baker, 1:13.547. Just under half an hour of this race to go. Still your leader is Jasvir Sapra. Good battle here in the Clios. 62, that is Ben Colburn. He's just taken the lead of the class. We said it was close between those two. He's just taken Anton Spires. They've got up into the top 10 overall now. They've got ahead of Dave Cox's BMW. First car to come into the pits is Tony Prendergast. The number 5 Volkswagen is in. There is Stephen Chandler. He continues to lead Class 2 in the Golf. Still holding together that car despite the damage. He's in 8th place overall. So the first couple of cars have come in. Peter Spano has come in to hand over to Andrew Bentley, car number 2. They were running second in Class 2. So up to second in Class 2 now is Richard Higgins. There is Mark Lee, still third overall. So the leading trio still out there. Lock up from one of the Clios there. Slowing Scirocco coming into the pits as well. I saw that car slowing further round. There is the little Smart 4.4, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Jonathan Barrett's driving at the moment. Car owner Rob Baker will take over. They had to change a gearbox after qualifying, managed to get the car out for the race. And the number 10 BMW is in. Simon Baker has called in. So Jasvir Sapra now on his own at the front, or is he? No, Mark Lee is catching him up again. So Simon Baker has pitted to hand over to Kevin Clark. See where he cycles back in after the stops once everybody has made their pit calls. Matty Street 4th. Andy Stoko has called in as well to hand over to Dave McDonald. So Kester Cook is now 5th. That will be 4th when the times cycle through. Still leading Class 2 is the Golf. Still leading the Clios is Ben Colburn in the black car. And Class 3 is still led by Steve Griffiths in the Ginetta G20. Mark Lee wants a turn at leading this race. He's attacking Jasvir Sapra. And Sapra has come in. So Sapra went into the pit lane just out of my sight there that time, to hand over to Lucky Kera, multi-talented sports car and saloon racer, reigning Ferrari Challenge UK champion, racing his Ferrari with Ross Wiley in the Endurance Series yesterday. So watch that grey BMW fly when Lucky's taken over. We've got a spinner. It's Charlotte Birch, number 27, who's spun there. We just caught a glimpse of number 27 in her Ginetta. She's had a spin, just coming out of Beckett's. Any more pit callers this time around? Doesn't look like it. A couple of cars further back have Chris Murphy and Roland Hopkins. Chris Murphy will take over the BMW Z4 from Roland Hopkins. That's coming. Aaron Thompson has come in as well to hand over to Steve, the reigning Clio champions, the Thompson family. Looks like Ollie Smith may be, is he coming in as well? No, he's not, but you can see in the background there the Ginetta G20 of Steve Griffiths coming in to hand over to Jamie Vinnell-Meyer, Formula Ford racer. So Mark Lee has inherited the lead of this race. He stays out because Sapra and Baker have both come in. Mark Lee takes over the lead in the Ginetta. Great battle going on in the Clios further back. Anton Spires has retaken the lead of the Clios. They're up in the overall top 10 now. So Matty Street is second overall now in the Team Brits BMW number 70. Kester Cook is third. Stephen Chandler is still out there, he's in 4th. Richard Higgins 5th. So two Class 2 cars in the top 5 now after a few cars ahead of them had pitted. Through the heat haze they come. It is pretty warm here at Silverstone this spring afternoon. Mark Lee continues to set the pace. There's Rob Taylor, the number 46 VW Golf. He'll hand that car over at the stop to Mark Jones. Behind him Alistair Lindsay in the Seat Leon. 24 minutes of this race to go. So we're past half distance. Only a few cars have called into the pits so far. Two Clios came in together, Anton Spires and Ben Colburn. Ben handing over to his brother James. Darren Gerhardt will take over the number 4. Leader coming up to lap the Ferrari of Chris Goddard. Now, I had been told that Richard Dougal was going to take over that car, but it's showing as just Chris Goddard on the timing screen. Alistair Lindsay at the inside there takes Rob Taylor, and up behind them is the 85 BMW. It's getting busy there. That's Ollie Smith, the reigning trophy champion. There he is, he's got past the Golf. 41 in behind them is the Thompson Clio. I think that has been in, hasn't it? Yes, Steve Thompson has just taken over that car. Oh, a spin for Ollie Smith, the reigning champion. I said it was getting a bit busy in there, and Ollie was caught out there coming through Beckett's. Too many cars in too small a space, and the BMW Z4 spun. There's Matty Streets, number 70, I think that is there. Yes, it is. Not yet come in to hand over to Andy Tucker. There is Ollie Smith, he's recovered the Z4. The Intelligent Money sponsored car. See, coming in this time, we'll have a look what's happened there. No, just gave it too much throttle by the look of it. He was lucky not to take anybody out there and spin back across the track. One of the Ginettas taking avoiding action, and Ollie Smith able to recover. There's the number 72, that's Chris Murphy. Regular Aston Martin racer, was out in his new Aston yesterday. There is the number 40, now that is Lucky Kera. Let's see what lap times Lucky's doing. He's in the 1:14s at the moment. The fastest lap of the race has been done by Kevin Clark at the wheel of the number 10 car. He's taken over from Simon Baker, and he's gained 8 places. I know some are thanks to pit stops. Mark Lee has now come in, incidentally. There is Kevin Clark. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 1 minute 12.103. He's passing Charlotte Birch there. He's trying to make his way back up the order. As cars ahead of him come in, Mark Lee is now in the Ginetta, so Matty Streets will take over the lead for Team Brits. There's the BMW, the purple car there. He hasn't come in, so Matty Street will lead this lap. Kester Cook in second place. They're separated by about 2.5 seconds. There is Cook, the green and orange Fiesta. He's in heavy back marker traffic at the moment. That little Fiesta flying along. Stephen Chandler has come in to hand over to Glenn Stokes in the Golf. So they will relinquish the lead of Class 2 to Richard Higgins in the Porsche. Out of the pits comes the McMahon Alfa Romeo there, Giulietta. 2.8 seconds in it between Street and Cook at the line. Richard Higgins now third overall in the Porsche, but all those three of course have yet to stop. 37 has come in, that's Daniel Crossley in his Scirocco. White car with the green grille we've spotted out there. Should have been shared with Steve Walker, but Daniel driving solo. There's the other Team Brit car, number 71 of Luke Pound. He's about to be lapped by the number 70, the race leader. Up to fourth now is the Endurance Clio. Not running in the Clio class, running in Class 2. Andy Mollison, the man on board. And the leader coming in. So number 70, Matty Streets, pulls into the pit lane. Now, is Kester Cook coming in as well, or is he going to lead this lap? No, Cook has come in as well. So Kester Cook, see at top left there, is in the pit lane behind Matty Streets. Now, waiting to see if Richard Higgins comes through, or is he going to come in this lap as well? If not, Richard Higgins will take the lead on track at the moment. It's quite a way back on those ahead of him in classification. There goes Mark Lee. Now Higgins has stayed out, so Richard Higgins now your race leader. He hasn't pitted yet. There's the leader coming through Beckett's, Richard Higgins. Andy Mollison in his Clio is in second place. That's the grey coloured Clio. Higgins with a clear lead now. The gap over the Clio was about 24 seconds last time through. They're all cycling through their pit stops. Chris Goddard has come in the Ferrari. We think he's going to hand over to Richard Dougal. Late addition to the entry list. And up to third was James Black in the number 67 Clio. But Higgins has now come in, so the number 15 Porsche into the pit lane. So the first car that has yet to stop, unless it comes in this time, is Andy Mollison, the Clio number 177. There is Lucky Kera. Now, he's just got past the Golf number 35, Chandler and Stokes. Glenn Stokes now on board. We've got to wait for everything to cycle through, for everybody to make their pit stops and see where everybody comes out. Mollison has come in as well to hand over to Ryan Firth. So the first car that is yet to stop by my reckoning, or has that now come in as well, is James Black. Now he's come in as well to hand over to Richard Colburn. So they're all pitting together, the leading cars, and I think this is going to give Kevin Clark the lead back in number 10. The BMW 1 Series M Coupe. There he is. It's behind the 47 Ginetta. That's the Stuart Gibbons Derek Holden blue and yellow machine. Number 10, really, he's reeling off the fastest laps here. 1 minute 12.091 now for Kevin Clark. He is going to re-inherit the lead when everybody has pitted, by the look of things. There's the 47 Ginetta. That's the I think Gibbons is now on board that car. Yes, I think everybody has now made their pit stops. Just checking with the timing. Yes, they have. So everybody has made their stops. Higgins, Mollison, Black, and the Jones-Taylor Golf, the last to come in. And Ivor Mayers as well, left it fairly late. Okay, so waiting for it to all cycle through now so we can see who is where, but it certainly looks as though it's going to be Kevin Clark who leads in the number 10 car. Mark Lee is likely to be in second place in the Ginetta. Now, what's his gap over Lucky Kera, who will be third? 2.5 seconds. So it's going to be close to second place. Now, let's see what the advantage is going to be for Clark, who's retaken the lead on track now, with the other cars ahead of him having pitted. What's his advantage over Mark Lee going to be? The answer is 16.3 seconds. There they go over the line. There's Lee. Clark's already gone through. So 16.3 seconds is the gap. But Lucky Kera in Jasvir Sapra's BMW is only 2 seconds off Mark Lee's Ginetta. There is the leader coming onto the Hanger Straights, the yellow and white BMW with the blue wing. That is your race leader, Kevin Clark, number 10. Car that started on pole. Great to have Kevin Clark back in action here. He's raced in Britcar with BMWs, mainly with the Z4 over the last few years. Another man who started his career in short oval stock car racing. Also raced Eurocar back in the 90s. Remember those? The space frame Ford Mondeos, along with Barry Lee and the likes of those. Shame that series died out. A bit like British form of NASCAR almost at one time. So Kevin Clark leads in number 10. He's already done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 12.091. He laps the number 2 of Andrew Bentley. Let's have a look at the class leaders now that the pit stops are complete. So Clark and Baker lead Class 1. It's Richard Higgins leading Class 2 in the Porsche. You can see on the right of the screen there. The Colburn brothers lead Class Clio. And Class 3 is led by the Jones-Taylor VW Golf at the moment, but once everything's cycled through after the pit stops, we'll update you further on that. There's a few cars still cycling back onto the timing screen. There's the Golf of Mark Jones, number 46. He's about to be lapped by our race leader. Well, certainly enjoyable stuff, and there's still 14 minutes of it to go. Clark increasing his lead. Lucky Kera has yet to catch Mark Lee for second in the 74. Fourth place, we've got Dave McDonald driving the BMW started by Andy Stocco. Fifth is number 5, Tony Prendergast. He was the first man to make a pit stop in the Scirocco. Richard Higgins is in 6th position. Left it fairly late to make his stop compared to everybody else. He's 6th and leading Class 2 in the Porsche. So that late stop has leapfrogged him ahead of the Golf of Chandler and Stokes. In fact, they're down in 16th, so maybe they had to make some repairs at their pit stop, so that damaged the front end. Kester Cook is 7th in the Fiesta. Then it's Tucker and Streets in the Team Brit BMW. Andy Tucker now on board. Now there's the second place battle. There's Mark Lee. There is Lucky Kera, and Kera tries to get around the outside going into Abbey. That's 4th position. He's caught Mark Lee in the Ginetta. Here comes Lucky. Surely going to get through, not maybe at Village, because there's back marker traffic there. The 75 BMW of George Haynes, relayed by Dave Cox. There's Clinton Ewan in Ollie Smith's car, lapping the Cook family there, the 83 Honda Civic. Oh, and Mark Lee nearly gives Lucky Kera the shoulder there as he took the line out of Chapel, but Kera just gets his foot down and says, I'll take 2nd place if you're going to do that. And Lucky moves up into 2nd place, the man from Walsall in the West Midlands. Now, let's have a look at his pace relative to Kevin Clark. Clark currently lapping in the 112s. Lucky in the low 13s, so I don't think he's going to catch Kevin Clark here. They're separated by nearly 20 seconds now, so Clark is pulling away. And it's looking good for the number 10 BMW. Oh, not looking good there for Mark Lee. Got very sideways coming out of Vale. Maybe pushing the Ginetta just a little bit too hard, his efforts battling with Lucky Kera. Right, now we've cycled through. Let's look at the class leaders. Higgins is on top in Class 2 in the Porsche. It's the Andrew Bentley number 2 Ginetta taken over from Peter Spano, who's in 2nd, the number 2 car. And 3rd in Class 2 is the number 177 Renault Clio, Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth. Ryan currently on board. The Clio class, Ben and James Colburn leading the way there. James is on board. The Thompson's 2nd, Steve Thompson currently behind the wheel. And the 67 car of Richard Colburn running 3rd. In Class 3, Jamie Vinal-Meyer leads the way in the Ginetta G20. That car has led Class 3 from the start. The Jones-Taylor Golf is now down to 2nd, with Mark Jones on board, the Black Golf, and Ivor Mayers in the Mazda MX-5, 3rd in Class 3. There are a couple of retirements. Of course, we lost Brad Kaler and Simon Kera on the first lap. We lost Matt Evans on the first lap as well, but he made it back to the pits with damage. Apparently Paul de Hadre is still running. Now, I thought he didn't take the start. He must have joined in much later. He's only completed 5 laps, according to my timing screen. We've lost the Smart 4.4, unfortunately. That has pulled into the pits. Rob Baker and Jonathan Barrett. They, as we said, had to change the gearbox after qualifying, so maybe further gremlins there. We've got just over 10 minutes of this race to go. Of course, the top 3 in each class will have success penalties. 15 seconds for a class win. You serve an extra 15 seconds at your pit stop in race 2. 10 seconds for 2nd place and 5 seconds for 3rd. Well, there is Kevin Clark, and he's coming up to lap the Class 2 leader, Richard Higgins, who's now 7th, behind Kester Cook. The Fiesta's got through there. Great drive by Kevin Clark. It was only a relatively late entry for this meeting, alongside Simon Baker. Of course, there are points on all 4 classes, so any one of the classes can win the Britcar Trophy title. Looking at the points from last year, Oliver Smith was in what was then known as Class 6 with his BMW. It's Class 2 now, the class is being renamed for this year. Jonathan Barrett was 2nd. We saw him out in the Smart 4.4 earlier on. He was 2nd overall, won Class 7 in his BMW last year, now in the Smart. And Class 5, or Class 1 as it is now, was won last year by Charlie Campbell and Rob Smith in a Peugeot RCZ of all things. Unfortunately, that car was withdrawn from this race, not ready in time. Last year's Clio class champions were the Thompsons, Steve and Aaron. lapping a couple of back markers here, the 47 Stuart Gibbons Ginetta and Kester Cook's Fiesta. So Kevin Clark has lapped everybody up to 6th place overall now, showing the pace of that BMW. There's number 39 Porsche Boxster Richard Bernard. He's had a steady run, no problems at all for him. There is Mark Lee, gunning for a podium place. He's got back ahead of Lucky Kera, in fact, by a considerable margin as well. So Kera has had a moment somewhere. He must have had a moment out of our sight somewhere. Have we lost Lucky? The number 40 BMW is showing as a long way behind Mark Lee on the timing screen. He must have had a moment somewhere out of our sight, or got caught up with the back marker. So Lucky Kera must have had an issue somewhere, because he's quite a way down. We'll see if he comes through this time, see what his lap time is. There is Mark Lee in the Ginetta in 2nd place. Wait and see if he comes through. Oh, and I put the curse of the commentator on number 39. I said that 39 of Richard Bernard was having a steady run in the Amigo Motorsport Boxster, and he's broken down. Sorry, Richard. Okay, Lucky Kera has come through, but he's nearly 11 seconds down on Mark Lee, so he's had an issue somewhere. Maybe he had an off passing some back markers. So he's still going, that's the main thing. Now, let's have a look at his pace compared to Mark Lee. He's lapping about a second a lap quicker at the moment than the Ginetta, Lucky Kera. Now, how long have we got to go? 6 minutes. Second a lap quicker. I don't think he's going to catch the Ginetta and retake second. There is the BMW. No signs of any damage to it. Chasing Alistair Lindsay's Seat. The Marshals recovering the Boxster of Richard Bernard. He was running just outside the top 20, but he's out of the race. Great shame for Amigo Motorsport. The lead gap is now up to 24 seconds for the number 10 of Kevin Clark, because there's Stephen Chandler. Glenn Stokes, rather, now on board that car, having taken over, battling with Ivan Mayers in the Mazda MX-5, the Paul Sheard run car. Sheard, based in Congleton in Cheshire, the leading specialist in Mazda MX-5 race preparation in the UK. Lindsay, raced last season and for several seasons before it in a Mark II Golf GTI. Where is that Golf in Class 2 now? It's in 6th in class. Still a few close battles on track. Stokes being chased by Charlotte Birch in her Ginetta. There's the leader, Kevin Clark, in the aircon4home.co.uk car, slapping Steve Cook in his Honda Civic. There's our Class 3 leader, Jamie Vinelmeyer, the little Ginetta. Number 8 Boxster, we saw that have a problem earlier on. Lee Smart now handed over to Kevin Hancock. Lucky Kera is pushing on to try and catch Mark Lee up again. He's just done the best second sector of all, 29.2 seconds for the second sector. He's got the gap down to just over 7.5 seconds. I think he might run out of time though, because there's only 4 minutes left on the clock for him to catch Mark Lee for second place. Still need 1,000 likes before lunch. Haven't quite got it on YouTube yet. It's great to see 1,500 of you watching. Thanks a lot for watching on today. Going towards the end of our first Britcar trophy race of the day. Can Lucky Kera catch Jasper Sapra is the only real question now. In the class battle, still leading Class 2 is Higgins, ahead of Bentley. About 7 seconds up on Andrew Bentley's Ginetta. Problems there for the Golf, number 46 of Mark Jones. Had a spin at Abbey. He was second in Class 3. He's down to third now behind Ivan Mayers as a result of that. He may have lost out to Steve Cook as well in the Honda. Baker continues, as Clark rather, continues to monster the back markers past the Woodard family BMW Mini. Sponsored by the Bucket Manufacturing Company, that BMW Mini. Makers of buckets for excavators. A little bit of a lock up there from Kevin Clark, but he's under no real threat here. He's leading by 25.5 seconds over Mark Lee's Ginetta. The gap is down to 5 seconds for second place. Surely he can't, Lucky Kera can't catch Mark Lee in the just over 2 minutes we've got left. He'll try though. Tenacious racer is Lucky, very successful over the last few years. Dave McDonald with Andy Stokoe's BMW number 7 still fourth. Class 1 cars locking out the top 6 places. Richard Higgins is 7th, leading Class 2. The Colburn brothers are heading for Clio victory. They're in 10th place overall. Great effort by James and Ben. Class 3 is still being led by the Griffiths and Vinelmeyer. Ginetta well clear of Ivan Mayers in the Mazda. I think he may actually be a full lap ahead of him. There's Kester Cook, good steady run as always in the Fiesta, 6th position. There's Richard Higgins, he's heading for Class 2 victory. He'll have the 15-second success penalty for race 2. Puff of smoke there from the Porsche. He's got the team Britcar behind him. That's Andy Tucker. Can he take 7th overall? They're in different classes, of course. 1 minute to go. I think they'll just get one more lap out of this. Coming up on the Scirocco there. The 37 being driven by Daniel Crossley. Crossley goes onto the grass as he tries to get out of the way there. So coming round to start his final lap this time, leading by over 28 seconds, Kevin Clark. The gap to second has come down a little more, 4.7 seconds now in it between Lee and Kera. There's the 41 Clio, reigning Clio champion, Steve and Aaron Thompson. 10 seconds on the clock, so we will wait and see. Is the checkered flag going to go out this time? Will they get one more lap out of this? Clock flicked to 0 just as he came over the line there, but we will get one more lap. One more lap for Lucky Kera to try and close that gap to Mark Lee. But a great drive by first Simon Baker, followed by Kevin Clark in the Woodrow run BMW 1 Series M Coupe. Baker battling superbly for the lead early on with Jasper Sapra and Mark Lee. When Kevin Clark took over, reeled off the fastest laps in the early laps of his stint. Fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 12.091. Over 33 seconds up now, and meanwhile Kera has got the gap down to Mark Lee was slow on that last lap. He's only done a 1:17, so Kera's got the gap down to 1.5 seconds. We could see a change for second place here. Maybe Kera can do it. We will wait and see. But it's going to be a win for Simon Baker and Kevin Clark for Woodrow Racing. Here they come out of the final corner. There's the checkered flag, and the BMW 1 Series M Coupe wins it. Now, where's our second place battle? Where is Mark Lee, the Ginetta? Who's it going to be in second place over the line? Will Lucky Kera have caught him? They've got the gap down to 1.5 seconds at the end of the penultimate lap. Here he comes. Yeah, Kera's there with him, but I think Mark Lee is going to hang on. Here they are, up to the line. Mark Lee hangs on for second place, only just ahead of a very determined Lucky Kera. 0.8 of a second he got the gap down to. I think Mark Lee made a mistake on the penultimate lap or lost time in back markers, but he holds second place. Fourth position will go to Andy Stocco and Dave McDonald in car number 7. Fifth, and a lap behind, Tony Prendergast in the number 5 VW Scirocco. Class 2 will be won by Richard Higgins in his Porsche 996. 7th place overall, finishing behind Kester Cook in the Fiesta. The top 10 completed by Andy Tucker and Matty Street in the Team Britcar. Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley 9th in their Ginetta, 2nd in Class 2, and 10th place well done to the Clio winners Ben and James Colburn. Great effort to get into the overall top 10 from them. Class 3 dominated by Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinelmeyer in the Ginetta G20. They finished 16th overall, 2 laps down on our overall race winner, and a lap ahead of 2nd in Class 3, the Mazda of Ivor Mares. Brilliant effort, dominated by the Ginetta G20. There's your class results. Baker and Clark, Lee and Sapra and Kera. Class 1 was Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth in the Clio, who took 3rd in Class 2 behind Higgins and Spano and Bentley. Clio's top 3, the Colburn brothers, ahead of the Thompson family, and Richard Colburn, that's Colburn Senior, sharing with James Black, taking 3rd. Griffiths and Vinelmeyer win Class 3 ahead of Ivor Mares and the Cook family in their Honda Civic. Great racing from the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category, as always. Simon Baker and Kevin Clark who kick off the season with victory in the Woodrow BMW. Here's your results confirmed then. 33.6 seconds, the winning margin in the end for Baker and Clark. And Mark Lee only just holding off Lucky Kera by less than a second for second place at the finish. The only other car on the lead lap, Stocco and McDonald's BMW. Tony Prendergast a lap down in 5th in the Scirocco, then Kester Cook in 6th. Richard Higgins a class-winning 7th in his Porsche. Tucker and Street, Spano and Bentley, and the Colburns completing the top 10. The Colburns win the Clio class. Dave Cox and George Haynes in 11th, ahead of Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth. Daniel Crossley's Scirocco in 13th, ahead of the Thompsons, and the Woodards in their Mini Challenge car completing the top 15. '16th went to the Class 3 winners, Griffiths and Vinelmeyer. Chris Goddard 17th in his Ferrari. Colburn and Black next, then the Chandler and Stokes VW Golf, which dropped back in the closing stages, ahead of Charlotte Birch surviving a spin. It was Jay Morton and Miles Lacey next in their Clio, then Alistair Lindsay, Chris Murphy and Roland Hopkins. Ivor Mares second in Class 3, ahead of the Cooks in their Honda Civic. Reigning champion Ollie Smith only 11th in class with Clinton Ewan in his new BMW Z4. Then the Jones Taylor Golf, the BMW of Luke Pound, the Team Britcar. Then McMahon in the Alfa Giulietta, completing the top 30, the Gibbons and Holden Ginetta. That concludes the first Britcar race of the day. Then we'll see them back out at around 4:40 p.m. for our second race. We'll make a note of the success penalties as well for you, and hopefully get the starting drivers before race 2. Well, down in Parc Ferme, Steve Jameson is ready to catch up with our race winners from our Britcar Trophy Opener.
Here in Parc Ferme with our race winner. Simon, that was an amazing race to watch, a fantastic drive from yourself. How did it feel out there? Did it feel as good as it looked to us?
Yeah, the car was mega, there was no issues at all. It's a great little car to drive, and it had great aero and great power, so I couldn't ask for any more. Brilliant.
It's an amazing grid out there for the Britcar and the trophy this season. Everyone obviously was behind you, but you always knew that challenge was going to come if you dropped even a second off.
Yeah, that's it. You can't afford to let your concentration drop at all. You've got to keep going. I mean, the lads are saying they've got a decent lead, but you know, you'll only make a mistake if you slow off, so you just keep going.
It's a long weekend for everyone, but how much are you enjoying being back here? It seems like it's been a long old winter, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. I mean, it's been especially a long time for me and Britcar. I've been out of it now for a couple of years, so yeah, really enjoying coming back, and really enjoying it. I mean, it's the best racing there is.
And not a bad return, hey?
No, it's very good.
Well, we'll let you grab your trophy. We'll let you enjoy the celebrations. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So well done indeed to our Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category drivers. We'll see them back out at the end of the programme. We're now going into the lunch break. The first race after lunch will be at around 10 to 1, so just over half an hour's time. Classic Touring Car Racing Club Laser Tools pre-93 and Simply Service pre-2003 touring cars. Then it'll be over to Andy and Paul to take you through the Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup with Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Then we're back with the classic touring cars, the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder plus the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons, the Dunlop Mini 7s for a 20-minute thrash, and then we repeat the pre-93 and 03 touring cars, then Volkswagen Racing Cup with the Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK, Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons after that, and then the Britcar boys and girls are back out for the second trophy category race of the day. Well, taking our lunch break for just over half an hour now, and in the meantime we have an interview which was recorded pre-season to show you with one of our Britcar drivers. So while you enjoy your lunch, we'll be back with you in about half an hour and enjoy an interview with Britcar star Will Powell.
My name is Will Powell. I'm the driver of the number 11 Moorgate Finance McLaren GT3 run by us here at Motors One.
Awesome. And what started racing for you? How long have you been doing it for?
Most of my life. I didn't do karting. I was too big for karting, so I got put on the rugby field. But as soon as I was big enough to make my own decisions, we were out racing in anything we could afford to race. So a bit different from some in that way, but I guess as an adult that makes it 15, 16 years of racing in one thing or another.
And what sparked that passion? You mentioned like you wanted to race, so what made you want to race?
That's a really good question. I don't know is the truth. I don't come from a racing family. My parents never came to watch us, even because my dad in particular was terrified of me racing. But no, it's always been something that I want to do and always been passionate about. I remember watching British touring cars in the 90s and the Super Tour era and Formula One in the era of Mansell and Hill and Senna. And I guess it's gone from there.
Yeah, pretty good role models to start with, eh?
Yeah.
So in terms of your racing background, you mentioned you didn't start with cars. What was your first race? Can you remember it?
Wow, I think the first thing I raced was a Fiesta, a Mark II Fiesta. If you don't count, blitzing round ring roads in provincial southern England when I'm a kid, I'm guessing you don't count that. Or a tricycle. But yeah, first proper race was Fiesta. And then pretty quickly, I was really taken in the 90s with the MR2. You remember the MR2s? They still do it actually. They're still a class flat, mid-engined and rear drive, no grip whatsoever. So I think we were doing that quite quick, which taught me a bit of car control, if nothing else.
Yeah, and what do you remember from that first race in the Fiesta? Because if it was your first race, bit of nerves for your butterflies, or were you just itching to get going?
I remember going straight into the back of somebody in the first corner and taking them off and being terrified the rest of the race, what they'd say to me afterwards. But as I had a novice cross on, I think they let me go, but I got a bollocking from the clerk anyway. The second one I think went a bit better from memory, but it's a long time ago.
And obviously you've gone from Ford Fiesta to what you're driving now. And talk us a little bit through the car, because it is stunning.
That's a great car. We're very lucky that we've been able to put a package together to get out in the GT3 in this season. I've been fortunate in recent seasons between the Brabham, the Ginetta and the McLaren to be out in some really, really nice dream machinery. You could never have dreamt to be having the opportunity to race it. But it's the previous generation GT3 compared with the current models that are racing in British GT. But for endurance racing in Britcar and the way the championship's structured with the Beckley and the class models, that's perfect. For driving with Dave Scaramanga, my co-driver this year, he's on a really fast journey up through the GT ranks and GT4 last year, and now GT3. It makes sense for him in many ways to start with the previous gen GT3 and go on from there, we hope, from a cost as well as a performance perspective. But that car's it's an animal, and it should be really competitive and really up there. It looks fantastic as well, and of course the McLaren badge, when you've got it in front of you on the steering wheel, and it's evocative and a bit of a dream. So yeah, we can't wait for 2021.
And we're actually here at the garage today. It's still, the final preparations are still being put to it as we speak right now.
Yeah.
You haven't even had a chance to drive it yet. How excited are you to sit for the first time behind that iconic steering wheel?
Well, super excited. Our first test date is actually on my birthday, so that's going to be a nice little birthday present. I think that's not deliberate, but it's worked out like that. So if the first test goes well, I'll have a good day, and if it doesn't, then I don't know, maybe it'll ruin it. But I can't see how it won't go well. The car's well proven in previous championships that it's raced in with other teams. We've had the opportunity to really go through it and prepare it really well. I've got some great guys on the team who know their way around that kind of machine, and yeah, I've got every confidence that we'll be able to make the most of it and have a really competitive season.
I just want to touch back on a story you sort of alluded to a moment ago about the Brabham, and that was the last time you raced, I believe. So it's a crazy story from hearing a little bit about it.
Yeah.
How did it first of all come about? What was the sort of intro to it, and then also what was the whole experience like?
That was a fantastic experience. You know, as a pro driver, it was an ideal experience really, because you're able to, with a brand like Brabham and a name like Brabham, and of course with David Brabham, and a bit of a motorsport legend, to come back to the championship and to motorsport in general with a name like that was a dream, and to be a little part of history was absolutely fantastic. So yeah, no, it was a really good experience. It came about because at Motus One we're a race team, but we're also a motorsport consultancy, so we've been working with David and his Australian business partners for some time in the revival of Brabham Automotive and everything else that they're doing. And that was over in Adelaide, and particularly in taking that car and making it into a race car. So I was helping them on the marketing side, the sales side, and eventually in development driving, which became a big part of what we were doing. And then the opportunity came up with the guys at Britcar, and also with the support of Goodyear, who are the series sponsor, to go and put it in its first race much earlier than planned, as the development work had gone so well. So off we went, and we won, which was, you know, above everyone's expectation. And it was a freezing cold, rainy November night, racing into the dark in you know, a 750 grand prototype GT car. So it was a little bit of a stressful weekend from that point of view, but the outcome was fantastic, and one I'll always remember.
And it was obviously supposed to go on a little bit longer, wasn't it? The plan was to race that last year, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, a private owner who took the car on was originally going to race it in Britcar. That didn't happen due to COVID. The manufacturer's been locked down with parts and other things in Australia and Goodyear. So no, it hasn't happened, but I'm sure that one way or another, the Brabham will be back in Britcar at some point.
And it leads us nicely to actually talk about last season. Obviously, the year in general was wild for everyone, no matter what you were involved in. But for the motorsport scene, it was particularly bad in terms of getting races on, events happening, drivers out on the track. What was as you look back on 2020 now in the rear view, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, look, we've got to have it in context, haven't we? 2020 was obviously an awful year, a survival year from everyone's point of view, and in motorsport. And then when we did get going, we had a very compressed season into a few months, so very difficult and challenging. But you know, let's get it into context. People have been losing their lives. The NHS workers on the front line have been stretched beyond belief. You know, and so in that sense, you know, we've been very lucky that the biggest thing we've had to worry about is not doing what we all love, which is racing. And that in some ways in 2021 we're able to get back to it as quickly as we can. So you know, when you don't have something, or when something's not as easy as it normally is, makes you realise sometimes how lucky you are and how much you love it and how much you want to be around it. And everybody at this business, that's been their attitude. It's felt like we've had a long winter, and now we're coming back to it, but at the same time feeling very fortunate to be in a position to go racing again this year.
And in terms of what happened out on the track last year, how do you look back on?
Well, last year was a learning year, I think, certainly for the team. We had a Ginetta G55 GT4, which was a nice car, but it came to us about a week before the first race, again, all as a result of COVID and the product of COVID. Didn't get to test it, didn't get to do a lot with it. My co-driver Dave Scaramanga put himself on, in the hot seat really, and in the firing line, because Dave had previously only raced saloons at Castle Coombe. A lot of experience on track days, a lot of experience driving fast cars, but he was turning up at circuits, and it was the first time he'd been around them in a few cases. Certainly not a car that he knew well. And the Ginetta, say what you want about it, you can get a good lap time out of it, but to do that, you've got to really be driving it on the limit. It's not the most friendly car. It's not the most sophisticated car in terms of what it does to help you. So I think Dave had a real job on his hands last year, but all of that has taught him, the team, and me a lot, and gelled us together, working together for the first year. So I think a learning year is how I would describe last year, going into 2021.
And in terms of what you expect out of 2021, is it something you guys do as a team, is set goals and targets for races, or do you just try and prep the car and the driver as best as you possibly can and just turn up on race week and try and handle it as it comes, or do you try and think, right, this is the one we're going to target, this many championship points?
Well, look, Dave's expectation as our client is very clear, and that's that we're going for the championship. We've been preparing here as best we can around the restrictions. We've got a driver gym facility upstairs, and Lee Caps, who works with our drivers and me on conditioning. We've got a sim room where we've been training. We've got a good testing program which starts in a couple of weeks and leads up to the start of the season. So look, we're doing everything we can, and certainly we're in a much better place than we were last season in terms of that preparation. So the goals are clear, and that's to be contending for the endurance category championship when we get to the end of the season.
And just being around the facility, actually, you talked about the stuff like the gym, the simulation room. Is that stuff that's come in almost as a learning experience from last year, or have you just tried to amp that up for 2021? It's
something we've always done. We try and bring a rigour and the process that it's maybe more akin to perhaps a higher level championship than Britcar is often considered to be. But what we have found is that the quality is so high in Britcar now, both in terms of drivers, cars and teams, and our colleagues and friends that are in the paddock with us, that you've got to take that next step if you want to be competitive. Everybody else is going to be doing exactly the same thing. So while sims and conditioning has always been something we've looked at, maybe in our work with Brabham, maybe in some of the single-seater championships we've been involved in some aero cars, etc. We've got to bring that into Britcar now, we really do, because the championship is, every year the level goes up in terms of quality and of competition. So that's what we're bringing, and that's our approach, and that's across the board, including in Britcar.
What is it about Britcar that brings you to it?
Yeah, well, this year we'll run as Motus One 3 cars across Britcar's endurance and trophy championships. We also manage 2 drivers who are in the Praga category, Miles Lacey and Ash Dibden. We've been working with Praga to bring them into the championship. We've got the McLaren, as we mentioned, and we've also got a Seat Cupra TCR in Class 4, so and a Clio in the trophy category, the Cup car that's behind me. So, that's 5 touch points with Britcar, and just this season alone, and I think that probably says a lot about our view of the championship and the quality of driving, the circuits that we go to, the format, and the way we can all approach the championship, that we believe in it, that we support it, and that we've only got positive things to say about it moving forward. We've put our money where our mouth is, and we've come back for another season, and as I say, we've bought 2 additional cars and been involved in 2 driver deals, elsewhere on the grid. So we're here to stay. We're doing a lot of our customer businesses in Britcar and through Britcar, and it's a key part of our offering in Championship. So yeah, very positive and supportive of Britcar.
And what makes Britcar that draw? What is it specifically about it, maybe compared to other organisations that you're very familiar with?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a number of smart things that Britcar have done. Partly, one of them's the range of GT, but also TCR machinery. We've got a big touring car division we can operate at Britcar. The division between endurance and trophy, so that you've got a sensible divide and most rounds between speed of vehicles and competition. That's smart. The fact that we're getting a race day, qualifying 2 endurance length races in one day is key, because that allows us to make the championship offering much more cost effective to our clients than others. So all of these factors are key. We're at the right circuits that people want to race at. This year we've got a 2-hour special to look forward to at Silverstone Grand Prix, I believe. So that's fantastic, and we're also very glad to see the night race back at Brands. I've won that before in the Brabham, and this year we'll do that in the TCR. So that's a unique and interesting offering that we can be part of as a team, and that our clients want to be part of. So there's a number of factors, not just any one thing, but on that basis that Britcar works for us.
In terms of what an average race weekend looks like for you, I'd imagine there might not be one, but if you can take us through, for example, maybe what the first race weekend looks like for you, because you've got so many involvements here, there and everywhere with different cars, drivers, everything, and also yourself to look after as well. So take us through a race weekend.
Sure. Well, a race weekend for me it's our busy time in Britcar. We've got, so on an endurance, on a test day, the first test day, we'll have 3 cars out. So I've got a dual role, one as team boss and customer liaison manager, if you like, to make sure everyone's happy, but also as driver. What I've learned is that when I turn up, and this is why I have good people around me here at Motus One, as driver, then I'm no longer team boss. So it doesn't work to do both roles. So I hand over to the very experienced people that I've got, and I'm just another driver. They tell me and talk to me in the way that you'd expect. Obviously, if there's an issue that I need to resolve, then we do. But generally speaking, that doesn't happen. So I approach a Britcar weekend in driver mode. I increasingly let go of my other roles and my business roles and running Motus One, and start doing what I'm told and focusing on my performance.
Because I've got freeing for you in a way.
Hugely. Racing is
So it already seems like an escape, right? The idea of motor racing. You turn up on a weekend, you just get to bezz around the track at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It seems like that escapism, but for you, I feel like it's not quite a full escape. That you go from one role at the head where you've got to think about so many things to just thinking about one thing.
Yeah, if everything's gone right in the planning, then I'm able to do that, and it is an escape. It is, but at the same time, the escape comes from being fully focused on delivering and performance, and that brings its own pressures and stress, most of which my wife has to help me deal with. And she gets it most of the weekend from me. I'm not the most fun person to be around when we're having a bad weekend. I don't think anyone that's a racer is. But yes, you're right. We get a sense of escapism from it, and it's nice to not have to manage every other little thing. But I'm lucky, and I've got good people that work for me and good people that are running the operation here. That I can do that, and I can still drive and still be part of it, especially in a car like the McLaren GT3, that you need to fully focus on that to get it right.
You mentioned your wife there. It comes with you every race weekend, I'm hearing, and
she does.
Crucial part of the team.
Massive part of the team. She's essentially working full time over a race weekend. She'll be helping me organise, run everything, look after people. She gets involved with the hospitality. She even cooks for all the team and mechanics sometimes, and basically sorts stuff out so I can focus on the driving. But also, she has to look after me, making sure my head's in the right place, and that's critical. It is teamwork at the end of the day, and she takes a lead role in that. So if I need 10 minutes to myself on the motorhome, I can have it and know that she's sorting everything else out, and you know, people are getting what they need elsewhere. So yeah, plays a massive role. It's you know, it's a business in that respect, and it's as much work for her over the weekend as it is. And unfortunately, if it's a bad weekend, then she has to put up with me driving the motor home all the way home as well in a terrible mood. So it's probably even worse for her than it is for everybody else.
And in terms of, you mentioned that you didn't come from a racing background or a racing family, and racing for sure seems to be a familial thing. You know, it seems to be passed down the generations. Do you feel like you've now almost found that within your present a sort of racing family?
I think that's probably true, yeah. I mean, look, I never really gave it much thought. It was only once I was here that I realised that a lot of people, it gets passed down from father to son, or whatever it might be, or mother to daughter, or you know, there's usually a family involvement. But I guess you've got to start somewhere, right? You know, you've got to start one if you don't have one. So yeah, this is all we do. It's all we think about. It's 365 days a year for us. Even in the off season, there's a lot of work gone in, and you're right. You know, the people that we work with here are also some of my best mates, and you're right. We do create a little family here, and as you say, there's some truth in it gets passed down, but I think the barrier to entry in motorsport is increasingly going down, and if someone like me can build something in it, then you know, I'd say anybody can.
Are you hoping to be that sort of patient zero for your generation, maybe the lineage to start?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, if
you're a bit more hands off, you'll let them make the choice.
Yeah, I don't think you can push kids. I see, you know, I see a bit of pushy parents in all sorts of sports. You know, whether it's rugby, football, karting, or whatever. And I don't necessarily think that's healthy. You know, obviously it would be no bad thing to have that and something that we could support, but I think you've got to let kids follow their own path, haven't you, and let them do what they want to do. But if that's motor racing, then that's a lot easier for me to support than I don't know, ballet. I'm not particularly good on my toes, but we'll see.
Last couple of things I wanted to ask you, and I've not directly asked you this about the McLaren. Obviously, you've not raced it, but say for example the Brabham, what is the best thing about racing these hypercars? What do you love most about it?
Well, the best thing about racing the hypercars, the fast cars, but actually the best thing about racing almost anything is going door to door with somebody. That's what I love. That's why I'm here. I love that feeling of being door handle to door handle with somebody and racing hard. That's what it's all about for me. Hard and clean, obviously, ideally. No one likes to have contact, but that competitive edge, and yeah, that makes you feel alive. That brings out hopefully the best in everybody. Sometimes it goes right, sometimes it goes wrong, and sometimes you win the races as a result of it. But that's the thrill. That's the exciting bit. That race and that door to door, close quarters action, which you do get in Britcar. That's what we're here for.
And in terms of what you're most looking forward to when you get back to it at the start of this next season, is that the thing that you're most looking forward to, or is it something else?
I wouldn't say you actively seek it out, but I certainly think there is a zone that you go to in a race. It's a subconscious thing, and you get out of the habit of that in the off season. So getting back into race mode and getting the blinkers on and just focusing on that and that high level of competition, it's like nothing else that I've ever experienced anywhere else, and you know, that's certainly something I'm looking forward to getting back to.
And for those watching at home, how would you describe yourself as a racer? What should they look out for? Both maybe in terms of the car and you as a driver.
Well, the car, the McLaren it's got a lot of power compared with something like a Praga. So I reckon we'll be competing with a lot of these Pragas, which are lightweight aero cars. So I think you'll get a lot of diversity in terms of the competition. You know, it's a big car, McLaren, even for a GT car, it's really wide. It's got a lot of power. The way you're going to be driving it is to get it stopped, get it rotated with this mid-engine configuration and really drive it out the corners, whereas something like a Prague is half the weight, a lot more aero. They're going to be carrying their speed through the corners, so you're going to see a lot of differences there. In terms of my style, it's hard to tell, but I always get told I'm aggressive. I'll make moves on people and try things and try and make that work, and you know, that's one way to go on that. With if anything, coming from a bit of touring car racing background, we've toned that down for endurance racing, but it's still in there. So maybe watch out for a few moves if we get to make them.
We spoke about what an average weekend looks like for you. Now, obviously, that encompasses 1,001 things, right? But who helps get you out there on the track?
Well, we don't go racing without our clients. So Dave Scaramanga has shown incredible faith in our business and in me personally. I've always driven with him, and he's going on a GT journey. So I'll always be grateful to him for the faith and commitment that he's shown. And I know he'll say, well, he enjoys it and it's what he wants to be doing, and it works well. But we've got to be thankful for these guys that are prepared to put their money where their mouth is and put themselves on the line and go racing at this level. So Dave, of course, but also our sponsors. Moorgate Motorsport Finance could have picked any team in the paddock to be part of and to join up with. They're a big name in terms of finance and lending for race cars and trucks and anything else. But they're working with us, and there's a reason for that. We work well with them, so grateful for their support this year with Moorgate. And also Goodyear. Goodyear, I've driven for Goodyear directly in the Brabham, but pleased to be part of a Goodyear series again, and thank them for their ongoing support of the series and of us.
Well, good afternoon, race fans. Welcome back to sunny Silverstone on this spring afternoon here on BARC TV. We'll shortly be getting back underway with the next race on our schedule in a few minutes' time, the CTCRC Laser Tools Pre-93 and Simply Serviced Pre-03 touring cars. Then it'll be over to Andy and Paul to take us through the Maximum Networks VW Racing Cup, along with the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Classic Touring Car Racing Club are back on the schedule then with the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder cars, along with Blue Oval Saloon Series, sponsored by Burton Power. And then the Mini 7 Racing Club are back with the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge for 20 minutes. More Pre-93 and Pre-03 cars after that for their second race then. Back to the VW Racing Cup Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Second race for the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons at 4:10. And we close out with the second race for the cars we saw just before lunch, the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. So about to get back underway then. In a few minutes' time we will have our first classic touring car race of the day. We saw some of their other classes yesterday. Big grids for them. We should have 32 cars for this next race, all being well. Thanks for all your support on YouTube. Nearly 1,000 of you watching, and we've passed 1,000 likes. We got that just before lunch. We got 1,000 likes by lunch. Coming back after a lunch break for our marshals, recovery crews, medics and so on at the circuit. We could not go racing without them. Thank you to them for their efforts. Some pretty spectacular cars coming out for our next race then. I'll be out of the assembly area in just a few minutes' time to line up on the grid to start on time at 12:50 PM. Don't forget, we're next live on BARC TV in a fortnight's time from Snetterton in Norfolk, May the 8th and 9th, the dates for that one. We'll have a quick look forward to what you will see at that meeting. It's on the full Snetterton 300 circuit. We'll have the Britcar Endurance and Trophy categories are out again at that one. We will also have the Mini 7s and Miglias, the Junior Saloon cars, the Caterham Graduates Championship, and also the British Supercarts as well. And as I said earlier, if you've not seen British Supercart racing before, then you really do have a treat coming up. 250 and 450cc engines based on motocross motorcycle engines. Mounted in carts, they do 140 miles an hour in a straight line. Would you want to do 140 miles an hour in something that small and that close to the ground? I'm not sure I would. They're certainly braver than I am. Hopefully you've managed to grab some lunch during the break or a cup of tea, and then we will be getting underway very shortly with the classic touring cars. We'll take chance to run through the grid before the cars head out so we can go through everybody. Pole position for our combined race. Next up is the reigning Prix 2003 champion AJ Owen in his Honda Civic, and the Prix 93 champion has qualified alongside him, David Griffin, the Australian-born driver, in his BMW. So the two champions will be sharing the front row. There was a bit of confusion in qualifying as well over who was driving the Jägermeister liveried orange number 9 BMW. I got it listed as Graham Myers. It's actually Ray West, who's been racing classic saloons for many years, mainly in BMWs. He's taken over Graham Myers' car this weekend. He's on the second row alongside Gary Preble in his Honda Civic. Third row, Don Hughes in his Peugeot 306, and Dean Forward in the beautiful Ford Sierra Cosworth, the Eggenberger Texaco replica. Fourth row, Dan Thackeray in his Honda alongside Andy Cripps in a BMW. Fifth row, Russell Dack in his BMW Compact alongside John Peerless in another Honda Civic. On the sixth row, we've got the first of the Prix 93 Class A Jaguars, James Ram at the wheel of that one, the reigning Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Series champion, alongside Ross Craig in his Honda. The seventh row, Phil Wright in the Castrol Civic alongside Charles Coppock in his Jaguar XJS. Then the eighth row, Kerry Lewis and Cam Tunio, both in Honda Civics. Ninth row, two Jags, Michael Seaborn in the XJ40, David Howard in the XJ12. Behind them, on the 10th row, David Nixon with his Rover Tomcats, and Ben Mason alongside him in a BMW Compact. 11th row, we've got Vic Hope, number 51, with his Honda Civic, alongside Jamie Primmett in a similar car, mainly Honda Civics in the Prio 3 category today. The 12th row, the Alfa Romeo 155 of Jamie Thwaites, alongside Ian Knight in a VW Golf. 13th row, Frank Pettit in a Renault Clio alongside Mark Finney's Vauxhall Astra GTE. 14th row, Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools liveried BMW E30, similar car of Jake Margulies alongside him. The penultimate row, Ian Bauer in his BMW, had a few problems in qualifying I think. Alongside John Hillier. John Hillier in something a bit different, a BMW E36 Touring, yes, an estate car. Look out for that towards the back. 16th row, number 80, which is Phil Dicker in his Ford Fiesta, and 51, Mike Dugdale, not Vic Hope, clash of number there. It's Mike Dugdale, number 51, in his BMW, who had problems in qualifying. And on the back of the grid, we should hopefully see 114 Steve Barber. He didn't make it out for qualifying, unfortunately, so hopefully we can add him to the back of the grid. One car we won't see out, unfortunately, is the championship sponsor of the Simply Serviced Prix 03 touring cars. The owner of Simply Service, Simon Beeman, we'd hope to see him out in his Escort RS 2000 Maxi. Unfortunately, he had an accident testing here at Silverstone during the week, and while Simon is okay, the car is not, sadly, so that car needing repairs ahead of the next round of the championship, and Simon's had to sit this weekend out, which is a great shame. I'm sure he's here this weekend lending his support to the championship, the series sponsor, through his business Simply Serviced, based down in Colchester. Before we get this race underway, have the cars out on track very shortly. I'll hand down to the pits for a couple of interviews with Steve Jameson.
All right, in the paddock with Ross Craig ahead of the CTRCs this afternoon. Ross, we walked into the paddock, and the first thing that struck us was the livery on this car. It's absolutely amazing. First of all, though, how did this morning go for you?
Yeah, it was mega this morning. It's the quickest I've ever been around here. We made a few changes over the winter. The boys at 10 Sport Performance did a cracking job on the car. I gave it to them before Christmas and picked it up. We went for a test a couple of weeks ago, and the car felt quick. This morning we went 2.5 seconds quicker than we've ever been around here, and the car felt like it was on rails. It was sideways everywhere, but it was handleable, manageable. Looking forward to the race this afternoon.
Well, I think it's just with all the Go Faster stripes that you've got on it. Hey, there's quite a few. Talk us through the story of this, because it's really distinctive, and it does make you stand out on the track.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we had a bit of a damage. We had a bit of an accident at Donington Park a couple of years ago. And the guys at 10 Sport then managed to turn the car around really quickly and get it out, but the problem was I had panels of 6 different colours on the car, and we needed to make it look a bit neater, so we managed to get it wrapped in the white and black livery on the front end to start with, and then over a couple of weeks it went off to a company over in Swaffham called Uncle Luke's Silent Sticker Shop, who actually did the vinyl originally, and then from there we've really progressed into making the rest of the car the same, and making the helmet the same as well. So.
And what are your expectations for this afternoon? Because I'd imagine the first thing is it's just nice to be back racing again. What are your hopes to get it out on the track?
Yeah, it's fantastic being out racing. I mean, we come away as a family. My dad races in Thunder as well, so we come away as a family racing. So it's nice to spend some time with the family primarily. But secondly, I'm just looking to hold on to the car, make sure we don't make any silly mistakes. The top 10 would be nice. Somewhere in the top 5 of the class would be nice. But you know what? It's just so nice being back out in the car and back out on the circuit. Just being out there on the circuit's great. So
I wish you all the very best luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, if this car looks familiar to you, that's because we saw it at the Jags yesterday, but the 393 is today. A busy weekend for you, Richard.
Yeah, no, it's nice to try and get as much track time as possible, especially when haven't been racing for so long. And, we got a good deal to be invited to this series as well. Yeah, a bit different mix of cars out there, which is good fun.
How did yesterday go for you in hindsight?
Yesterday it was really fun. The second race was brilliant. I still my tyres were going off a bit, but just had a great battle. There's 3 of us going 3 abreast rounds on the corner. 3 Jags going round corners together. It was a bit hairy. But today, unfortunately, my dad wasn't racing today, so I picked his tyres, which are better. So in qualifying, I've gone about 2 seconds quicker. So it proves my point that my tyres were going off. They didn't believe me.
No, you're always right when it comes to that son-dad relationship. It's something that's really special and something we see all the time. How nice is it to come racing with the family again?
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, the last few years I haven't been able to do that much racing because my work has got in the way of it. But this year, there's quite a few rounds I can do, so I'm looking forward to it. And some more good races with my dad.
I wish you all the very best luck for this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Best of luck.
Good to hear from a couple of the drivers there. Marshall's on the grid, so the cars will be coming out very shortly. We've given you the grid for the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars and Simply Service Pre-03 touring cars. It's had a message come in from Ava Turner. Hello to you, Ava, who's supporting her brother Ollie Turner, racing in the VW Racing Cup today. I'll be out to the race after this, the Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup, and Ollie has set class pole in that race, fastest of the Volkswagen Racing Cup cars on his debut, the former Ford Fiesta racer and ex-Fiesta Junior champion. We'll hear from Andy and Paul, their commentary team, a little later on after this race. So good to hear from you, Ava, watching with her boyfriend Zach down in Worcestershire. Good luck to Ollie in his race a little later on. Sun shining on Silverstone then, the cars being led to the grid at the moment. AJ Owen on pole, looking to retain his Pre-03 touring car title. Won it by a fairly clear margin last year ahead of Simon Beamont. Third in their points was Steve Barber. Hopefully we'll see him out at the back of the grid. He's raced various classic touring cars before, including a Ford Anglia and what's the car he raced? A Renault Clio in the old Pre-05s as well. There's Vic Hope, the black and Dayglow Civic there, regular at Brands Hatch for many years. Alfa Romeo. Mark Finney's Astra GTE. There's the Laser Tools liveried BMW of Andy Sheraton. We saw his son Michael racing his Ford Anglia yesterday. Had a few problems with the Anglia, unfortunately, there. Steve Barber has made it out there. He is the black Civic. Just behind that bizarre BMW Touring. Yes, a racing estate car. Looks like we are missing a couple of cars. Looks like Phil Dicker's Fiesta, the man from Dorset, is not there. And Mike Dugdale had problems in qualifying with his BMW as a non-starter as well. Hope you're all enjoying the action. There's still over 1,000 viewers on our YouTube stream. Hello to Phil Kinch, who's just tuned in. He's at Silverstone today covering the TCR touring cars. Been able to read out just a couple of your messages, but the comments often moving so fast we can't read them out. We've got over 1,000 likes, though, as we said earlier. Colin Porter says good luck to all the JEC racing guys. That's the Jaguars. They were in their own championship yesterday. Okay, cars are on the grid. The red and black Honda Civic of AJ Owen. Livery based on the Hondas of the early 2000s in British touring cars, alongside the Diet Coke. BMW of David Griffin, England v Australia on the front row of the grid. The two champions moving into line, that gorgeous Texaco Sierra of Dean Forward, very experienced historic racer. Likes his big V8s, does Dean. It's in the Cosworth today, watch for that spitting flames. Second row, 191, the King of Castle Combe, as some call him, Gary Preble, with his Honda Civic. Good to have him here, alongside Ray West, driving Graham Myers as number 9, Jägermeister BMW. Third row, Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306, alongside Dean Forward. Then the fourth row, Dan Thackeray, the white and green Honda Civic, and Andy Cripps in the green BMW. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Russell Dack in the BMW Compact, the black and Dayglow yellow car, and John Peerless in the blue and white Honda Civic, the regular in the Civic Cup over the last few years. First of the Jags is behind them, that's James Ram. 2 second places for him yesterday behind Tom Robinson. Tom not out in the pre-93 touring cars. Taking quite a while to line up this sizable grid. Ross Craig, we heard from pre-race in the black and white camouflage liveried 169 Honda, is down there. There's a gap alongside Charles Coppock, I think. And who should be there? I think that should be Phil Wright. Now, I thought I saw his Castrol Civic on the way to the grid, so hopefully he is there. Steve Barber at the back. Missed qualifying, unfortunately, with the black Honda Civic. We await the all clear. We'll see the marshal at the back of the grid wave the green flag when the grid is clear and everybody is happy. Okay, looks like we are in position then. Green flag waves at the back, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so, and they go out. We will be underway and racing. Off they go. Down towards the first corner. Good start by AJ Owen, good start by Charles Coppock in the white XJS as well. Honda versus BMW down towards the first corner. Which of them is going to be leading? It should be the BMW. Yes, David Griffin's just got his nose in front as they head up towards Village for the first time. Looks like everybody is away cleanly. Good start by Gary Preble in his Honda as well, but it is AJ Owen who has got the lead. It's the Honda that leads ahead of Griffin, Preble and Ray West in the number 9 BMW. The orange Jägermeister livery car there in 4th place. Griffin on the inside, side by side with Gary Preble. 5th is number 33. A good start there by Andy Cripps from the 4th row of the grid up into 5th. That Phil Wright is there. There's the Castrol Civic. It's a wonderful variety of cars once again provided by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as they head down towards Stowe Corner for the first time. AJ Owen has the lead. Look at Ray West coming through in the number 9 BMW up into 2nd place by the look of it. Cars large and small overlapping in the midfield. Around the outside there, Ian Bauer. Now, he had problems in qualifying the red BMW. He's a former pre-93 champion, so watch for him coming through. Bit of damage possibly there on the back of one of the BMW compacts. That might be the Ben Mason car. Maybe he's taken a knock. Looked like a tyre fouling the wheel arch. They complete the first lap then, and it is AJ Owen who leads the way. The first of the pre-03 touring cars, leading the pre-93s. Ray West in 2nd. It's Preble, Griffin, Cripps. 6th position is the Cosworth of Dean Forward. There's 27 Charles Coppock, leading fellow Big Cat tamer Michael Seaborn. Don Hughes didn't get the best of starts in the 306 there, just making his move back up the order. Down in 7th at the end of that lap, but he's got past Dan Thackeray by the look of it. Yes, he has. There they are. Russell Dack behind him, the former Kumho Tyres BMW Championship winner. Ross Craig sliding the Civic around there, number 169. Watch for that Cosworth of Dean Forward. He was 6th at the end of lap 1. In this 15-minute race, Ross Craig under fire. Watch for the big Jaguars coming through. James Ram on the inside. David Howard in the XJ12 was down the outside there as well. There is Howard. Doesn't quite manage to get past Ross Craig. Ian Bauer starting to carve his way up the outside. There's that lovely Alfa Romeo 155 of Jamie Thwaites, regular in the Alfa Romeo Championship. British Touring Car fans will of course be familiar. Gabriele Tarquini winning the British Touring Car Championship
managed to navigate
in 1994. Over the line they go to complete their second lap. Owen from West, fastest lap of the race though by Gary Preble, 1:14.096, trying to close in on our two leaders. And up the inside, Ray West takes the lead coming out of Village, but Owen back up the inside. Well, this is going to be close, very close indeed there, through Village towards the link and then up towards Beckett's. West's got the inside, the BMW holds it, but it doesn't matter for AJ Owen. Not only is he in a different class, he's in a different championship, the Pre-03s, but he could lose out here to Gary Preble, who's going to try and make a move down the inside. Multiple Castle Combe saloon car champion at the circuit near Swindon, and he's going through up into second overall and into the lead of the pre-2003 touring cars. David Griffin fourth, and they've dropped the rest of the field. There's Andy Cripps in the green BMW attacking Don Hughes, then it's the Cosworth. I keep going to say Jim McLaughlin because he used to race that car. It's Dean Forward in there, then it's Russell Dack, Dan Thackeray and John Peerless rounding out the top 10. Well, Ray West may not be in his own car, he's in the Graham Myers car this weekend. Normally races a yellow BMW M3. Very experienced in all kinds of rear wheel drive classic saloons. Ray, who's based at the Thruxton circuit in Hampshire, leads the way. Runs a car tuning business. AJ Owen up there in second place, the man from High Wycombe. Snaking a bit under braking there. He's back ahead of Gary Preble though. Good battle between the two Hondas. Griffin is fourth. Then it's Don Hughes going well in the Peugeot 306, a regular in the Tricolor Trophy series over the last few years for French cars. David Griffin snaking about a bit there in the Coke car. Second in a pre-93 and second in his class as well, Class B for the BMWs. The Alpha 155's also in that class. David Griffin, the Australian flag, proudly displayed on the window. Run by West Suffolk Racing. Hughes through in fifth, a flash of flame from Gary Preble's exhaust pipe there. Very spectacular cars indeed in this race. Ray West continues to lead. His lead gap was 0.6 of a second. About the same this time through, and another 0.6 of a second back is Gary Preble. Griffin in fourth place, then it's Hughes, Cripps, Dean Forward in the Sierra Cosworth 7th, aka Steve Soper. Russell Dack is 8th, then Thackeray, Peerless. James Ram has now got past Ross Craig further back in the order. There we see them come through, getting busy in the battle in the lower reaches of the top 10 there, coming through towards Beckett. So we look back at Ian Bauer. Where's he got up to? He's ahead of David Nixon in that now rare Rover Tomcats coupe now, up into 18th place towards the back of the grid. There go the leaders. AJ Owen still ahead of Preble, but only just. There's Don Hughes in a rather lonely 5th position now with 9 minutes of this race to go. Here's the battle. That's Dean Forward has got ahead of Russell Dack. Andy Cripps has dropped back a bit. There's Thackeray. Prep and lay BMW of Russell Dack. Then Andy Cripps. There's John Peerless. Behind them James Ram in the XJS, starting to catch them up. With that Texaco Sierra out there and the Motul XJS, anyone would think we were watching the European Touring Car Championship here at Silverstone back in the 80s. Exactly the sort of memories these cars designed to evoke in many cases. Newer cars in the pre-03s. There is Steve Barber, number 114, battling with Mark Finney in the Vauxhall Astra GTE. There's been a change at the front. The overall lead has gone to AJ Owen now. So AJ Owen has taken over. It won't matter in terms of points because they're in different championships, but Ray West has lost the lead. That was at the complex. Number 184, that is Ben Mason's BMW, chasing David Howard's Big Cat, the XJ12. He won the pre-83 touring cars yesterday. Ian Bauer continues his chase up the Orr. He's got Jamie Thwaites ahead of him now. There's that bizarre BMW estate car. Well, Volvo and Honda have done it in British touring cars, so John Hillier from Surrey said, why don't I try it? AJ Owen's got the headlights on because he's encountering back markers just to let them know he's there. as we reach half distance, just over 7 minutes to go. Owen from West, 0.8 of a second. The gap between Preble just 0.2 of a second further back. Then it's Griffin, Hughes, Forward, Dack and the rest of them. 1, 2, 3, AJ Owen, a multiple champion in the pre-2003 touring cars. We'll see his father Craig out in the classic Thunder later on. As a mistake there by Ray West. He slid wide coming out of Beckett into Chapel, and Gary Preble could have a chance of second overall here. Won't matter for Ray because he's still leading the pre-93s. He's got to worry about David Griffin further back in 4th place. Their lap time's about the same at the moment. There is Griffin. Hughes in 5th overall, 3rd of the pre-03s. Through the Vale. It's that BMW decidedly tail happy, the E36 M3. Swing through to complete another lap. That's 7 laps in the book for the leaders. They've lapped Jake Margulies in his BMW E30 there, blue flag being shown to him. There's a battle further back. There's Ian Bauer continuing to make his way up the order. He's ahead of the Honda of Carrie Lewis now. Michael Seaborn, David Howard in their Jags, Nixon in the Rover. There's Vic Hope in 51, the Honda Civic. And Thackeray moving through, number 291 rather, in his Honda Civic, another Civic Cup competitor in the past. Again, real variety all down the order in this field, in the Silverstone sunshine. 1.5 seconds now the lead gap. AJ Owens pulling away as Dan Thackeray attacks Andy Cripps. Good scrap going on between those two. That's for 8th place. Kind of closing on Russell Dack for 7th. Cripps stays ahead in the green BMW. Then we've got James Ram. He's going well up into 9th now. He's got ahead of John Peerless. There he is in the Civic. And then we've got Ross Craig. There's that bizarre camo liveried car. A lap down is 192 John Hillier in the estate car. Here's a battle between Phil Wright, Charles Coppock and Jamie Thwaites in the Alfa Romeo. 4.5 minutes of this race to go, near enough. Still AJ Owen leads the way. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:13.855 from the Honda. Here's the battle for 2nd. Ray West dancing the M3 around as he holds off Gary Preble. And Preble slipstreaming here as they come down the hanger straight. They're coming up to lap Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools BMW. The man from Lincolnshire moves aside, lets them through. Preble to the inside. He won't be close enough to attack the Jägermeister car this time. Jägermeister famous for their orange liveries in motorsport, on touring cars, in DTM, Group C sports cars, and of course in Formula 1 with the Eurobrunn team. Admittedly it didn't qualify for races very often, but it's had a nice livery. There is still a Eurobrunn, appears in historic F1 demonstrations occasionally at some historic racing events. Don't think it carries the Jägermeister livery though, sadly. David Griffin dropping back into 4th place in the Diet Coke car. The Australian BMW as we call it. Reigning pre-93 touring car champion. Frank Pettit's Renault Clio goes a lap down. Don Hughes still rather lonely in 5th in the Peugeot. Doing better fortunes than he did, as we said earlier, a few years ago when he rolled it at Vale Corner here at Silverstone. Managed to put it on its roof in qualifying. Down the hanger straight, battle for 2nd. Various classes in this race. Owen, West and Preble all leading their classes because Gary Preble in Class D, Owen in Class B. Dean Forward is leading pre-93 Class C. Pre-03 Class C is Russell Dack. James Ram is leading pre-93 Class A, which is the Jags. Further back in the order, pre-93 Class D, that's being led by Andy Sheraton, and Class E by Jake Margulies. Ross Craig sideways, look at that! Driving it like he's in the Mini Miglias there, Ross Craig. Staying ahead of John Peerless though. Great battle between the Honda brigades here in the midfield. 2 minutes to go, and AJ Owen has stretched his lead to 3 seconds now. He's heading for victory. Ray West looking safe in the pre-93s in the BMW, as Dean Forward laps Mark Finney in the works liveried Vauxhall Astra. Looks similar to the car that John Cleland won the British Touring Car title in back at the end of the 80s. Famous as a rally car as well, the Vauxhall Astra GTE. There's the second place battle. Very purposeful looking car of Gary Preble there, the Civic. There's AJ Owen up ahead, coming up to lap one of the back markers there. That's the BMW estate again, I think. Oh, AJ Owen had to go wide there over the curbs, I caught a glimpse of there. Trying to get round the back marker, he's done so. That could have been a bit dicey. Just over 1 minute to go, so we could be on the last lap now. It's going to be touch and go when they reach the line next time, whether we see the checkered flag or whether they do one more lap. AJ Owen then, clear of the Graham Myers BMW being driven by Ray West. It is going to be an overall win and a perfect start to his title defence for Alex AJ Owen. Can Gary Preble snatch second overall in the Civic? Ray West hanging on, he's going to win the pre-93s. He's clear of David Griffin in 4th place overall. Bonnet flapping there on David Nixon's Rover, we can see. He's had some contact somewhere. Down towards Stowe Corner. Preble a bit held up in the back markers there. I think he's dropped a couple of lengths in the fight for second. Griffin still 4th and Hughes 5th. It's Dean Forward in the Texaco Cosworth in 6th place. Only a few seconds to go. I think we may get the checkered flag this time. Clock counting down to 0 as AJ Owen comes towards it. No, we do not get the checkered flag. They are going to run one more lap. I was wrong. That's the last thing that Ray West possibly wanted to see, because he wants second overall. He's put a back marker between himself and Preble there. Great to have Gary Preble on board, the king of Castlecombe. AJ Owen coming up to lap a couple of the Jaguars. It's Michael Seaborn in 20th place ahead of him in the Castrol XJ40. That's him through. Now David Howard, the big XJ12. Winner yesterday in the pre-83 touring car, sponsored by Shell Oils. Simply Service pre-03 victory is going to go to AJ Owen. Laser Tools pre-93 to Ray West in the number 9 BMW. These three well clear of David Griffin in 4th. A group of back markers here. 91's Vic Hope and the 108 of Jamie Primet, both brands Hatch regulars. And coming towards the checkered flag to complete 13 laps. 1, 2, 3, the Buckinghamshire driver AJ Owen starts his season in perfect fashion with a victory here at Silverstone. AJ Owen wins it. Second place over the line, Ray West, he wins the pre-93 split, and Gary Preble takes 3rd in his Honda. 4th overall and second pre-93 is David Griffin. 5th and 3rd of the pre-03s, Don Hughes. Owen, West and Preble all win their classes. And these Hondas are still at it further back. Dan Thackeray in 291, 169 Ross Craig. That's for 10th place behind James Ram in the XJS. Don Hughes has already crossed the line for 5th position. It'll be Dean Forward in the Sierra 6th, Russell Dack 7th, and it'll be Andy Cripps coming through for 8th. Ross Craig down the inside, he's got him into the last corner. Ross Craig is through past Dan Thackeray. Good finish for the sideways Honda. And he takes 10th place behind James Ram. Peerless is 12th behind Thackeray. The top 15 should be completed by Phil Wright, Jamie Thwaites and Ian Bauer from the back of the grid takes 15th. He'll be one to watch in race 2 because the second race grid is set by the result of race 1. And it's good to note in that race as well, we're just waiting to see, I don't think we had any retirement. Oh, Jamie Thwaites, the Alfa Romeo, pulled into the pits on the last lap. So it looks like He was the only casualty. Yes, everybody else has gone the distance. Great stuff. No attrition in our Laser Tools Pre-93 and Simply Serviced Pre-03 touring cars. We'll check out the results in a second of the race we've just seen. Next up, it's the VW Racing Cup and TCR, but it's AJ Owen who takes the win by just over 3.5 seconds ahead of Ray West, who wins the Pre-93 split. Gary Preble, a class-winning third in his Honda. David Griffin fourth ahead of Don Hughes. Then Dean Forward in the Sierra 6 wins his class, as does Russell Dack in the BMW in 7th. Andy Cripps, James Ram and Ross Craig round out the top 10, James Ram winning Class A of the Pre-93s. Then Dan Thackeray in 11th ahead of John Peerless, Phil Wright, Cameron Tunio and Charles Kopok rounding out the top 15. Behind them in 16th was Ian Bowers BMW, ahead of Kerry Lewis in his Honda. Jamie Thwaites in the Alfa Romeo, classified in 18th in the end, ahead of David Howard and Michael Seaborn. Then David Nixon, Vic Hope, Ben Mason, Jamie Primmett, the Clio of Frank Pettit, Andy Sheraton, Mark Finney, Steve Barber from the back of the grid, Jake Margulies and John Hillier in the BMW estate. 30 cars going the distance in our classic touring cars. Well, let's head down to Parc Fermé in a moment. You can see the teams coming out onto grid for the Maximum Networks VW Racing Club, incorporating the Goodyear Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. This is going to be a good one next up. Marshall's heading out onto grid, doing Sterling service as always. And we can now head down into Parc Fermé, where Steve Jameson is talking to a couple of the drivers.
AJ, yeah, huge congratulations. You seem very, very pleased after that one as well. You should be. It looked like an amazing race to be a part of.
Yeah, you know, you've got two absolutely awesome drivers in Ray and Gary Preble. I think both of them have been racing the whole long I've been alive. So Ray sold his car, that's his old car, to Graham, and he's raced it this weekend. So to be with Graham, with Ray round here in his old car, that's great. But that was a brilliant race, and I haven't had a race like that in years. So we didn't touch. That's what it's all about. So it was a fantastic race.
But you talk about not having a race like that in years. We've not had a race like that in enough time anyway, hasn't it? It feels like the longest winter ever. How nice is it to be back racing this weekend in the sunshine at Silverstone?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually know if we would be racing this year. We're sponsored by my work, which is ASM Water Recycling, and so we didn't really know, because of the whole COVID thing, if we would be racing. So, you know, huge thanks to them. If it wasn't for them, we actually wouldn't be here. Yeah, it's been tough with COVID, but it's given enough time to do a few little modifications to the car. Nothing different, just bits we bought that didn't fit. We've put them on, and it's paid dividends.
And what, if anything, of that race surprised you, or did it go as expected, as smoothly as it looked?
Races never go smoothly, that's for sure.
It looked it from our position, but obviously different to you.
The biggest thing is getting the thing off the line. When you're next to rear-wheel drive cars, you hear it in touring cars, oh, rear-wheel drive, but it's so hard to get a front-wheel drive car off the line to a rear-wheel drive car. To sort of be leading at the end of the first lap was a bit of a surprise, and it was like, oh, okay, and then Ray come past you down the straight, and it was like, right. And I've got Gary chopping at my heels, and there's something like over 100 kilos difference between my car and his car in weight. But he's on a treaded tyre, I'm on a slick tyre. So yes, it's multi-class, but as you can see, used slick tyre, lightweight car, heavy car. What a fantastic race, and fingers crossed, race 2's more of the same.
We wish you all the very best, mate.
Cheers,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, TCRs and VW Racing Cup cars heading to the grid, so it is time to hand you over to your commentary team, Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen.
2021. We've got a really good grid of drivers out there across the classes, and after qualifying this morning, well, that has really whet the appetite now for the pair of 25-minute races today. We've got an all Hyundai 1, 2, 3 on the grid, but the times could hardly have been tighter. Andy McEwen up here in the commentary box, delighted to be joined for the season by Paul O'Neill. And Paul, that qualifying session, I don't know about you, but it got me pretty excited for this.
Yeah, it was really good, isn't it? And it's definitely something to look forward to in this race now. We've really got to see what these guys have got on the grid, and I think they've got some fantastic racing as they get them tyres bolted onto the car and ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, as I say, very tight in qualifying with Max Hart, who was the perennial third place finisher last season. He had this incredible run of third place finishes, 6 it was, across I think 8 races in the season. Finally got his first win at the end of 2020 at Donington Park in a Cupra. Now though, he moves over into the Hyundai and he stuck it straight on pole position. Now they did confirm to me in the break between qualifying and this first race, Paul, that he did bolt on a fresh set of tyres. The Kents did not do that, so in theory the Essex and Kent Motorsport squad, who line up second and third, Bradley ahead of Lewis, interestingly, they might have some slightly fresher tyres either for this race or the next, but that track position is what Max really wanted because it's so valuable.
Yeah, it really is. There is, a couple of big long straights here, and overtaking shouldn't be a problem, but he really did want to get in front of the Kents, didn't he? It was the right thing to do, in my opinion. All the drivers I've spoken to said they were held up one way or another on different laps, so difficult times for some of the people. Obviously the VW Cup runners as well are a touch slower than the TCRs and the TCT, so a few people got held up, but I think the right people are at the front of the grid, mate.
I think so, and it sets us up for a thrilling race, not just between those three, but we've also got Darren Lewis, who lines up fourth in one of two NGT C-Spec Mercedes A-Class XBTCC cars being run by Team Hard. Darren was bang on the pace, and then fifth on the grid we have Hugo Cook, 16 years of age, very inexperienced racer. He was out racing yesterday in that car in Britcar, and now here he is today making his TCR debut, stuck it fifth on the grid. At the back of the grid we then have the VW Racing Cup. 5 VWs entered into the race. Not the biggest grid in the world, but another very competitive one. Ollie Turner snatched pole position right at the end of qualifying by less than a tenth and a half over Jack Depper in second place, so that is also set to be a fascinating battle. Here is confirmation then of the grid with Max Hart, the young Irish driver, on pole position, and Bradley Kent alongside him. In fact, I don't think any of those top 3 drivers on the grid are above the age of 21, because Lewis Kent is another young up-and-coming star lining up third on the grid, with Darren Lewis fourth. Hugo Cook and Will Butler are next, ahead of Dan Kirby and Jack Constable. Then it's Bruce Winfield, Toby Byrne there you can see in the second of those Mercedes. Danny Crevet, making his racing debut in the Cupra, is 11th on the grid, ahead of, hopefully, Andy Wilmot and Will Powell, but they had a few issues in qualifying. Then in the VWs, it's Ollie Turner on pole position with Jack Depper alongside. Russell Joyce and Jeff Oldham make up row 2, with Chris Wallace at the back of the grid. Green flag lap then gets underway, and there is briefly confirmation of that VW Racing Cup grid. Cars head out then onto their final sighting lap around the circuit before 25 minutes of racing. Paul, what is the driver's job now on this lap? Because it's not just a simple tour round to the grid to familiarise yourself with the track. There is so much to do here that will set you up for the start of the race.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking on my phone at the temperature. It's 11 degrees out there at Silverstone, so the edges of the rear tyres on these front wheel drive cars, look how hard they're working. You could see Max Hart, who went through shot there, followed by Bradley Kent. They were really weaving those cars to get the heat in the rear tyres. That's the rear tyres that they won't look after themselves. The fronts will, because they're driven, and the tyre will heat up at the front easy. So you don't want to have an imbalance where the front tyres are so hot that they'll turn the car too much as you get into a corner, because then the rear just has no grip and no heat to follow what you're doing with that front.
Yes, and this was an issue that Bruce Winfield experienced in qualifying. We didn't realise in qualifying, but Bruce had a spin coming through the part of the circuit there right in front of us through Village, and clattered the barriers, actually did a bit of damage to the car. I know you chatted to him after qualifying. The car is out there. Was it particularly badly damaged after that?
No, it didn't sound like it. It just sounded like he didn't have rear tyre temp, and he ended up just, on the second lap he just rotated and swapped ends, so bit of a nightmare for him. But yeah, he did hit the barrier, but not too hard. The car looked fine to me, and he was in quite high spirits, to be fair. But so many stories about people who could have gone faster. But yeah, it's this will be where the rubbish talk all stops, and we'll see how quick people really are.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to predict really what's going to happen in this race. I think I spied at the back of the grid, is that a green Scirocco, or is that maybe the Astra of Andy Wilmot that's found itself at the back? It is the Astra, good. So they had some issues with, well, there were lots of issues with that car, quite frankly, after qualifying, so I think he's decided to start from the very back of the grid. So the field then lining up on the grid. It's a staggered grid, as you can see there, with pole position on the left-hand side. That's the outside line into turn 1. That's the racing line. In theory, a bit more rubber laid down there, a bit grippier. So rather than giving the pole sitter the inside advantage, they give them the grippier side of the road to hopefully get a good launch into turn 1. And that pole sitter is the young Irish driver Max Hart, the 19-year-old racing for Maximum Motorsport in one of those newly acquired Hyundais, with the Kents right behind him. Revs then starting to rise, getting ready to go racing for another season here in 2021. The lights out, away they go, and Max Hart is away well from pole position. Lewis Kent has a decent start too, whilst the Audi of Hugo Cook bogs down there from the third row of the grid. Down towards Abbey Corner they go for the first time, then Hart leads the way, Lewis Kent into second place, Bradley Kent down into third, so the brothers already have swapped positions, and Darren Lewis hot on their heels as they head into the first braking zone up at Village, and Bradley Kent gets elbowed onto the grass. He's disappeared from our shot. Where does he rejoin is the next question. Hopefully finds a safe gap back in the traffic, but that is not an ideal start to the race for Bradley Kent, who I still can't see in there. There's more contact dropping down the hill as well. They're getting their elbows out already, Paul.
Yeah, they really are, weren't they? And I've seen a lot of sliding cars around. I think that's Ollie Turner, who was on the front row, wasn't he, of the VW Cup grid. A bit of a nightmare, but look at this, the towing is already happening down the back straight. There's Leons, there's NGTC A-classes, there's cars everywhere as they come down to Stowe.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick out where Bradley Kent is. There's damage, looks at Bruce Winfield, I think it is, isn't it, in the 37, and we are going to have a safety car. So we both jumped there because we saw Max Hart slowing suddenly, with good reason, because the safety car had appeared in front of him, and that is something that can catch drivers out, actually, if the safety car is deployed particularly late. But Max Hart then will lead them around. So we've quite a lot to unpack there. Then Ollie Turner's car, we can see out of the window, is being pushed into the pit lane, and he's already out of the way. But that is a massive shame for him, isn't it, Paul? He had that pole position, and we were really looking forward to the Ollie Turner Jack Depper scrap in the VWs.
Yeah, such a shame. I can see he's still getting pushed actually up the escape road, Ollie Turner. So yeah, nightmare for him. Must have had some kind of fault on the grid, but that safety car was obviously for that, and that got cleared so quickly by the marshals, which was fantastic. So those guys doing a great job, the boys and girls there sorting that for us. So I reckon this safety car, let's keep an eye on the lights of the safety car, and once they're out, that'll mean we'll be resuming. The lights are still on that BMW safety car, but Max Hart looks still squirming around trying to get rear temp in those tyres, because it really isn't what you want, a Larry car after you've got to make a start. And look, safety car lights are out, so we will be racing again after this.
Bradley Kent did not make it round to the end of lap 1. That is a huge shame after that brilliant qualifying effort where he stuck it on the front row. So just one Kent brother at the sharp end now, and that is Lewis in second place. Bruce Winfield has pitted to get that puncture sorted after the contact that he had with Dan Kirby up through Beckett's and Chapel through the first lap as well. So quite a few dramas. In the VWs, it's Jack Depper that leads from Russell Joyce and Jeff Alden, but that is also likely to keep chopping and changing once we go racing again, which should happen imminently. Max Hart really backing the field up now, doing exactly what he needs to do, trying to back Lewis Kent up into Darren Lewis and Dan Kirby behind him, and then when he sees that it's the right chance to do so, Hart will try and bolt. They're coming through Club Corner now, heading towards the restart. Max Hart has gone. Has that worked? Let's see what the gap is. Yeah, decent restart that for Max Hart. Lewis Kent is a few car lengths back and has quite a bit of pressure here from Darren Lewis, who is in that NGTC Mercedes. Slightly bigger tyres, slightly better on the brakes and around the corners is the NGTC car compared to the TCR machines, and should come on strong as well towards the end of the race. There you can see the second of those Mercedes, Toby Byrne, running solidly inside the top 10. Challenge for third though, and Darren Lewis losing out there to Dan Kirby, who is on his toes here, isn't he?
Yeah, Dan started 7th on the grid and said there was more speed in the car, and that's a fantastic result for the number 4 car, straight into third. So let's see if he can hang on and maybe try and push further up the order as well. But he's going to have that A-class of Darren Lewis. That's going to be a real struggle for him down this back straight. But look at Hart, he is gone.
Yeah, Max Hart absolutely nailed that restart, didn't he? Lewis there under pressure from Will Butler, that will be now. And then side by side behind, Toby Byrne up the inside of Hugo Cook. Cook was actually behind him at the restart, so the Audi has gone through in the first part of the lap, and now Toby Byrne is trying to retaliate as they head into Stowe Corner. Max Hart then comes through to complete the first full racing lap of this opening round of the championship. It's a 25-minute race. That is actually quite a long time, and this place will punish those left front tyres, won't it? So how much do they have to be thinking about tyre management now in the early stages of the race, thinking long term into the second half of the race?
Yeah, after qualifying there'll be some cars that have got better front tyres on them than others, so I think, speaking to people, the NGTC cars, so the two A-Class Mercedes, will probably come on stronger at the end of the race, and the TCR cars may get a bit of a jump on them at the beginning, speaking to people about that. So it is a very interesting start to this, and hopefully we see some battle royale at the front. It's quite bunched, but it does look like Max Hart is starting to pull away a touch now with purple sectors.
Yes, although he was half a tenth or so slower than Lewis Kent in the first sector on this lap, so Lewis might be warming to the challenge now. Side by side battling here as Hugo Cook is now at the inside of Jack Constable. Hugo Cook, 16 years of age, I keep labouring that point, but what a talented driver he is. Gets past Jack Constable, who admittedly doesn't have much front wheel drive experience, but Jack has raced at a high level in British motorsport in recent years, and Hugo made that pass look pretty easy.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? And I must admit, I've been very impressed with this lad. The talk of the front boys has not been overshadowed, but a 16-year-old coming into it and looking so fast is great news. He dropped back a touch and now he's starting to pick them off, and that's the right thing to do. Come out of them 50-50 moves early doors, being inexperienced, and just get on with it in the middle of the race.
Nice to have the Audi in the championship as well. First time we've had one of those Audis in TCR UK. Remember, the TCR and NGTC cars, they were all competing for the same championship this year, so those two Mercedes are scoring points alongside the TCR machinery around them. The VWs, meanwhile, Jack Depper still leading the way, number 33. Russell Joyce at the end of the previous lap was a few seconds behind him, so Jack Depper is looking strong in the VW Racing Cup, as we kind of expected with the demise of Ollie Turner, as you see a little attempt at a move there. That was Danny Crevet, wasn't it? No, sorry, that's the other. That was Darren Lewis under pressure from Will Butler in one of the other Cupras towards the pointy end. Also make a note that we've lost, unfortunately, Will Powell to the pit lane after he has been plagued by mechanical issues all weekend.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Spoke to him earlier, and it's had quite a few problems with the car, so hopefully we see him back out later on this afternoon. Again, Max Hart controlling this race from the front, but Kent, I tell you what, that 38 car of Lewis Kent looks on its toes. I can see that's probably going to start to get really quick. Got really good front end in that car as it turns into the faster corners.
It's almost like you know what you're talking about, because he just set the fastest lap of the race as well, a 108.199, only fractionally quicker than Max Hart, but Lewis Kent is the fastest car on the track, and he's got that gap down to just under 1.6 seconds. Lewis was complaining in qualifying actually that his car was a bit down on straight line speed, but funnily enough so was Max Hart. You never speak to a fully satisfied racing driver, I realise that, but they were both saying the Hyundai with this new BOP that they're having to cope with this year was not quite as rapid down the straights as it has been in the past. There's Jack Depper leading the VW Racing Cup in the green Scirocco. A big gap back to Russell Joyce in second. Jeff Alden is third though, and he's only half a second or so ahead of Chris Wallace in the last remaining VW. It's a shame there aren't more of these VW Racing Cup cars out there. It's a good little category of racing, and it has proven to be a successful feeder series for other touring car series. Many drivers have come through those ranks, haven't they?
Yeah, and I think there will be more drivers coming in, I'm sure, as the season goes on, because even with the few cars that we have, there is good battles within that field. So yeah, but up front, Max Hart is just eked out again. It's quite to and fro, isn't it, with Lewis and Max at the front. So your 101 lead in this race. Big cuts there, isn't there? Not as much of a cut there though, is there, from the second car, Lewis Kent. So yeah, that's going on to the hanger straight. But back to Jack Depper. He's definitely having an easy day of it here.
This looks like being the battle, doesn't it, really? Third, fourth, fifth and sixth, because Hugo Cook is continuing to fly. Hugo Cook on the previous lap did 1 minute 8.9, which was a tenth or so quicker than Darren Lewis, who you can see is starting to back up this little group. Lewis in fourth, Will Butler in 5th, and Butler will be getting a bit frustrated now, won't he, because he's been following Darren Lewis since the restart, and now, because he hasn't got through, he's starting to feel the heat from the Audi behind. Hugo was having a look at the inside into club. I don't think he was quite close enough to make that stick, but the rate he's going, I reckon a top 4 is definitely on the cards for the Audi.
That is 4 tenths quicker.
Wow.
Number 38, Lewis Kent, was 4 tenths quicker. Purple, he was 3 tenths quicker in the first sector and 2 tenths quicker in the second sector. He is catching our leader. Battle on.
So do you think this is Lewis maybe taking it easy in the early stages, bringing those tyres in more gently whilst Max just went hell for leather from the start?
It's probably just 2 different setups of the car. If you watch the P2 car of Lewis Kent, it just looks so rear-endy. He's probably been flat out to try and catch up, but the rear has limited his progress. Look, what was that?
Oh, now, did that come off Max Hart's car?
That's his window. Max, or did he open the window? He looked like I seen his arm throw something out of the car from P1. That was weird.
Yeah, I can't tell you what that was. You're right, his window is either gone or open now, the driver's side window. Some drivers do wind the window down if it gets a bit hot, but that looks almost like it has disappeared entirely. Well, whatever it was, I'm sure it proved to be a bit of a distraction, not only for him, but for Lewis Kent behind. Not that it slowed Lewis down, he was another 4 tenths faster. But yeah, that was a bit of a heart-stopping moment for the race leader, who now has his hands full. We are just over 10 minutes into the race, and as you said, Paul, battle well and truly joined. These two, though, in a league of their own. They're nearly 6 seconds clear of Dan Kirby in 3rd place, with Darren Lewis 4th. It's still then Will Butler 5th, although Butler has a look at the inside into Village. The Mercedes just stays in front. Hugo Cook next ahead of Constable and Byrne, with Jack Depper continuing to lead in the VWs.
Yeah, it was as if his window was flapping. Oh, who's that? Was that Butler?
Might have been the 70, yeah, I think you're right. See if we can figure that out in a second. We pan back there at the leading 2. Lewis Kent still in 2nd place. There's Kirby. Then it is Lewis. Then Cook. Yeah, so Butler has disappeared from this group. Not sure how that happened. Toby Byrne up the inside. There is Butler trying to get back up to speed, and Toby Byrne takes full advantage of that and gets up the inside of Jack Constable. Nice move.
That was nearly a 2 for your 1, wasn't it? 2 birds in 1 stone. That was proper. That. Going back to Max Hart, who's leading this race, I think he's had the window that has started to detach. So he's thought of a plan to just get hold of it, rip it out and throw it, because I don't think in the TCR cars that the windows go down that far. Having driven them in the past, I think you can only have them go down so far. So I think something's been flapping, and I've definitely seen his arm throw something out the window. And I know he seems like a nice lad. I don't think he'd be throwing stuff out of the car to put Lewis Kent off. But yeah, that battle is 7 tenths down, isn't it? But Dan Kirby's got his hands full, hasn't he? Now, as you can see, Lewis catching him in that A-Class Mercedes, and that is coming on strong now.
Yeah, this is the part of the race where we expected the NGTC car with those wider tyres to maybe have a little bit more pace. Lewis Kent has got within 7 tenths or so of Max Hart, and now can't seem to get any closer. And Lewis was telling me actually earlier on this morning that the Hyundai, for whatever reason, it does seem to struggle following other cars. It maybe is a bit more aero dependent than a couple of the other cars, and maybe he's just running into a bit of that dirty air now. The high-speed corners like Abbey and Stowe, and even Club to some extent, even in a touring car, you're relying on that aero a little bit, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to take that statement back that I said about the window, because I can see a bit of the window actually. When you see Max's car turn in, yeah, well, if we followed it, that's I don't expect the guys to listen to this, follow the car, to be honest, but yeah, the window actually looks like it is intact, so something's come loose in that car. I cannot wait to hear what was in that car that he threw out, because that was an absolute classic bit. Look at this, the director's picked it up there. That window looks like it's intact there.
Okay, interesting. Well, whatever it is, it's littering the track now going into Stowe Corner. There's Bruce Winfield, by the way, who is 1 lap down after that pit stop, but he's still in the race at least, as the leaders now come past that debris in the middle of the road, with Max Hart maybe a little bit more under pressure now from Lewis Kent, although Hart on the previous lap did set the new fastest lap.
Yeah, and that fair play to the directors picking that up. They could hear that we were looking at the window, and the window looks fine, but there was debris, wasn't there, on the same shot. So, but he's under pressure now. Look at Hart. I just seen a little snatch of that front wheel. He's on him. He's now on him, Andy. He is gonna be attacking in the next 3 corners. Definitely. Look at the run he's got off that last corner. That car, flashing lights, game on, let's have it.
Yeah, flashing your lights is worth at least half a second a lap, isn't it? So he's reeled in Max Hart that time. good overtaking opportunity coming up now into Village Corner. Max might have to swing to the inside to defend. He doesn't, but that's because Lewis Kent wasn't actually close enough. If you're Lewis now, though, you've got to be patient, right? You've done the job of catching. How long are you prepared at this stage of the race, 11 minutes to go, to sit behind Max and suss him out? Because it's tempting, isn't it, just to go for the move straight away?
Yeah, it is, but you know what you have to do is get behind the car in front and just see where they're, you know, stronger or weaker. People starting to run over that debris. That was the debris from I think it might have been from another crash from before. That might have been Butler when he had contact with someone. But this second sector, I do remember Hart was very fast through it, and a lot of his lap time was here, so they're very close though. And I did notice that the rear end of the second place car, Lewis Kent, was actually very, very nervous through this last section, which is a good thing because you're full throttle now and you keep the power on and you want a nervous rear end. As you can see, that second place car just looks like it leans over. Look at the drag he's got up there. This is game on. The back markers now have got a point to prove and keep out of the way, but can they just get through and get this race going?
Yeah, so this is Chris Wallace that they're going to come up to, and Jeff Alden as well in the VWs, who are having their own race, of course, and Max Hart needs to hope they don't turn in. That's going to be really close indeed. I think they just managed to squeeze through. It's really tricky when you're in the slower class though, because Alden and Wallace there, they're having their own battle, and you can see just how close that battle is, with the positions maybe changing there as they went onto the Hanger Straight. But you've got to have your wits about you when the leaders appear, especially when the leaders are in such fierce competition.
Exactly, and I tell you what, I've got to commend Max Hart, the leader, because he's just fending him off here, isn't he? But yeah, good stuff from these two boys in the VW Cup as well. They were just getting out of the way and they didn't do anything silly. They just, because sometimes it's best to stay on the racing line and let the leaders just come through by their own accord. What you can do sometimes is move out the way for them, they misjudge it and drill you, and you end up backwards in the tyre wall and it's all game over. But yeah, these guys behaving themselves here, aren't they? And oh, that's a bit of a wide line. Don't want to be doing that too much, fella.
Yeah, Jeff Alden, who's got a few years of experience under his belt now in this VW.
You're trying to say he's old?
I wouldn't say anything of the sort, Paul. He is running in a podium place, though, which he'll be very happy with, I'm sure. They're some way behind Russell Joyce in second, and it is still Jack Tepper who leads the way. Right, back to this little battle now. You've got Darren Lewis in third position, and Hugo Cook, and they've all got themselves ahead of Dan Kirby somewhere. So Kirby's dropped down to fifth, Hugo Cook into fourth, so maybe an issue or a mistake there in another place could be lost here. Will Butler having a peek up the inside of Dan Kirby as they go into Village. They'll come back into shot hopefully through the link in a moment. What order are they in? Still 4 ahead of 70, but that's a shame for Dan. He was having a good race, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. He was right up there, wasn't he? But mate, all it needs is a bit of a nudge or a bit of a side-by-side in the fast stuff. You're on the marbles and 3 people have passed you. So yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare when it's that situation. You just become under pressure from everybody else. But Dan showing good speed, and you can see Butler is really, really trying now to get on the back of him to make a pass.
Hugo Cook now back into fourth place then, 1 place higher than he started after this bit of a yo-yo race that he's been having. Hugo's lap times though are fairly comparable to those of Darren Lewis ahead of him. The lead gap here, Paul, has shot back out again. It's back up to 1.2 seconds now, and on the previous lap, bear in mind that was the 14th lap of the race, Max Hart set a purple first sector. That is impressive.
Very impressive. I've just seen that, yeah, sector 1 a 40.072, and that's where he's got his 2/10 up the road from, but he's good in the final sector as well, so his car's definitely working better overall, because you can see second place Lewis Kent, he's just kicking up a bit of dust here and there, and maybe his tyres are just getting worked a lot harder now.
Further back, it's all getting rather lively in amongst the VWs there. That was Toby Byrne moving his way through. Toby is in 7th place. And I tell you what, Hugo Cook for the podium is not out of the question here, because he is quicker than Darren Lewis. On the previous lap, he was about 3/10 quicker. There you can see the Mercedes in third, the Audi in 4th position, which on this lap in the first sector is again, he lost half a second in traffic, did Hugo, but in clean air I think he's quicker than Darren Lewis. Has he got time with 7 minutes left on the clock to get onto the tail of the Team Hard Run Mercedes, which is an ex-Adam Morgan car, I think you were saying, wasn't it, from the BTCC in recent years. Well sorted car, that Mercedes, isn't it?
Yeah, very well sorted, and they do have a bit of a different tyre dimension compared to the TCR car, so they will be a bit stronger towards the end of the race, so that might be a saving grace for Darren Lewis against Hugo Cook. But youth and exuberism, or whatever you say, I tell you, I'm very impressed with that Cook kid. He's a very, very good peddler.
Isn't he just? His first weekend of circuit racing, certainly at this level, and here he is challenging maybe for a podium on what is a competitive grid. Let's make no mistake, this year there has been a big step up in the competition level in this championship. Not only is the grid bigger, but there is more strength in depth, I think, this season. So to see him up there towards the front like this is very impressive. Lead us down into club once again. We are on the 16th lap of the race now, and still some personal best sector times coming in. Lewis Kent and Darren Lewis actually both setting PBs in sector 1. Obviously the fuel load is going down, but the tyre wear should be going up, so that is not necessarily what you'd usually see. And a new fastest lap, in fact, by Lewis Kent in second, 2/10 quicker than the leader.
They're starting to really push each other hard now, and this now in the last 5 minutes, this is make or break for Lewis Kent, so he's got to dig deep and he's got to pull out the faster laps if he can. Again, those two cars, I'm adamant, they're set up differently. There's two different ways of taking that link corner onto the hanger straight here. One of them is Max Hart, and he's absolutely flat out nearly 4 wheels across the curb. But Lewis has just got a bit less steering lock on and just tries to get the car turned in a bit later, and it's a bit faster down the straight maybe. But yeah, it's working well in different sectors for both drivers.
107.8 Lewis Kent, only about half a second off pole position this deep into the race. That is remarkable. There's Jack Depper leading in the VW Racing Cup there, the green number 33 Scirocco, who had a brilliant end to the season last year actually, when he was out on the grid racing with his father Martin, who is an ex-British Touring Car and Mini Challenge star and VW Racing Cup race winner himself. And Jack was keen to remind everyone that he actually beat his dad in all 3 races at the Donington meeting at the end of last year. Another very, very quick peddler is Jack Depper. Lead gap back out by another 10th or so, so it's just ebbing and flowing lap by lap. And although they're not wheel to wheel here, Paul, I really enjoy these kind of battles because they're both on the limit, and one mistake here from Max Hart and Lewis will be right on him.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? And I must admit that I've been impressed by a couple of things. One is Hugo Cook, but the other, look at this battle now. Constable, isn't it? Having a look, isn't he? He's going around the outside. I wouldn't try that, mate. That is, if he pulls that off, I'll be well impressed. And I think he's done him. He has. What a move round the outside. That was perfect. Absolutely brilliant. Byrne had no response to that in the A-Class.
Yeah, so Cupra, run by Powermax Racing, remember, who are another one of the top British Touring Car Championship outfits, and they have really committed actually to both of these championships, not just TCT but the VW Racing Cup as well. I think they had 5 cars entered across the 2 classes, so we're really grateful to have Powermax on board this year, and good to see Jack Constable there moving a bit further up the order. Although Toby Byrne trying to relieve him of that newly acquired place. Oh, that was a bit close on the exit. And speaking of close, look at how close Hugo Cook is getting now to Darren Lewis. What do you reckon? Can he do this? Can he get on the podium?
Oh, I think if I was in that A-Class, I'd be panicking. Look at the speed of that Audi through the last corner. There's a few of these cars that look so on their nose, and what I mean by that is that wherever the nose is pointing with the steering, it'll just go, and that car is one of them. And yeah, he's a brave kid, is Hugo, and I'm sure there's going to be a few close battles as we get to the end of this race.
Yeah, I think so. It's building up nicely, isn't it? Still 3 minutes to go, and it's only a shortish lap. Lap time's just under 1 minute 10 seconds on average. Here's that Constable and Byrne battle. Byrne is back ahead now, but not for long, because Jack was throwing it back up the inside at his favourite place into the hairpin at Village. Did he make it stick? Yep, the Cupra goes back through. Interesting to see here the different dynamic between the 2 cars built to different regulations, and it does seem that one car is quick in some areas of the circuit, then the other seems to have an edge elsewhere. Toby Byrne in the slipstream now as they go down the hanger straight. Is he close enough to pop out and have a go into Stowe? Thinks about it, trying to distract Jack Constable more than actually trying to pass him there. I think that little flash of colour in your mirrors can sometimes make you do that and miss your braking point and run wide. Constable hangs on for now, but Toby Byrne is keen, I think, to get back into that position before the flag.
Wow, look at that then. So the last lap was the fastest for Hart. That's amazing. He really has he's rubbing salt into the wounds now of Lewis Kent. He really hasn't got an answer now for that pace. That's an impressive lap at the end of this grueler of a 20, well, it's going to be 19 laps that they're on now, but that's impressive, that speed. Look at that.
Yeah, and I think he's broken Lewis Kent now, hasn't he? He's 2 full seconds ahead. That's the biggest the gap has ever been. And this will be a bit of a wake-up call, I think, for Lewis. He's the reigning TCR champion, remember, and he must have come into this season with Henry Neal not being here, who was one of his big rivals last year for overall race victories, at least. With Henry not racing with us this year, I guess Lewis could have been forgiven for thinking that this was his championship to lose. Well, Max Hart is here to say that he is after this championship as well, and clearly on the basis of what we're seeing from Max today, has all of the pace required to go and snatch that championship back away from Lewis Kent. This is only the first race of the year, but it's certainly a good way to start the campaign for Max Hart, who leads the way with 2 laps to go now by 2.2 seconds. Behind him, Darren Lewis maybe has the better of Hugo Cook now, because their lap times have stabilised, and actually on the previous lap Hugo was a few tenths slower than the Mercedes.
Yeah, they've gapped a bit, haven't they? But so impressive. Looking at that time, that would have put him P3 on the grid, that fastest lap from Hart. P3 on the grid in a race on lap 20. It's a proper effort.
They've set that car up well, and of course Maximum Motorsport, who are running that car, haven't got a huge amount of experience setting up the Hyundai, because the only Hyundais we've had racing in TCR UK in the past have been, well, there's only been one. It was Lewis Kent in his Essex and Kent Motorsport prepared car. All of a sudden it's becoming a bit of a Hyundai championship, isn't it? They locked out the top 3 positions on the grid. We had another couple entered as well. We of course lost Will Powell early on, sadly. He's had mechanical issues that have kept him from being at the front of the field, but the Hyundai is becoming a very popular car, and now that we've got more of them out there being run by different teams, it's interesting to see which teams have got to grips with them a little bit more quickly. Final lap then begins for Max Hart and Lewis Kent, with a 2.3 second gap between the two of them. The real battling going on further back, but I think with the possible exception of Toby Byrne and Jack Constable, who owes another overtake probably, it's been at least 2 laps since they changed positions, everyone else seems fairly settled.
Yeah, it does. It looks like job done, doesn't it? Definitely. No more faster sectors really. It's only Darren Lewis really with a fast sector 1, but that's it. The tyres will be done now. It's just bring it home, and this will be a great result for Max Hart in round 1.
You say that, but Lewis Kent still hasn't given up. He doesn't know how to, does he? A PB there in the first sector for Lewis, so he's still pushing and was 3 tenths quicker than Max Hart. He's just not going to have the time to get there. Max can stroke it home now, down into club for the final time. Doesn't take too much curb through the left or through the right, and it is going to be back-to-back victories for Max Hart. He won the last race of 2020, and he wins the season opener in 2021. The young Irish driver is our first winner of the season in dominant fashion here at the Silverstone International Circuit. Lewis Kent comes home in second place. The eventual winning margin was 2 seconds there for the Irishman, and then we wait and we wait and we continue waiting a bit longer for the third place car to come through. Darren Lewis is going to come out of the final corner now, and he is going to claim third position there in the Mercedes, and that is a pretty solid effort. Oh, and Hugo Cook is slowing. Hugo Cook was slow across the line there and might have lost more places. Yeah, Dan Kirby has gone through. Look at the Audi. It only now gets to the start-finish line, and Hugo Cook then is going to be classified 5th. What a shame that is for the Audi, which has had some sort of an issue coming out of the last corner, having run faultlessly all race, and Hugo Cook there in the 138 car almost got it home before drama hit. Now, whether that is something sinister or possibly just as something as simple as running out of fuel, I don't know. You would imagine the team would know how much fuel to put in, but that was an unfortunate way for Hugo Cook's race to end. He still is classified 5th though, so he'll get 5th place points, but should have been 4th, could arguably have been 3rd. In the VW Racing Cup, by the way, Jack Depper is the race winner. Russell Joyce was 19 seconds, he was 23 seconds back at the flag, a further 14 ahead of Jeff Oldham, but we should be able to give you confirmation of that result in just a moment or two. But certainly an intriguing opening round of the championship there. A shame that we lost Bradley Kent. I don't know where he ended up. Obviously went off the road at the first lap, but hopefully not too much damage done. There is confirmation of the result there. Max Hart, the winner, by 2 seconds over Lewis Kent in second. Darren Lewis is third, the first non-TCR car home, but as I said, those NGTC cars are scoring points within the TCT class overall now. Dan Kirby is 4th, 5th position then for Hugo Cook, 6th for Will Butler, 7th Jack Constable, 8th Toby Byrne, 9th Danny Crevet in his first ever weekend of racing. He did Britcar yesterday, TCT today, and Bruce Winfield classified there 8th in the TCRs, 9th place overall, despite being a lap down after that puncture. In the VWs, it's Jack Depper the winner, with Russell Joyce second, Jeff Oldham third, 4th place for Chris Wallace, and Ollie Turner, of course, was a non-starter in the end after the car conked out on the grid. It made it round on the green flag lap, but then it didn't go any further than that. Well, Now we can breathe. That was a fairly dramatic start to the 2021 season for the Maximum Networks VW Racing Cup, incorporating the Goodyear Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK, which may well be the longest name in British motorsport, but lived up to the billing there. I think this is going to be an intriguing championship battle, I think, between Max Hart and Lewis Kent. I know that Max won that one by 2 seconds, but I don't think Lewis is going to take that lying down, and he's really going to want to bounce back, is Lewis now, and take the points back in race number 2, and I think it's going to ebb and flow as the season goes on. So we're waiting for Paul O'Neill to make his way down, and he will grab, I believe the plan is, the winner overall, Max Hart, and the winner of the VW Racing Cup, Jack Depper, who's always good to chat to. The drivers have all made their way back into the pit lane, and I think we are just about ready then to head down and hear from Paul O'Neill and our race winners.
Hart, oh my word, that was quite an interesting race. The winner, but what come out of your window halfway through that race?
I don't know, there's something that was down at the footwell, and then all of a sudden it just flew out. So it was bouncing around all race nearly from the start, but I don't know. It's gone anyway.
Wasn't your talent, mate?
No, thankfully not.
Absolutely amazing. Now we thought the window had come out of the car, but then I thought, have you thrown something out? So obviously something was disturbing you.
Yeah, something was all around the footwell, and then all of a sudden it was gone. So
yeah, and the pace of the car was strong. Lewis kept you honest, but then you seemed to just play with him a bit and then just pull away. What was the case?
Well, he started catching me, my tyres started going off, and then I started getting conscious of minding my tyres, especially that front left. And then we made a few changes in my driving, especially towards Stowe, where I was losing a lot and losing the rear end a lot. And we just managed to keep the gap and keep building on it, and I think we got fastest lap as well.
Yeah, you did. You got fastest lap. That fastest lap would have put you P3 on the grid from this morning. I mean, what have you done to the car since qualifying?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all. We can't be giving away any secrets anyway.
But I mean, an amazing race. You really did just manage that race, didn't you? From Lewis, you seem to not have to worry too much.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I've got Jam Sport guys on the mic, and they were helping me keep my head, because I was getting quite frustrated with the car. So yeah, credits to those guys, and yeah, they managed to make me keep my head, so I was able to build that gap then towards the end.
Absolute dream come true. Next race, what's the plan?
Win. I don't think there's any other plan. We've got to win again. We've got to make it 2 from 2 this weekend. Mm-hmm. You know, that Hyundai, credits to Hyundai. Mm-hmm. You know, that's a fabulous car that they're after building, and I'm really gelling with it, and it's suiting my driving style. So yeah,
good to see, mate. And you could see the rear end of the car rotating fantastic.
Yeah.
Listen, we'll let you go with the team, mate. Well done.
Thanks very much.
I'm going to bring in Jack Depper from VW Cup. So the winner.
All right.
How was that for you, lad?
It was nice. It was like a bit of a Sunday drive. It was seemed to pull away quite quick, so it seemed like a bit more of a track day than a race to me. But hey, it's a shame what happened to Turner at the start. It would have been great to actually have some battles with him. But I'll take the win. It's some points in the championship, and we'll move on to the next race.
Yeah, we did. Do we actually know what happened to Ollie?
No idea. I thought I got a brilliant start. And then looked in my mirrors and he wasn't there. I was like, well, that's no good. But hey ho, that's racing sometimes. Mm-hmm. Sometimes your car works, sometimes it doesn't. Luckily mine did today.
How difficult is it, Jack, when you're out on your own and you know you've got a couple of seconds on the people behind you?
To keep consistent times, it is pretty difficult, because you haven't got someone there pushing you from behind. I saw one of the TCRs come up lapping me, and I thought, oh God, that must be Joyce. Thinking I was just being lazy. But as soon as I clocked the headlights, I was like, oh, kind of, you're just kind of getting to, you relax a little bit more, which can lead to mistakes. It can lead to the other guys catching up if they've still got the hunger to come for you. So it does leave you vulnerable. I'm not sure what the lead was in the end, but luckily enough, my laziness wasn't too bad. I managed to get it to the end in P1. So,
how difficult is it being lapped by the TCR cars? Because the power differential isn't that much. It's more lateral grip, is it?
Well, it's on the straights really. They just kind of seem to pull ahead. It's not much. I mean, it doesn't really distract you, because you're not racing against them. You just get out of the way and carry on. It's nice to try and tag on them for a little bit, but then, before you know it, they're gone again. But
it'd be nice to come away with 2 wins. That's the plan, isn't it?
It would. Yep, that's the plan. So we'll see what happens in the next race.
Yeah. No damage. Car's all good.
No, car is absolutely fine. Just brand spanking new like I got it.
Top man. Listen, we'll let you go. Well done, Jack.
Thank you
Good
very
stuff.
much. See ya.
And it's back to you guys.
Okay, thanks
yeah, thanks very much,
indeed.
Paul. Always great to hear from drivers fresh out of the cars. And if you want to get more reaction to that race, then head over to the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and VW Racing Cup social media pages for some more interviews and all of the reviews of the race. Right, plenty more racing coming your way here today from Silverstone, including another race for the cars that you've just seen a little bit later on this afternoon. But for now, we have more historic touring car racing action with Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. Yes, coming out onto the track now we have the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and also the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. This is going to be a cracker. Get ready to be thunderstruck. Some awesome cars in this series. It's going to be a rolling start to this race, so we'll run you through the first few cars on the grid in a moment as soon as I get the grid sheets up in front of me. Pole position it is Rick Wood, the man behind CNC Heads in the ex-Garth Tander Holden Commodore. I cannot believe how many Australian supercars we have got out there today. I think we've got 5 Holdens on this grid, which must be a record for a UK event. Absolutely superb to see. There's one of them. That's Alex Sidwell from Kent with the red wheels there. There's Paul Eaton, father of Abby Eaton, in the Classic Holden, but it's Rick Wood on pole, Gary Whittaker in the BMW alongside him, second row Andy Wilson in the Holden Monaro, and Jason Hughes, ex-BTCC Super Touring Vauxhall Vectra. Third row, Rod Burley in his BMW this weekend, not his familiar Escort WRC, alongside Bradley Gelman in his Ford Sierra Cosworth. Fourth row, Brian Branson, BMW, and Ryan Steele in a Citroen Saxo of all things. Great to see that little car well up on the grid. Andy Robinson will line up on the 5th row. It is a rolling start to this race, of course. Just looking to see if Andy is there. Unfortunately, I don't think he is. No, the Ford Falcon is not there. That's a great shame. David Griffin should line up alongside him. I'm not sure if David's there either, actually. The pre-93 touring car champion, having a go in the Thunder Saloons this weekend as well, but I can't see him there. Malcolm Harding, the first of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars, number 101. Alongside him will be 96 Ian Craig's BMW. Then Paul Wood in another BMW 66, Jason West in 76. Alex Sidwell lines up alongside Colin Voice on the 8th row. 9th row Ashley Shelswell in his Sierra and Dan Thackeray's Honda Civic 291. The 10th row Kevin Denwood and Andy Cripps in BMWs. Paul Eaton alongside Tony Paxman in his Mark 1 Escorts. Then we've got Tom Abbott in his Capri, John Peerless Honda. Kirk Armitage's BMW had some overheating issues in qualifying. James Dunkley, who also pulled up in qualifying, the Ford Fiesta in the Blue Oval Series. Martin Reynolds with his Anglia alongside Darren Owen in his Escort in the slick tyres class. Brian Branson, not Brian Branson, next on the grid, apologies, it's Alan Breck, who's number 126, had to change his number in the 5 litre Capri alongside Ralph Higson's similar orange Escorts. Next on the grid, David Gadd, number 58. He's in a Ford Escort, shared with his son Jack today, alongside Malcolm Wise in the Sapphire Cosworth. Behind them we've got Anton Martin's Fiesta alongside Colin Claxton in the Triumph Dolomites. No, Colin Claxton's in the Escort, sorry, it's David Claxton in the Triumph Dolomite, apologies. Will Hunt's Fiesta, Neil Hargrave's Escort, and David Claxton. Steve Putt has made it out of problems in qualifying with the Mazda RX-7, watch for that from the back. And Alan Hersey has joined in at the back, having missed qualifying in the Reliant Scimitar. What a variety, what a grid. Get ready to be thunderstruck. This is going to be a great one. We should play it on the rolling lap, shouldn't we? ACTC Thunderstruck. I did do that once at Rockingham a few years ago. I am really looking forward to this race. Some very special cars out there indeed. There's Rod Burley, the BMW. We've got the Holdens out there in force, and sadly no Ford Falcon, no Andy Robinson to size up to them after problems in qualifying. Martin Reynolds, that beautiful yellow and white Anglia. Alan Breck in that monstrous 5 litre V8 Capri. And watch for Steve Putt, fast but very fragile, that Mazda RX-7 there at the back of the grid. Certainly wins the prize for the biggest wing on the grid. And Alan Hersey's Reliant Scimitar at the back. Just look at that. They're coming up towards the final corner now. The lead is about to get underway. Here we go. Release the thunder. The race gets underway, and a super start by Andy Wilson down the inside in the number 97. The Holden Monaro goes toe-to-toe with Rick Wood, the two northern-based drivers, into the first corner. Gary Whittaker in the beautiful E30 M3 BMW. Look at that Saxo up there in 24. I don't know what engine Ryan Steele has got under the bonnet of that thing. It is an absolute little rocket ship, keeping up with the big V8 engine cars, rubbing shoulders literally with Rod Burley through the complex there. Goodness gracious me. Now, are they all going to make it round? One car's off already at the back, I can tell you. Malcolm Wise had a spin at Abbey. There he is. The Sapphire Cosworth has spun. He's in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, racing down Lytton Hill in Kent yesterday. It's Andy Wilson who leads the way. Here they come, they roar their way along the straight. Bradley Gelman's come through well in the Sierra Cosworth up into third, so he's up holding honour for Ford against Holden with no Andy Robinson in there. And so much, there's so many great cars to focus on in this field, it's nigh on impossible to pick one out. That, I will admit, is one of my personal favourites, that lovely Anglia of number 27. Martin Reynolds. But it's Andy Wilson in the Monaro that leads. The Commodore of Rick Wood in second place. He's got a whole collection of classic touring and saloon cars. Was out with his Calsonic Nissan Skyline recently up at Oulton Park, the R32 Skyline, and he's run at Goodwood as well. He had this Holden Commodore out at the Goodwood Speed Weeks last year too. There's Brian Branson, number 26. Behind him, Jason Hughes, or Jason Plato as we're calling him this weekend, the ex-Super Touring. Oh, Bradley Gelman's lost it. The Sierra spins, look out! Rod Burley well avoided, and Bradley Gelman right in the middle of the track. Let's hope everybody is going to miss him there, trying to get the Cosworth going again. Somebody else has gone off as well. It's David Claxton in the Triumph, but Bradley Gelman is stranded right in the middle of the track at Village. I think everybody has managed to avoid him. Well done, everyone. A Code Brown moment, as David Addison would say. Rick Wood to the inside at Stowe, takes the lead in the Battle of the Holdens. Where else can you see two beautiful Australian supercars battling it out in motorsport outside of Australia than here in the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Championship? It's not until you stand next to one of those big Holden Commodore Aussie V8 supercars you realise just how big they are. Spectacular machine, the ex-Garth Tander car. Gary Whittaker in his beautiful E30 BMW is third. Then we've got Rod Burley fourth, Jason Hughes in the Vectra is fifth, Brian Branson in the orange BMW sixth, and leading the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford in seventh overall is Malcolm Harding. It's a real shame this is only a 15-minute race, because I could watch these cars all day, really I could. Rick Wood leads. Down into the right-hander, Andy Wilson has a look on the inside, Whittaker in third in the BMW. Now, can Wilson get alongside? No. Rick Wood, the man from Cheshire, holds the lead. Looks like Jason Hughes has come through past Rod Burley into fourth place. Jason, an ex-British touring car driver in the mid-2000s. Burley tries to move to the inside. Harding still leads the Blue Oval Saloons, well clear of Ashley Shelswell in his Sierra second place. There's Malcolm Harding, the Escort. Alex Sidwell in his Holden, having a go at the little Saxo of Ryan Steele. I want to know the full story of that car. I've not seen it race before. It's going incredibly well against the bigger stuff. Sidwell behind him. Then it's the 1-2-1 of Colin Boyce with his Mark 1 Escort. Still yellow flags out at Abbey, so no passing there. These big cars tend to be fast and fragile. Lost a few cars on the opening lap. We've lost Alan Breck, unfortunately, in the 5-litre Capri. Dan Thackeray as well in his Honda Civic. There goes Paul Eaton, father of Abby Eaton, who we saw racing yesterday in Britcar Endurance with the Praga. W Series competitor as well. Paul in his classic ex-Peter Brock Holden Commodore. It's another Holden Commodore that leads the race at the moment in the hands of Rick Wood. Coming up to lap Malcolm Wise after he spun on the first corner. Whittaker third. There's Jason Plato Hughes. Behind him, Rod Burley. Over 600 wins in his career. Alex Sidwell trying to get the Holden ahead of Ryan Steele. A little and large battle between those two. Behind them, Colin Boyce in the Castrol Escort. Gap between the two Holdens this time through just 0.8 of a second. BMW in third place. Gary Whittaker, multiple BMW H1 make champion. Oh, problems for Deadly Daz, Darren Owen, with his Mark II Escort pulling off there, the Duffy Collard replica. Darren Owen, the long-time former short oval racer, out of the race. He'll have to go at the back of the grid in race 2. Through Beckett's go the 2 Holdens. Gary Whittaker a little further back in third, about 3.5 seconds down off the lead. Fastest lap of the race recorded last time through by Rick Wood. And Andy Wilson, unfortunately, has got a 10-second penalty. Just come up on my screen, a 10-second penalty for a false start. So Andy Wilson judged to have jumped the rolling start, and he has been penalised, so that's a great shame. A 10-second penalty will be added on post-race to the Holden Monaro. So Rick Wood is effectively in the clear now, these two pulling away at the front, but with 10 seconds to be added on. There's Gary Whittaker in third place in the M3. Hughes is fourth. Rod Burley still going as well. Bradley Gelman's got the Sierra going in after that frightening moment at the complex where he spun in front of everybody. He's got past Peter Brock, aka Paul Eaton. There's another car off there. That's one of the Mark I Escorts. That's 58, David Gadd. That's spun off. There's another Mark I Escort, the beautiful Castrol car, number 121 of Colin Boyce. Now David Gadd's got going again. It's been lapped by Rod Burley. There are the leaders. Overall leader is Rick Wood. Still leading the Blue Oval Saloons is Malcolm Harding. Of course, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, Piers Grange, has switched to the pre-66 touring cars that we saw yesterday in a Ford Mustang for this year. Rick Wood, a regular in the championship he sponsors, the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Series up at Wilson Park, his local circuit. Leads the way. Just coming up to half distance as they lap Colin Claxton in the Mark I Escort. That's an ex-Martin Reynolds car. Also Will Hunt in his more modern Fiesta ST. Blue Oval Series open to anything Ford, as the name suggests. Like Ralph Higston's Mark II Escort there just being lapped. Rod Burley still in 5th place, second in class, ahead of Brian Branson, Alex Sidwell. Harding is 8th overall, Ryan Steele 9th, and Jason West was rounding out the top 10, but coming through into the top 10 now, Steve Putt in the Mazda RX-7, which started last on the grid virtually. Only Alan Hersey was behind him after he missed qualifying. Where's Alan Hersey up to? Still towards the tail of the field at the moment. Andy Wilson still trying to wrest the lead away from Rick Wood. Of course, he'll have that 10-second penalty added on for jumping the start. Let's have a look at some of the classes then. In Classic Thunder, Rick Wood leads Class A. Class B is Gary Whittaker. Class C, Jason Hughes. And then you've got the historic classes as well. It's Paul Eaton leading Class H1. H2, the only runner is Alan Hersey. And H3 by Colin Boyce. Blue Oval Saloon Series Class B is led by the overall leader of that division, Malcolm Harding. Class C in that division. Not sure we've got any runners. Oh, we have Tony Paxman is leading that class. As meanwhile, here's a battle between Ashley Shelswell in the Sierra and number 96. That's Ian Craig. If memory serves me right, he is the father of Ross Craig, who we saw out in the Honda Civic earlier on. Similar paint job, the black and white. So the 6 minutes to go. Looking at the Boss class leaders, Tony Paxman leads Class C in 20th overall. Will Hunt is the only runner in Class D. Class F is James Dunkley leading that because his only rival Anton Martin didn't take the start in his Fiesta. And Class S, the only runner left is Ashley Shelswell in the Sierra. The Class S for cars with slick tyres because Daz Owen is out of the race. Little scrap there in the midfield as Martin Reynolds is lapped by the big Holden. Rick Wood still only 0.8 of a second ahead on track of Andy Wilson. That 10-second penalty, it actually won't drop him back too far. In fact, he may only lose 1 and 2 places as a result of that, because these two are so far ahead. Jason Hughes is now up to third. He's got ahead of Gary Whittaker. Vauxhall ahead of BMW, the XBTCC Super Touring Vectra from the end of the Super Touring era. I think that's a 2000 spec car, or maybe slightly before. Have to get on the excellent Super Touring Register website and find out what car Jason has got there, what chassis. We know Rick Wood is an ex-Garth Tander Aussie V8 supercar. Super is certainly proving for him here. As he thunders away at the front of the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons. Andy Wilson from Doncaster in second, also owns another V8 engine machine, the DAF V8. Yes, you're hearing that right. Special Saloons car that Mike Wilds, among others, raced in period. Tony Hazelwood was the first to race it. Going up to lap Malcolm Wise. He was out with his Escort Cosworth at Lyddon yesterday. Early spin ruining his race here in the Blue Ovals. Rod Burley is still fifth, ahead of Brian Bransom's BMW. Now there is Bransom, and here comes Steve Putt in that spectacular Mazda RX-7. Look at the aero on that, looks more like a time attack car than a race car. Or something you'd see in the British Drift Championship, maybe. Now there is Jason Hughes, and there's Gary Whittaker, Vauxhall versus BMW for third. And that's... Have they had a class battle? No, Hughes is Class C, and Whittaker is Class B, lapping Martin Reynolds with his new Anglia. Look at that BMW, isn't it beautiful? The E30 M3, one of the most successful touring cars of all time. It's a new build for Gary over the winter. Fords fighting out amongst themselves, Ezzy and Craig's BMW, Bradley Gelman. Now where's he got back up to? 15th after that spin, just ahead of Ashley Shelswell, who is second overall of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars, but well behind Malcolm Harding, who's 9th overall. Jason Plato Hughes in his Vectra, still third overall. Going up to lap, I think that's Tom Abbott's Capri. In Blue Oval. 2.5 minutes to go. It's looking good for Rick Wood. Just in a purple sector, so he's getting quicker and quicker. Past this lap of 1 minute 9.308. Gelman, good to have him back out. He's been out of racing for a while in the Black Sierra. Of course, we should have had another Holden on the grid to join the ones we've already mentioned. Craig Owen, father of AJ Owen, who we saw take a win earlier on in his Honda. Craig Owen's got both the Holden Commodore and a Ford Sierra Cosworth. It's not appearing on the grid, sadly. Just over 90 seconds to go then. Should get one more lap out of this, plus the one they're on. BMW there, very similar to BMW's DTM cars of the late 80s. That's I think the inspiration for Gary Whittaker, multiple BMW champion. This is Hughes, still third in the Vauxhall Vectra. Blue Oval leader is still Malcolm Harding's Castrol Escort. Whoops, Jason Hughes slipped up there, he got a wheel onto the grass. Coming out of Chapel, holds third place though. Keep it steady for an overall podium. They're coming up on Tony Paxman, veteran racer in his modified Mark 1 Escort. Leading Blue Oval Class C. Going towards the end of this, they'll be on their last lap now. Rick Wood heading for victory in his Aussie supercar. There's Andy Wilson. 1.3 seconds down on Rick Wood. I think they're far enough ahead of Jason Hughes that Wilson won't lose second place with that 10-second penalty. He should be okay. Steve Putt, incidentally, in the RX-7 is now up into 6th place as you watch a battle of the Sierras there. That's Gelman and Shelswell, they're fighting for 15th place. Shelswell second in Blue Oval. Who's third in Blue Oval? I think it's Paxman. Yeah, the Blue Oval cars, leaders fairly well spread through the order. The checkered flag this time, and Rick Wood is going to start as he means to go on this year. Big Holden comes through to take the checkered flag. Rick Wood wins it. Fair dinkum, he says, as he crosses the line. Andy Wilson will cross the line second. I think he will keep second place despite the penalty. We'll see how far back Jason Hughes is in third overall. Hughes will win his class. He'll take Class C of the Classic Thunder Saloons, and Class B is going to go to Gary Whittaker in fourth place. Yes, Hughes 22 seconds down on the race winner, so when the penalty is applied, Wilson will keep second place to Holden 1-2. Holden's UK equivalent, Vauxhall, both of them General Motors brands, takes third place, and BMW's fourth and fifth, courtesy of Gary Whittaker and Rod Burley. Steve Putz from the back of the grid up to sixth. That can't be worth watching in race 2. Alex Sidwell gets his Holden home in seventh, and there's our Blue Oval winner, Malcolm Harding in the Castrol Zac Speed Escort takes the win. Battling with the BMWs to the end there, finished just behind Brian Branson in ninth place, and 66 Paul Wood rounding out the top 10, no relation to Rick Wood. Take you through the full results in a few moments' time. Still an enjoyable race there, good dice between the two Holdens at the front. A lot of different classes to follow in that race, but it is the big Class A cars that dominated at the front of the field. I'll give you the results in just a moment. It's great to see over 1,300 of you watching on YouTube and the same number of likes as well. You've all liked it. Thank you very much. Here's the result then. Rick Wood, the race winner, ahead of Andy Wilson, a Holden 1-2 with the Vauxhall of Jason Hughes third. Gary Whittaker fourth, winning his class, as does Hughes. Rod Burley takes fifth in the BMW. Sixth place going to Steve Putt in the RX-7, Alex Sidwell seventh. Brian Branson is eighth in his BMW. Malcolm Harding wins the Blue Oval Saloon split in ninth with his Escort, and it's Paul Wood 10th in his BMW with Jason West's similar M3 11th. Ryan Steele, the little Saxo, takes 12th ahead of Colin Voice's Mark 1 Escort. Ian Craig 14th, and Bradley Gelman recovering his spin to come through for 15th place. Behind them, Ashley Shelswell was the second Blue Oval Saloon home, his Sierra, ahead of Paul Eaton's Commodore, and Kevin Denwood in his BMW Compact. Tony Paxman and Andy Cripps rounding out the top 20 I should say. Then Tom Abbott and Martin Reynolds next home. James Dunkley, a class-winning 23rd with his lovely Fiesta. Ralph Hickson, Colin Claxton next home ahead of Malcolm Wise recovering from his turn 1 spin. 27th going to David Gadd, and we lost Will Hunt late on. Alan Hersey pulled into the pits. Daz Owen was also a retirement, as were the 53 car of Neil Argrave, and a couple of others, Alan Breck and David Claxton, we lost early on. Now next up on track today, I'll just shuffle my paperwork, is going to be the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge. We saw them out yesterday. We'll see them out again for another 20-minute thrash. It's going to be a very close slipstreaming race, I'm sure. That's coming up very shortly indeed. Jeff Smith and Spencer Wanstall among those battling at the sharp end yesterday, but it was Joe Thompson who took the win. After that, the Pre-93 and Pre-03 touring cars have their second race of the day. AJ Owen going for his double. Ray West looking to win the Pre-93 touring cars again. Then we have our second race for the Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup, the Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Max Hart's looking for another win there. Second race after that for the cars we have just seen, the Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons. And then we have a second race for the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy class, another 50-minute mandatory pit stop race. Okay, getting ready for the Mini 7s to head to the grid very shortly then. And first of all, a couple of interviews for you.
This afternoon, Andrew, a great day for you yesterday in qualification. Talk us through it.
Yeah, quality was okay, yeah, but we had a race yesterday. I ended up finishing 8th, which means the reverse of the grid, so I ended up on pole today, so which should be good fun.
And it was helter-skelter yesterday. The racing was brilliant. It was so much fun to watch. What was it actually like to drive in?
Oh, it's great around here on Silverstone because it's such a vast, open track. You know, there's lots of dicing, lots of slipstreaming, so you never know where you're going to end up.
In that sense, pole isn't always the biggest advantage, is it?
No, it's not. You're a sitting duck.
And how excited are you just to be back this weekend? We've asked this question to a lot of people. Everyone just seems to be delighted to be out of the back of winter and back onto the track again.
Yeah, it's been a long winter. You know, a lot of shed work. It's great to be out with everybody else. You know, back on the track.
How has the preparation gone for you over the winter? Because we've heard from a few people. There's been a lot of time to do a lot of things, but there never seems to be enough time.
Yeah, it's always the thing. You end up at the end of last year, you think all these wonderful things you're going to do, and it always ends up being a rush. You know, last minute prep.
And I hear some mods for today as well. Is that understand?
Yeah, it wasn't going brilliantly yesterday, so we've changed a few things, so we'll see what happens.
Well, I wish you all the very best luck, Andrew.
Thank you.
With Matt Ayres of the Mini 7s ahead of this afternoon's races. Matt, you told me before we came on air, you didn't have the best of days yesterday. Talk us through it.
So, qualifying was didn't have that's one. And then halfway through the race, my gearbox decided, I only really want 4, so it wasn't great, basically destroyed itself. So it was a long last night and all this morning to change the box and get the engine back in. So
all good for this afternoon though, we think?
I hope so, but you can never be sure with a Mini, to be honest. It's one of them. They break down half the time, they go well half the time. So.
Well, let's hope one was yesterday and one was today. It's a beautiful day here at Silverstone. It's the first weekend of this season. How nice is it to be back racing?
Oh, it's lovely to be back. It's been quite a big off season. It's just great to be here, really. Nice. I think first time here, to be honest. I've been here, but I've never raced it.
Right. Hopefully it goes a little bit better for you today then. Talk to me a little bit about who you got with you. A bit of a family affair, I understand.
Yeah, so I got both the parents just helping me out, and so dad on the spanners and mum just generally helping out. She went and fetched the box actually yesterday, so...
been kept busy by this thing, haven't they?
Very, very busy. Yeah, it's not really any time to stop, especially with race car.
What are your hopes and dreams for this afternoon? Should everything work and go well? What are you hoping to achieve?
Just want to finish to start off with, and if it finishes, then hopefully a podium. If it's a podium, then let's go for the win. But definitely finish. So.
Yeah, let's start from there first. Hey, best of luck, Matt.
Well, thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, good to hear from a couple of the drivers there ahead of our second thrash of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge in association with Mini Spares. The results of race 1 yesterday forming the basis for the grid, but with the top 8 reversed. So one of the men we just heard from, Andrew Devaney, starts in pole position in car number 77, alongside him 33 of Adam Gould. Second row 99, Nick Croydon Fowler, and 49 of Ross Billison. Third row 41, Jonathan Lewis, and number 2 of Spencer Wanstall. And on the fourth row, reigning champion number 1, or 01 to be precise, Jeff Smith, starts alongside yesterday's winner number 80, Joe Thompson. The fifth row, number 4, Lee Roberts, and 6, Graham Davis. And 2 non-finishers from yesterday's race on the next row, 87, which is Conor O'Brien, and Joe Polly in car 76. She went off on the first lap of yesterday's race. Then we've got the S-Class, which is the scholarship drivers for newcomers to racing. In pole position for them, again the top 8 is reversed from yesterday's finishers in that class. Darren Cox starts on pole in 732 alongside 796 of Mark Chappell. Arnold Duncan and Stuart Gilby on the second row. Then we've got 758 Matt Ayres, who we just heard from, and teenager Ryan Taylor, number 784, only his second ever circuit race meeting. Greg Dorr, 712, and yesterday's class winner Michael Winkworth in 728 on row 4 of the scholarship grid. 766 of Jeff Williams and John Coburn Evans in 763 are next. John recovering from a spin in yesterday's race. Greg Corson and Damien Harrington, who retired with a few issues in yesterday's race on the 15th row. The final row, Dave Rees in the Pea Green racing car number 777, and 744 of Ben Seafried rounds out the grid. This will be a 20-minute race for the Mini 7s. These are 1 litre minis, slightly less tuning in the scholarship class cars. It's Andrew Devaney's green and white machine that will start on pole position. Was a bit mired in the pack in yesterday's race. Free run from pole position this time around. There is Jeff Smith, the 01 car, the reigning champion. Had a good battle with Joe Thompson in the red and white number 80 there. Tried for a last bend lunge, but he got up on the curb coming through Vale for the last time. Jeff Smith got onto 2 wheels, and Joe Thompson was able to hold on to take the first win of the season in the championship lead. We only saw 1 appearance from Joe last season at Thruxton. He did manage a win on that occasion though. Pole position Andrew Devaney, number 77. He was 3rd in last year's championship, so will be a contender here. Had a couple of wins last year, alongside Adam Gould in the 33 car. He was only 16th in the points last year, so a rising star of Mini 7s. The second row, Nick Croydon Fowler, number 99, the dark green car, alongside Ross Billison. He had a good run yesterday to 5th. Then Jonathan Lewis, very experienced mini racer, alongside last year's championship runner-up, number 2, Spencer Wanstall. Smith and Thompson on row 4. Good to see Jo Polly's there at the back of the 7s grid. She had an off on the first lap yesterday. Comes from the legendary Polly Hot Rod Racing family and Formula 2 stock cars. Dave Polly has been national points champion in Formula 2s. Last few scholarship cars lining up at the back. Michael Winkworth going for a double in that division. Conor O'Brien, last year's scholarship champion, now up in the main class of the championship, is there alongside Jo Polly, having made the move up. So we're almost ready to go. This will be a 20-minute race. This is going to be very close. Away they go. Down towards the first corner at Abbey. Decent start by Andrew Devaney. Not a good start for Nick Croydon Fowler. He's very slow away. 10-second delay before the scholarship class get underway. It's Andrew Devaney from Adam Gould and Ross Billison into Abbey for the first time. There's Jeff Smith. Not the best of starts from him either. He made a fairly poor start yesterday too and had to fight his way through. Now the cavalry charge. The scholarship class gets underway from further back. We'll see who's got their lead as they head into Abbey for the first time. Looks like it could be the pole sitter that has got the early lead for them, that being 732 of Darren Cox. The 7s pack heads around Beckett's for the first time. It is Andrew Devaney who has held his lead from pole position, moves over to the right. We saw this in the Mini Miglias earlier on. Look at the way Jeff Smith is going, already going for 3rd place as they head down the straight. Joe Thompson following in his slipstream as well. Here's the scholarship class, Darren Cox with the lead of that division. They slide their way around the Beckett's corner. Devaney just holding his lead ahead of the black and gold machine of Adam Gould, Jeff Smith and Joe Thompson way out wide. Not as wide as Jonathan Lewis though. Right out wide, almost onto the dirt there. This is frantic stuff and we haven't even done 1 lap. Devaney leads the way in the 77. 2 wins for him last season. 3rd in the points behind Jeff Smith and Spencer Wanstall. It looks like that's Wanstall up into 3rd place there. Car number 2, the pale blue car. Yes, it is, ahead of Jeff Smith. So Ross Billison is back to 5th. Then it's Joe Thompson. Over the line they go to complete lap number 1, and Spencer Wanstall is in attacking mode. Car number 2. Came close to the championship last year, trying to go around the outside of Devaney. There is Jeff Smith, former British touring car racer, in the General Lee Mini, number 01. He takes the win. Listen for the Dixie horn as he crosses the line. It has got one fitted. 3 wide as they come down to Village. Look at Wanstall up the inside. He's going to take the lead. 3rd to 1st in one move. Adam Gould got rather swallowed up there. I think Jeff Smith might have got through into 2nd place there, or he's trying to. Side by side as they come into Beckett's. Yes, he's there on the inside. Can he hold it for 2nd place? Wanstall's got the lead. Third to first through the complex. Devaney side by side with Smith. Then we have got Adam Gould, Joe Thompson, Ross Billison, Jonathan Lewis. Behind them, Conor O'Brien in the pink and blue car. Then a small gap back to Lee Roberts in number 4. Then Joe Polly at the back of this group, Graham Davis in the yellow car. Joe Thompson to the inside. He could get through, make up a few places here. They're chopping and changing all the time into Stowe Corner. I think Thompson may have got second place away there. It completely changed coming through there. One stall's got the lead. Smith is there on the inside. Can he hold second place? Yes, he can. Billison's in the middle. Oh, there's a bit of a shuffle there and up on the curb. Joe Thompson there. Jeff Smith did that yesterday. Proper Dukes of Hazzard style driving. Jeff Smith in second place then behind One Stall, last year's 2 championship rivals. Joe Thompson is third. Bit of bodywork goes flying. I think that was from Jonathan Lewis's car possibly. And Andrew Devaney, the pole sitter, has been swallowed up in the pack there as they came down the Hanger Straight. He's behind Ross Billison there in about 6th position. 7 to 8 there. Michael Winkworth has already made his way to the front of the scholarship pack, and we've only done 2 laps. He's a seriously quick driver, Michael Winkworth, in the 7 to 8, the man from Suffolk, being chased hard by Damien Harrington, looking to make up for a non-finish yesterday. Bit of damage there on the front of the 712. That's Greg Dorr. 795 behind him, Stuart Gilby in the orange car. Scholarship cars make their way through Village. Slip and slide their way around the turn. 732 Darren Cox in the grey car, still third in that group. But great stuff in both our races. Slide their way through. They're so brilliant to watch. Classic mini racing of any kind. The Mini 7 Racing Club, established back in 1966, one of the oldest one-make racing series in the UK. Damien Harrington on the attack here, trying to take the lead of the scholarship class. Greg Dorr attacking the grey machine of Darren Cox. Battle at the back here. Dave Rees and Ben Seafried involved in there. Seafried in the lime green car. Here are our overall leaders, the 7 class. One stall from Smith. Joe Thompson is up to third. They've pulled away now from Ross Billison in 4th. Jonathan Lewis is 5th. 6th is the 87 car. That's of Conor O'Brien. Failed to finish yesterday's race, so looking to get some points on the board. Billison defends the inside into the complex. Andrew Devaney behind them. Joe Thompson, yesterday's winner in the number 80 car. He wants a double. Conor O'Brien throws one up the inside, passes Jonathan Lewis. Joe Polly has got ahead of Lee Roberts further back. She is up into 10th place. Card's lost some ground is Adam Gould, who started on the front row, number 33. Here comes Smith attacking round the outside. Can he take lead into Stowe Corner? Yes, he can. Superb from Jet Smith. Didn't even touch the brakes there, just threw it in. Used the sideways movement to screw a bit of speed off and takes the lead. But Spencer One Stall is fighting back. Here they come into the Vale. He won't get through on the inside there. He's sideways, he clips the curb. One Stall will lose momentum as a result of that. He could lose second place here to Joe Thompson. They're really flinging these cars around with abandon around the Silverstone International circuit. It is still Jeff Smith who leads over the line. One Stall second, Thompson third. They've pulled clear of their opposition. Ross Billison is in 4th place, about 4 seconds back. Joe Thompson wants second place. He wants to go after Jeff Smith to try and take his double in the Altered Image sponsored car, also sponsored by the Motorsport School, based at Mallory Park. If you want to get your racing licence, that's the place to go. Here's the battle for 4th. Billison ahead of Lewis and the rest of them. Here's the battle for the lead in the scholarship class, and to the inside goes Damien Harrington. He led by about 100th of a second at the timing line. They were side by side as he got the inside line away for Abbey Corner. Yes, Damien Harrington takes the lead. Failed to finish yesterday, so he wants to make up for lost points. Through to the complex. Greg Dorr behind them, the car with the yellow roof. Then next behind them is Darren Cox and Matthew Ayres, who we heard from in the paddock before the race. Greg Dorr side by side with Michael Winkworth. They're absolutely together there. Winkworth holds on to that second in class, fighting for 13th overall. Stuart Gilby there, chased by Ryan Taylor, the 16-year-old, in his first ever race meeting at Silverstone. Third in class yesterday. Bit of damage on the front of Greg Dorr's car there, you'll notice. He's ahead of Ayres, who's got ahead of Cox. There's a green flag waving there on the Hanger Straight. There must be a yellow at Chapel, so somebody has had an issue there. We've lost one car. Jeff Williams, number 766, has pulled into the pits, and there's a slow car that I think that's Spencer Wanstall on the left of the picture there, the light blue car. That's Wanstall, I think, has got a problem. Through goes the fourth place. Well, it'll be third place battle now if that is Wanstall, because he was in second place, and that's a great shame. So it is Smith from Thompson. Then this battle between Billison and the rest of them, we'll see as he comes to. Yes, I think it is Spencer Wanstall that has hit problem. That's a great shame. Ross Billison on the inside, side by side with Andrew Devaney. He's moved back up in this battle among the 7 class. 12 minutes of this race still to go, and we've had a change for the lead in the scholarship as well, because Michael Winkworth has got the lead back again from Damien Harrington. Greg Dorr behind them, then it's Ayres and Cox, then a gap back to Stuart Gilby in the orange and red car, then Ryan Taylor. Damien Harrington to the inside again as they come to Beckett's. He won't get through there. Michael Winkworth holds him off. Hard to know where to look with 2 racing on. Look how sideways they are on the entry there into the right-hander. Jeff Smith's lead was nearly 1.5 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Still frantic in the midfield. Here's a battle between O'Brien, Devaney, Jonathan Lewis, Ross Billison. Goodness me. That's for third place now, because Wanstall has dropped out. Devaney 4th, Lewis 5th, Billison 6th, Joe Polly 7th, and into the pit lane does go the car of Spencer Wanstall, so he's made it round to the pits. That's the end of his race. So Conor O'Brien, after problems yesterday, up into third place. Somebody ran wide there over the tarmac runoff area. Was that a back marker, or did somebody hit trouble? Couldn't quite see who that was. Conor O'Brien, 3rd overall, last year's scholarship champion. The car you can see tuned by Paul Inch, classic race engines, a Mini expert, all his family have raced Minis over the years. Here are the leaders. Jeff Smith in the 0-1 ahead of Joe Thompson, renewing their battle from yesterday, but the other way round. It was Thompson doing the defending yesterday, and defend he did. That's the car that ran wide, number 707 Greg Corson, who was being lapped. Andrew Devaney up the inside, takes 3rd place into Stowe Corner, the pole sitter for this race of course. Jonathan Lewis in 5th position. The leaders fling their way through Vale Club. Jeff Smith, whose British Touring Car Championship campaign with Team Eurotech in a Honda a few years ago was sadly ended by injury. It's a bit wide there through Abbey. This is the scholarship battle. Michael Winkworth and Damien Harrington, and it's, if anything, it's closer here than in the 7s classification. And look at Harrington round the outside at Stowe Corner. That's brave. I don't think that's going to work. No, it doesn't. He bobs back in behind Michael Winkworth towards Vale. 3rd in that class is Matthew Ayres now, and a big lock-up at the inside. He throws it on the inside at Vale. I don't think he'll get through there. No, he won't. They've certainly taken their brave pills, these drivers, particularly in scholarship today. Darren Cox in the grey car hanging on to the coattails of Greg Dorr. 5 cars line astern for the scholarship lead. Ryan Taylor trying to close up along with Stuart Gilby as well. Meantime, down at Stowe, Joe Thompson is closing right up on Jeff Smith. Here he goes, he's having a look as they come into Stowe. He goes straight through. Joe Thompson takes the lead for the 2nd time this weekend. I saw Jeff Smith run wide on the last lap coming out of Club Corner. I wonder if he's starting to have a handling problem. He's going to throw on at the inside coming into Vale. No, he's not. Can't get through there on the inside. Whether Jeff is suffering a slight handling issue, I'm not sure. We'll wait and see how things transpire. But Joe Thompson, yes, he's pulling away. Look, I reckon Jeff's got a slight problem here. It's rare to see someone pull away like that. Or is he just trying to lull Joe Thompson into a false sense of security and then try and fight back as he did at the end of the race yesterday and try for a last bend lunge? Joe Thompson did seem to meet little resistance there as he took the lead in the number 80 car, the man from Leicestershire. Is that Spencer Wanstall I saw rejoining there, quite possibly. Here's the scholarship class. Damien Harrington from Michael Winkworth. They've been swapping the lead all the way through this one. Matt Ayres looking on from behind them. Here's the fight between Ross Billison and Conor O'Brien. Billison has taken third place. Devaney down to fifth, and Lee Roberts sideways there ahead of Jonathan Lewis, Joe Polly and Graham Davis. Behind them, Nick Croydon, Fowler and Adam Gould, the two black cars. And here comes Jeff Smith fighting back. Joe Thompson tries to run him wide into Stowe corner, but Smith's going to go round the outside and he retakes the lead. Brilliant from Jeff Smith. Has he gone wide on the exit? Thompson back at the inside. This is tremendous stuff. Now this race is coming alive. Smith on the inside for the left-hander at the Vale, but is Thompson going to out-drag him? They're still side by side on the run. Smith's got the inside behind the curbs. Jeff, you know what happened yesterday? And he's retaken the lead again. I thought he had a problem before. He was just lulling Joe Thompson into a sense of security, I think. Playing mind games, these two. The black and white warning flag is hung out. That's the driving standards flag, and probably a warning about track limits. That was to number 711. That's the scholarship leader, Damien Harrington, warned about his track limits. If he does any more transgressions, he'll get a penalty. Here come the leaders, Smith from Thompson. They're coming up to lap the green machine of John Coburn Evans. And here's a fight between Jonathan Lewis, Conor O'Brien. Oh, they're all over the place there. Look at this. Oh no, this contact, and Ross Billison has spun. Well, there are cars going, too many cars in too small a space there, I think. They were all over each other now. I don't know what the order's going to be coming out of that, but Ross Billison was the unlucky man who spun out. I saw some tyre smoke on the way into Abbey, so maybe he missed his braking point. That's the big winner in that was Joe Polly. Looks like she's up into 5th place now. We'll try and establish the order. It's Jonathan Lewis. He's still on the grass there, up to 3rd. I know some members of the Polly family race in autograss, but this isn't an autograss circuit. Jonathan Lewis at the head of this group now, ahead of Andrew Devaney. They're 3rd and 4th. Polly 5th, O'Brien 6th, Roberts 7th. Behind them, that looks like Nick Croydon, Fowler 8th, and Graham Davis in 9th. Superb stuff. Michael Winkworth has retaken the lead, I can tell you, of the scholarship division. Absolutely frantic stuff. Now here comes Andrew Devaney up the inside. He's going to take Joe Polly for 4th. Conor O'Brien tries to slip through as well. Meanwhile, here come the leaders, and Joe Thompson is ready to attack Jeff Smith again. We've still got 5.5 minutes of this to go. Much livelier than, if anything, than yesterday's Mini 7 thrash. Coming through to the complex. Thompson sizing up Jeff Smith, who's sliding about a bit. Here's the battle behind. Nick Croydon Fowler's running well in 99, attacking Lee Roberts in the number 4 car. There go the leaders, still nose to tail. Behind that group, Joe Polly and Graham Davis. Ross Billison's got going again. He's behind Adam Gould, so down in about 11th place at the moment. Leaders almost side by side. Joe Thompson trying the Jeff Smith outside run. He's been watching him do that. Can he get round the outside of Jeff? Not quite. Smith holds him off. They're well clear of their opposition, some 11 seconds or near of 12 seconds up on 3rd place man Jonathan Lewis. Into Vale. Lewis has now broken away slightly into 3rd place ahead of Andrew Devaney and company behind. So that battle has rather broken apart because of that tangle at Abbey last time through. We saw Ross Billison go spilling, and I think Ross Billison has in fact come into the pits, as has Arnie Duncan further back in 789. Meantime, here's the scholarship category. Winkworth versus Harrington still at the front of the field. Darren Cox 3rd. There is Matt Ayres. And Greg Dorr behind him. He's lost a headlight from the 712 car. Behind him, Ryan Taylor. See the black cross on the yellow background on Ryan's car. That means he's a novice. You have to wear that on your car for your first 6 meetings. It's only Ryan's 2nd meeting, the ex-National Mini Stocks racer. Sliding out wide there, Darren Cox, mind the curbs. Holds it together just about in 732. Almost looks like a road standard Mini, that one, doesn't it? Very little sign writing on there. Here come the scholarship leaders, nose to tail over the line. Damien Harrington going for the outside. Still Smith, Thompson and Lewis at the front of the field. Or is it because Joe Thompson up the inside into Stowe corner? He's got it back again. Oh, fantastic. Joe Thompson, with 3 minutes to go, retakes the lead. What can Jeff Smith do? Tries to fight back as they come up towards the Vale for what will be the 12th time. This is magnificent stuff. Through the Vale, Joe Thompson hangs on. We could have a repeat of yesterday's closing stages here, with Smith trying to get past Thompson. Will it be a double for Joe Thompson to establish a clear championship lead after the first meeting of the year? 0.4 of a second in it as they cross the line. Here's the scholarship leaders, still Winkworth from Harrington. Battle behind, headed by Cox. Greg Dorr at the inside, he'll take third in class away. Matty Ayres down to fifth in that category. In the Rune Speed car. Behind them, Ryan Taylor. Through the left-hander. Michael Winkworth going for his double. He's in 11th overall. Top 10 ahead, all in the 7 category. We've got somebody off on the exit of Stowe Corner. We'll pick that up in just a moment. Meantime, here's the battle for fourth place, headed up by Conor O'Brien. It was Nick Croydon-Fowler. As Jeff Smith up the inside, he's retaken Joe Thompson into Stowe yet again. Saw somebody off on this section of the lap a moment ago. I'm not sure who it is though. It's 7:07, we're told, which is Greg Corson has spun off there. Jeff Smith with the lead ahead of Joe Thompson, back in front once again, and Thompson is not letting go here. They're still line astern. Yeah, there is Greg Corson, 7:07, axle deep in the gravel. He's out of the race. They've got a back marker ahead here. They're going to go either side of him. Whoa, look at that. Scaring the back marker a bit there, and Thompson switches from one side to the other. He's going for the inside into Abbey. This is going to be interesting as they head up to the complex. Will they fit through there side by side? Thompson trying for the inside. Is he going to take the lead up into Village Corner? I think he's got it. Here's the battle behind. Here are the leaders down the Hanger Straights. What's Jeff Smith going to do this time? We've only got 25 seconds on the clock, so it could well be checkered flag this time. He's going for the outside. They're side by side. I didn't see if they got the last lap board last time through, so maybe the drivers don't know themselves. We had this yesterday as well. Joe Thompson still leads. Here comes Jeff Smith. Which side's he going to go as they come into Vale? No passing at Stowe, of course. There was the yellow flag out there for Greg Corson. Thompson holds the lead on the way in. Clock has counted down to 0. We should get the checkered flag this time. Smith will try everything. They should see the checkered flag as they come out of Club Corner. There is the checkered flag, and Joe Thompson wins it. A double for Joe Thompson by 0.188 of a second. My goodness, what a dice between those two. Meanwhile, what's happening in the scholarship category? It's still Michael Winkworth. He's going for a double as well. What can Damien Harrington do? They're coming down to Stowe for the last time. They pull clear of their opposition, these two. Damien Harrington try and get the cut back through Vale and Club. This is going to be close. It looks as though Michael Winkworth has just about done enough for his double win, I think. They swing their way into Vale. Harrington a little bit skittish on the entry there. Can Harrington get one at the inside into Club Corner? He's not going to do it, and the scholarship class is going to be won by Michael Winkworth. 2 out of 2 for Michael Winkworth. Well done to him. Ahead of Damien Harrington by 0.266 of a second, nearly as close as the 7s. As for the rest of the results, well, we were that busy with the 2 class lead battles, we lost a bit of sight of the 3rd place fight there, but well done to Nick Croydon-Fowler. He came from nowhere to take 3rd place outright. That's brilliant. I think that might be his first ever podium, so well done to him. 4th for Jonathan Lewis. Conor O'Brien was 5th. Andrew Devaney 6th. Lee Roberts 7th. Then Joe Polly 8th. Adam Gould 9th. And 10th for Graham Davis. We'll confirm that result in a second. 2 brilliant class battles in the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. 14 laps completed. Here's the result. Joe Thompson the winner by 0.188 of a second. Again, Jeff Smith had to settle for 2nd place. Nick Croydon-Fowler, well done on 3rd place, which I think is his first ever podium, ahead of Jonathan Lewis, Conor O'Brien, Andrew Devaney, Lee Roberts and Joe Polly as quickly as that. Adam Gould 9th and Graham Davis 10th. Then we had the scholarship runners. Michael Winkworth just beats Damien Harrington home by 0.266 of a second. Matthew Ayres third, ahead of Darren Cox and Ryan Taylor, fifth in class, 15th overall. Greg Dorr was next home in 16th, ahead of Dave Rees, making up for a non-finish yesterday. Then Stuart Gilby. There was Mark Chappell in 19th place. Rounding up the top 20, John Coburn Evans, and we lost Ross Billison, Arnold Duncan, Spencer Wanstall, unfortunately, who was in that lead battle, Jeff Williams, Greg Corson, and also Ben Seafried. So well done and thank you to all at the Mini 7 Racing Club. Some brilliant racing in all 4 of their stanzas this weekend. We'll see them out in a couple of weeks' time at Snetterton as well for their second round of the year. We'll have coverage of that one here on BARC TV, along with Caterham graduates, Britcar, and also the Supercarts. Next up on track today, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with their Laser Tools Pre-93s and Simply Service Pre-2003 touring cars. I'll have the grid for that for you shortly. Let's have a look at the grid then for our next race of the day. This is based on the results of the earlier Pre-93, Pre-03 race. This is AJ Owen, therefore, who takes pole in his Honda. Ray West in the Jägermeister BMW alongside him. Second row, Gary Preble, Honda. David Griffin, BMW, although we didn't see David Griffin in the Classic Thunder race. Hopefully he'll make it out for this one. Third row, Don Hughes, Peugeot, Dean Forward, Cosworth. Fourth row, Russell Dack and Andy Cripps in a pair of BMWs. Fifth row, James Ram in the Jaguar XJS and Ross Craig, Honda. Pair of Honda Civics, Dan Thackeray and John Peerless on row 6. Row 7, more Honda Civics, Phil Wright and Cameron Tunio. Row 8, Charles Coppott, Jaguar, Ian Bauer in his BMW. He'll be one to watch from there, came through nicely from the back in race 1. On the 9th row, Carrie Lewis, Honda Civic, and David Howard in his Jaguar XJ12. Then on the 10th row, we have Michael Seaborn with his Jaguar XJ40 alongside David Nixon in the Rover. Vic Hope's Honda starts alongside Ben Mason's BMW. Jamie Primet and Frank Pettit are next in Honda and Renault. Andy Sheraton BMW, Mark Finney in the Vauxhall Astra. Then we'll have Steve Barber in his Honda, where that blank space is, alongside Jake Margulies in his BMW. And the final row, John Hillier in the BMW Estates. Yes, really, if you didn't see it earlier, we'll see it in this one. And Jamie Thwaites in the Alfa Romeo, who sadly was the only non-finisher in our earlier race. Is it going to be a double for AJ Owen then in Pre-03? Can he win overall? Can he stop the BMW? It's likely to be a BMW v Honda thrash in this one. After this, we will have a second race for the Volkswagen Racing Cup, Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. I'll be back to Andy and Paul for that one. Then back with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, their final race of the weekend, Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series. And then the 50 minutes Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy Class, 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. And hopefully we will have the starting drivers through in time for that one from Steve Wood. he says, hoping Steve Wood is listening in to BARC TV. All good fun, Steve. How many have we got watching on YouTube? About 1,200 at the moment. We've had 1,300 likes. We'll bring the cars out onto track very shortly indeed. The Marshals in position on the grid, enjoying the sunshine down there. Cars to look for from further back on the grid. After problems in... Well, there wasn't really anybody who had problems in race one. As we said, the only retirement, unluckily, was Jamie Thwaites, the Alfa Romeo 155. He pulled into the pits on the final lap. Everybody else finished the race. Just waiting to see if David Griffin is there in the BMW. No, he's not. So he did have a problem in race one. So we've lost the reigning pre-93 champion. We haven't got David Griffin in the Diet Coke BMW. He must have headed to the paddock to drink a Diet Coke or two, I assume. Other soft drinks are available. I hope he's not taken a leaf out of Ray West's book and is mixing it with Jägermeister, especially not if he's got to drive home. David Griffin, the champion in pre-93 last year. Second place was David Nixon. He won Class C in the Rover last season. And Andy Sheraton was the Class D champion in his Laser Tools E30 BMW. Don Hughes is there, so is Dean Forward. There's Russell Dack, the ex-Kumho BMW champion. Andy Cripps, James Ram. Ross Craig is there. Dan Thackeray and John Peerless in their Civics, the older shaped Civic of Phil Wright. There's Ian Bauer. Keep an eye on that red BMW. He could be one to watch coming through. Missing anybody from further back, it doesn't look like it. Steve Barber's there, Jake Margulies. Oh, the only car missing at the back is the BMW estate. John Hillier's not there after I bigged him up. Jamie Thwaites is, though. Take an opportunity to have a look at that lovely Alfa Romeo. Still comments coming in on YouTube. Steve says, good luck Cam Tunio and Jamie Primet in their Honda Civics further back on the grid for this one. Can't read all your YouTube comments because there's just so many of them. Nearly 1,200 of you watching, great to see. John Young says, look at that Alpha. Yes, we did. I think our cameraman lingered on that on purpose. Missing the BMW of David Griffin. Cosworth's there though. The ex-Jim McLaughlin car of Dean Forward. Very successful in the likes of Ford Mustangs and other historic V8 engine rumblers over the years, including the McLaren M8F Can-Am car in Thundersports. So this should leave it fairly straightforward for Ray West in the orange BMW for the pre-93 honours, I would think, unless something happens to that car. Can anyone stop AJ Owen for overall victory? If anyone can, Gary Preble can, in the white Honda Civic. Last couple of cars lining up at the back. This will be a 15-minute thrash, penultimate race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Thanks to their huge amounts of drivers, record grids for them this weekend. Looks like we are in position, the green flag being waved at the back of the grid. The red lights are on and away they go. Great start from the rear-wheel drive BMW of Ray West. In the Graham Myers car, he will take up the early lead from AJ Owen and Gary Preble. Going through into fourth is the Cosworth of Dean Forward, certainly moving forward from his qualifying position as they go towards the complex for the first time. Side by side between the two Hondas for second place, but it is Ray West who's got the lead. AJ Owen has a look up the inside under braking for Village. Good getaway by Andy Cripps once again, using the rear-wheel drive of the BMW. It's the orange BMW that leads from Owen. Has a look on the inside at Beckett's, not quite room there. Being wide there, Dan Thackeray's Honda Civic. Side by side for the lead. Now is Owen going to be able to get into the lead? He's almost being pushed by Gary Preble there. Preble trying to go between the two of them. Look at this from the white Honda, making it 3 wide as they come down towards Stowe Corner. Who's going to brake first? I think it's AJ Owen who's braked first, because Gary Preble's there on the inside and he's going to take the lead away. So they all get round Stowe Corner for the first time in this Laser Tools pre-93 and Simply Serviced pre-03 touring car race. All round Stowe Corner, okay, and it is Gary Preble who has got the lead in car number 191. AJ Owen in second place, third place for Ray West, and he leads the pre-93 cars. They complete the first lap. It's Preble with Owen on his rear spoiler. Fourth place is Dean Forward. Don Hughes in the Peugeot is fifth, number 148. Sixth is Andy Cripps. James Ram up to seventh in the Jaguar XJS. Ryan astern as they head towards Abbey for the second time. There's the number 33. That's Andy Cripps in the BMW. Gary Preble has the lead. Puff of smoke there from Dean Forward, Sierra Cosworth. We don't want smoke, we want flames out of that exhaust. Memories of Steve Soper, the days he used to battle Andy Rouse. Already Jamie Thwaites making progress in the Alfa Romeo from the back of the grid. But not the best of starts for Ian Bauer. He started 16th, and whether he's had another problem, yeah, he's down to 25th place. He's lost 10 places on that first lap, so he's had further problems. Might be a clutch issue getting the car off the line. Don Hughes side by side with the Cosworth. There we see the flames from the exhaust pipe. That's what we like to see. Here's the battle for 8th. Round the outside goes Russell Dack ahead of Ross Craig. David Nixon in the Rovers repaired his bonnet from earlier on. There's the two Hondas up front. Gary Preble from AJ Owen, pulling away slightly now from Ray West in the BMW. Ray won't mind. Two Hondas in a different championships then. They're pre-03, he's pre-93. Don Hughes up there in fourth place. He's got ahead of the Sierra Cosworth of Dean Forward. Long way to go, yes, another 12 minutes or so to go. Enjoying the sunshine of Silverstone. And Owen won't mind too much either. He's in a different class to Gary Preble. Preble Class D, Owen Class B. Ray West in third place, the orange BMW. And it's Hughes. Flash of flame, thank you very much, Dean Forward, in fifth position. Could almost put that Cosworth in the classic Thunder Saloons, couldn't you, with flashes of flame like that? First five have pulled away. There's Andy Cripps under pressure from James Ram, the reigning Jaguar Series champion. We saw him in action in that yesterday. 2 second places for James behind Tom Robinson. Behind them Russell Dack, Dan Thackeray, Ross Craig and John Peerless. A gaggle of hectic Hondas there. Another pair of Hondas at the front. Preble still ahead of Owen. Over the line they go. We'll see Don Hughes up there with the Peugeot 306. Chase their way up through Abbey towards Farm, then into Village. Great driving by Gary Preble, who's taken wins in the Castle Combe Saloon Series in everything from a Rover to a Seat Leon to Peugeot 205s. He's raced all manner of saloon cars over the years, as has his brother Adam. There's Carrie Lewis in his Honda, under fire from Jamie Thwaites, who's carving through the field. Where's he up to? Last count, he was up to 19th, having started from the back. A burn from the stern from the Alfa Romeo driver, as they say in American racing. Don Hughes trying to close down the BMW of Ray West, trying to make it pre-03, 1-2-3. Ram still on the back of Cripps. Here's our three Hondas. Behind them, the older Civic, the Castrol livery car there, that's Phil Wright. Over the line they go onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. 0.2 of a second is the lead gap, so AJ Owen is not holding back here. Just did the best second sector of the race, under 30 seconds in the second sector. He's closed the gap down to 0.2 of a second. Took nearly half a second out of Gary Preble on that last lap, trying to take the overall lead once again. Cosworth's dropped back a little, flaming away there. That's what we like to see, Dean Forward. Then Cripps, Ram, Dak, Thackeray, John Peerless up the inside there, takes Ross Craig. With a gaggle of Hondas further back behind them, Ben Mason's BMW. AJ Owen has definitely got Gary Preble in his sights here. AJ Owen, the ASM Auto Recycling Honda. Now towards Vale, here's a battle further back, David Nixon in there, Michael Seaborn as well. Preble just a little bit wide now. AJ Owen's got a run as they come out of Vale up towards Club. Can he take the lead away onto the main straight? They're side by side. He's got him. Good move, AJ Owen, but Gary Preble's fighting back now. Battle is joined between the two Hondas. He goes out slightly onto the marbles there to the inside of the home straight. Gary Preble fights up the inside, but Owen holds him off and he's got the lead. Good driving by both of the Honda Civic pilots. AJ Owen just got the better run out of Vale there on the inside line, was able to get the overlap as they came out of Club onto the Hamilton straights. But now he's having to work hard. Preble fighting back. They're in different classes, so it won't matter for the championship, but they want the glory of an overall race win, as does Ray West behind them in the BMW. 8 minutes of this race to go, so we're not even halfway. Oh, over the grass there goes Ray West. Got the line wrong out of Beckett's there, just ran a bit wide. That'll drop him back towards Don Hughes in that yellow Peugeot. Menacing behind them, and here comes Gary Preble up the outside, trying to retake the lead of this Laser Tools pre-93 and Simply Serviced pre-03 race. Mr. Simply Serviced himself, as we mentioned earlier, Simon Beamont, the championship sponsor, not racing. He unfortunately had a crash in his Escort in testing at Silverstone earlier this week. The car too badly damaged to be raced. Spun coming out of Stowe Corner and hit the barrier. Sadly, Simon's okay, the car isn't. See you back out soon, Simon. Coming up on a back marker here, AJ Owen. Coming up to lap Jake Margulies with his BMW E30. Carrie Lewis in the ambient graphics Civic battling it out with the big Jaguar XJ40. Michael Seaborn sliding his way around there on the marbles on the outside. Vic Hope behind him, I think that's Jamie Primet, fighting up onto their tails as well. Big Jag to the inside, oh, look out. Big lock up there, that could have been dicey. I thought he was going into the back of Carrie Lewis there, well controlled. Michael Seaborn in the Castrol style livery, similar to the IMSA GTP Jaguars of the early 90s, raced in America. AJ Owen on the inside, Gary Preble on the outside. Look at the way that Ray West is starting to close back up after that little moment earlier on. 6.5 minutes to go. Preble to the inside at Vale. Can he be late on the brakes here again? Owen takes the lights. Good defensive driving. Up on the curb goes Preble. Back marker ahead here. Who is that? It's Steve Barber's black Honda Civic, the Ford Anglia racer among others. There's the Alfa Romeo battling with Charles Coppock in the XJ6, in the XJS rather. Jamie Thwaites has got the Alfa up to 15th from the back of the grid. That's good going. David Howard behind them, then David Nixon, Carrie Lewis and Michael Seaborn. And the battling Vic Hope and Jamie Primet in their Hondas. There go the leaders through Beckett, slapping Mark Finiani and Bauer, so clearly all is not well with that BMW. He's normally a front runner. Now, what can Gary Preble do? Say he's in a different class to AJ Owen. He doesn't need to pass him for championship points or for glory. West, if anything, is slipping back slightly into the clutches of Don Hughes in the Persia. We're in the second half of this race now, just over 5 minutes to go. There's Andy Cripps. Here comes James Ram, drawing past Carl Dack, who's racing Milton Hall Stadium. Apologies there. John Peerless takes Ross Craig in the hot battle of the Hondas. These three have been scrapping it out all race long. Dan Thackeray ahead of them. Andy Sheraton is lapped in the BMW E30. Next man to be lapped will be Frank Pettit's Clio. 1.1 second now the lead margin, so Owen has eked out an advantage over Preble. Take a look at the lap time comparisons for third and fourth, because I think Don Hughes is closing on Ray West. He definitely is. You can see it there at Beckett's. Last lap was 2 seconds quicker. Here's Jamie Thwaites. Where's he up to now? He's chasing Cam Tunio in his Honda Civic. So is Charles Coppock, the big Jag. Little and large battling it out here in the midfield. Behind them is another big Jag, that of David Howard, the XJ12 saloon. Pause for appreciation of the Alfa Romeo. Coming into the closing stages now. James Ram getting in among the Hondas, having a go at Dan Thackeray in 291. He's got him round the outside. Jag out dragging the smaller Civic in a straight line. There's the battle for third place. That's Ray West. He's still leading the pre-93 category, heading for a double there. There are the leaders. Yes, the gap has opened out now, about 0.4 of a second. Owen increased his lead by on that last lap. He also did the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 14.156. Compare that to Preble's 1:14.218 from earlier on. And Hughes is through. Don Hughes has got through into third place. I said he was catching Ray West. The Peugeot up into third. So it's pre-03 cars all the way now in the top three. Hughes down to fourth. Forward is up to fifth. Then it's Andy Cripps with the green BMW. Russell Dack in seventh in the BMW Compact. Here's a battle further back. This is for 13th place between Cam Tunio and Charles Coppock. They're being chased by Jamie Thwaites in the Alfa. Here they come towards Village. 3 wide, look at this, the Civic almost swallowed up there, the big Jag on the inside. David Howard watching on, then Kerry Lewis. Coppock using the grunt of his XJS. Cam Tunio tries to dive back around the outside using the superior handling of the Civic. Here they come onto the Hanger Straights now. Power is going to tell here, surely. This is the fight for 13th and 14th, and here comes David Howard. Says, well, if you're going to squabble, I'll try and pass you all down the outside. Oh, that's a bit of a squeeze. Alfa, Honda and Jaguar. They've all somehow made it round. I thought somebody was going to get squeezed onto the grass there. That somebody was nearly David Howard. He thought better of it, he backed out. Another Honda behind him. Jamie Thwaites up the inside. Oh, careful, Jamie. Don't want to damage that Alfa Romeo. He's gone over the gravel on the exit. He nearly took all three of them out there. Oh dear, he'll have to drop back in behind those two. Let's see if he's penalised for gaining an advantage. David Howard will have a go at the Alfa Romeo now. That was close. He nearly had a pile up there into the gravel at Vale. He's kept it running. David Howard will go through though. Kerry Lewis in his Honda in behind them. Got just over a minute of this race to go now. Owen and Preble, the gap's up to over 2.5 seconds now, so AJ Owen all set for his double. There is Gary Preble in second place. There's just under a minute to go on the clock, so this may well be the last lap. It's going to be close. They might get one more in after this. There is the 1-2-3 of AJ Owen, the High Wycombe driver. Round the outside to lap James Primmett. Prebble's dropped back into second. There's Don Hughes going well in third. He's had a good weekend. Mired in back markers at the moment, though. There's Michael Seaborn about to be lapped in the big XJ40. Ahead of him, Vic Hope in 51, another Brands Hatch regular over the years in their Saloon Series. Ray West still leading the pre-93 split in the Jägermeister car. Blue flag being waved at the back markers as here comes AJ. I think we're going to get the checkered flag this time. It's going to be close on time. 5 seconds to go as he comes out to club. Wait and see what goes out from the marshals as he comes over the line. No, it is the last lap board, so he was just slightly too early there. We've all got one more lap for AJ Owen. And what's happened to Gary Preble? I didn't see him come through there. See, he had an issue somewhere. Or was he just hidden by back markers? Wait to see if he comes through. He's in. I think he's in among the back markers somewhere. Jamie Thwaites ahead of Cam Tunio and Kerry Lewis now. There is AJ coming up to lap this little lot. There's Gary. He was hidden behind a wall of back markers coming through the last corner. That's why I couldn't see him. Well, Ray West is going to win the pre-93 split ahead of Dean Forward. Third in that group is Andy Cripps. It's pre-03, 1, 2, 3. Here comes AJ Owen. Great fight with Gary Preble in this one early on before pulling away. Comes up to lap David Howard's XJ12. He's got 2 corners to negotiate now, the left at Vale, the long right at Club. And a perfect start to his title defence in the simply serviced pre-03 Touring Car Championship. The man from Buckinghamshire, AJ Owen, round the final corner, takes the checkered flag, dives over to the pit wall. He nearly hit the pit wall, he dove over so quickly. Gary Preble comes over in second. And Don Hughes third. The win in the pre-93 class, sponsored by Laser Tools, goes to Ray West in the BMW. And Gary Preble pulls up alongside AJ Owen to congratulate him. A good race between those two. That's good sportsmanship from Gary. We'll confirm the full results shortly as over the line comes the Cosworth of Dean Forward. He takes 5th and 2nd in pre-93. Quite a way back on Ray West, some 15 seconds down. 6th over the line, Russell Dack in his BMW. He wins Class C of the pre-03s. Oh, this lot is still at it. Charles Coppock, Cam Tunio, Jamie Thwaites and Kerry Lewis. Jamie Thwaites just hoping to finish this time. And he's going to. 7th has gone to Cripps, then Dan Thackeray 8th in the battle of the Hondas with Ross Craig and John Peerless. James Ram's Jaguar dropping to 11th, ahead of Phil Wright. There he is in 12th. 13th place will go to Charles Coppock, I think. As AJ Owen celebrates a double victory. Here's that battle over the line. Charles Coppock does take 13th. Thwaites 14th from the back and Cam Tunio 15th. Frantic thrash in the midfield there in the latter stages. Hopefully hear from AJ Owen once again. Gave us a very wordy interview earlier on. Maybe he's after a co-commentating job, who knows. Here's your result then. Provisional results, AJ Owen the winner by 1 3/4 seconds from Gary Preble, and Don Hughes makes it a pre-03 1-2-3. Ray West, the pre-93 split winner, in 4th place ahead of Dean Forward, and Russell Dack in 6th. He wins his class, 5 class winners in the top 6. Andy Cripps is next home ahead of Dan Thackeray, Ross Craig and John Peerless, the Honda Civic trio. James Ram wins his class in 11th, then Phil Wright, Charles Coppock, Jamie Thwaites from the back of the grid, Cam Tunio completing the top 15. Behind him in 16th was Kerry Lewis ahead of David Howard, then David Nixon in the Rover, Vic Hope in his Honda Civic, Michael Seaborn and Ben Mason, James Primmett, Frank Pettit in the Clio. Andy Sheraton wins his class in his BMW ahead of Mark Finney. Ian Bauer struggled a bit in that one, finished towards the back. And then Steve Barber and Jake Margulies completed the 28 finishers. No retirements in our second pre-93 and 03 race of the day. Great stuff, that's what we like to see, a good, reliable race. And a good race between the two Hondas at the front of the field as well. Gary Preble and race winner AJ Owen. Now, next up, we will see the second race for the Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup, combined with the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Max Hart, the winner first time out. It was Jack Depper who took the VW. As the team's coming out onto the grid, it'll be over to Andy and Paul to take you through that one shortly. So Ollie Turner on his debut in the VW Racing Cup does get some laps in this time. I'm told that he broke a drive shaft on the grid earlier on. Now let's head down to Steve Jameson in a second. He's got some interviews in the pits.
Well, for the second time today, we're joined here by AJ. AJ, that was a wild race. That had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was bonkers, to be fair. Me and Gary both got ahead of Ray, and then it was a bit like, oh, okay, let's see what Gary's like in clear air, and he dropped me initially, and then I caught back up, and Gary's a wise old fox at this game, so you've got to do something pretty special to get past Gary, and did a lovely little cut back, and that was it, and sort of just kept my head down, but it was the clutch was slipping away on the last lap there, so I don't think the clutch has got much left in it, but that was two very hard races, and hopefully for the cameras it was certainly something good to watch.
Well, I was watching it from up in the balcony here on the finishing straight, and the best thing for me is every time the cars came back around, it seemed like we had a new leader. It was one of those races, wasn't it? It was back and forth. How difficult was it just to try and stay in the moment and just try and keep yourself in front?
You just got to, when you're sort of in a car like mine, you sort of have to be a bit tactical, and we were down the hangar straight 3 abreast, and you just think, oh God, and look at the slowest out of the 3 of us, mine's the slowest, and just to the inside, and then when I got the lead with Gary, it was like, just have to put the car to the inside every time, make him go the long way round, and then catch the other cars, but it was hard work. I don't know what it looked like from the outside, but we were going through turn 1 opposite lot, turn 2 opposite lot, and the thing was danced all over the place, but yeah, I didn't think I'd get a pole. I didn't think I'd get 2 wins. I've been saying all week I won't do it. But
yeah, well, I was just
brilliant.
about to say that leads us in quite nicely. We spoke to you after race 1, obviously, where you got the win. You were just delighted to be back. Great win was a bonus. But how do you reflect on this weekend now? It couldn't have gone any better, right?
No, as I say, it's sort of a bit of a whirlwind because I didn't expect it. I thought we would struggle because it's big power circuit really. But yeah, it's one we'll look back on, and certainly with the calibre of driver that's in the field as well, it's certainly a one to cherish for sure.
One to be proud of, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Top man, AJ, thank you.
Well, thanks very much to AJ. He can talk for England, can't he? Said he should co-commentate with me. Anyway, teams are on the grid then for our second race of the day for the Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup, incorporating the Goodyear Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. I'll hand you over to your commentary team of Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen.
Welcome back everyone to the Silverstone International Circuit. Thanks to Dave Goddard, who's been talking us through all of the action today. We'll give him a rest now for the next half an hour or so because it is time for the second race of the day in the second round of the championship for the Maximum Networks VW Racing Cup, incorporating the Goodyear Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Andy McEwen up here in the commentary box, Paul O'Neill alongside me. And that first race, Paul, gave us an awful lot to talk about. There were quite a few bits of news that we were able to pick up between the races. A couple of the front runners that had dramas. Bradley Kent, for example, who had that astonishing front row qualifying effort, sadly having a puncture on the opening lap, which is what put him out of contention. But what we did see, I think, is the beginnings of a great rivalry between Lewis Kent and Max Hart. Those two were going after each other and matching each other blow for blow, really, with Max eventually coming out on top to take the first win.
It was like a heavyweight fight, wasn't it? Definitely, and I think these guys will definitely be enjoying that, but at the same time, I just sense that there's going to be a bit of, you say rivalry, I think it's going to be a big slog, as in Mike Tyson versus Frank Bruno. You can sense it, can't you? So, yeah, it's great to see. And the even better thing for us, Andy, is that they line up 5th and 6th, so they've got it all to do, and so they're going to be like fighting in a massive group of people who don't want to be in that fight.
Yes, because we have a reversed grid, or a partially reversed grid for race number 2. The top 6 finishers from each class, although there weren't 6 finishers in the VWs, but the top 6 have been reversed basically from the results of the previous race to form the grid for race number 2. So Max Hart, who won race 1, starts 6th with Lewis Kent alongside him on the 3rd row. But 6th place in race 1 was Will Butler, so he lines up on pole position in the Cupra with Hugo Cook alongside. Now Hugo ran out of fuel at the very last corner from 4th position, challenging for 3rd actually, ended up 5th, which lost him some points, but puts him on the front row for race number 2. Dan Kirby and Darren Lewis make up row 2 ahead of those top 2, the heavyweights if you like, from race 1, Lewis Kent and Max Hart. Jack Constable is 7th with Toby Byrne 8th in the 2nd of the Mercedes, with Danny Crevet, who we didn't really mention in race 1, but he just kept his head down, stayed out of trouble, exactly what he had to do in his first ever race in the championship. Then behind them we have got Bruce Winfield, who had a puncture after lap 1 contact, Will Powell, who I don't know if he'll be out there on the grid. I'm not convinced he will be because he's had all sorts of mechanical issues this weekend. Bradley Kent, we know, had a puncture, he's out on the grid from the back row, and Andy Wilmot is there in the green Vauxhall Astra, who I think it was a power steering issue that he had in race 1 that put him out. In the VWs, they also get the reversed grid treatment. The top 4 reversed here because Ollie Turner was not classified within enough laps of the leader after his drive shaft issue. So it is going to be Chris Wallace on pole position from Jeff Alden, Russell Joyce and race 1 winner Jack Depper on the 2nd row. And Ollie Turner, it was a drive shaft that broke on the grid. That's quite a common issue, it seems, especially with front-wheel drive cars. I seem to see this a lot. What can cause that? Is it something the driver's doing on the warm-up lap?
Well, it can be a number of things. I know I've had broken drive shafts before, and you're putting so much force through those shafts with an obviously a sticky, slick tyre, but the temperature, when you're warming the tyres up, you're constantly high revs and putting loads of torque through those front wheels. So, and you've got to remember, the VW Cup cars, they're very much road-going cars with slicks on and a roll case. They're not like the TCR cars that are fully fledged racing cars. So, yeah, you're going to have a struggle, and any race car can have a struggle with its drive shaft. But yeah, usually it's a road car part that fails, and that weakness has to come round somewhere.
So, they are, I think, most of the stories that we had to pick up after race 1. Race 2, though, I think is going to present us with even more drama, because this reversed grid now, as it is designed to do, it gives other drivers now a chance to start at the front of the grid. It gives the quick drivers a bit more of a challenge to move through. Having said that, though, this Hugo Cook bloke on the front row of the grid, you chatted to him between the races, we both think he's got a really good shot here, don't we? At least of a podium, and maybe a race win.
Yeah, I would say that he didn't get a very good start, did he? He was telling us he got quite a lot of wheel spin in the second phase at the start, so just past probably 3,000 or 4,000 revs, he just started to wheel spin after he left the line. But I'm with you. I really think he's got that first race under his belt, and I think we have to look at Hugo in that Audi to say that he might even lead this first lap. But after that, I think hopefully he can just hold on for a podium. But I tell you what, we are in for an absolute beauty here. It's not going to be a 2-horse race, this one, early doors. It's going to be a 68,000 horse race, and it's going to involve some proper pedallers.
I think so. I mean, even Will Butler, who is on pole position, he did actually race with us last year at Donington. He was 4th place in, I think, the final race of the year last year, his first appearance in TCR as well, so we know that he is pretty rapid. Darren Lewis impressed me in the last race as well in that Mercedes. He lines up on the 2nd row, the A-Class Mercedes that was coming under some pressure from Hugo Cook towards the end, but Darren did always seem to have an answer for the youngster in the Audi. He's going to be gunning for a repeat of that podium. And then in the VW Racing Cup as well, Ollie Turner, what a disastrous start to his championship, arguably the pre-season favourite along with Jack Depper, and that drive shaft meant that he had no defence against Depper. Depper is already going to be 26 points ahead of him. Turner needs a result in this one.
Yeah, he does, and I'm sure he'll bounce back. He knows the score, so that car just made its way off the grid, so there's no problems so far for Ollie. And I think, like you say, Ollie is just going to be, he's got nothing to lose, is he? He's just going to go absolutely flat to the boards and try and get to the front. But he hasn't, well, he's alongside Jack, isn't he? Because they've reversed the finishes. So they're going to, again, you're going to see those two championship contenders battling their way through the VW Cup field.
Yes, most definitely, and Ollie did promise me that he'd put on a show in this second race as he tried to come up through the order. Just to correct myself, he's not going to be 26 points behind because there are half points available at the moment in the VW Racing Cup, just because it's a slightly smaller entry than usual. We are anticipating a few more cars will make an appearance later on in the year. So green flag lap then is underway, as you can see. Cars heading down the Hanger Straight. Still picture perfect day here at Silverstone. Bit breezy, but it's dry, it's sunny. The track temperature will probably not be that dissimilar to what it was earlier on. But we saw, didn't we, these Goodyear tyres working astonishingly well in race 1. The life seemed to stay in them right towards the end, and I think it was Max Hart said to us they go through almost a phase where they drop off and then they kind of come back, which is a bit strange.
Yeah, interesting listening to him and what he had to say. The car coming back to him a bit further on, so really interesting stuff to hear that from the driver. Mickey Butler from Goodyear is over the moon when I've spoken to him about the tyres, and because we were both in the comms box, we couldn't believe how fast the cars were at that later stage in the race. So all the cars, the TCR cars and actually the VW Cup cars, they've got the same compound tyre. They're just a bit smaller in dimension on the VW Cup cars. So the cars at the front, the TCT car and the TCR cars have the same tyre in dimension, but the VW Cup car is just a bit smaller. But the compound is the same, sidewalls are the same, so that's why we've got a great control tyre. So good stuff from Goodyear. They've done a great job. It's fantastic to see.
As is this grid of cars as they line up in front of us alongside the spectacular looking Silverstone wing. We're on the international circuit for the first time in the championship's history. It's already provided us with one very entertaining race, and I think this second one will be no different at all. Reminder then, it's Will Butler on the pole position with Hugo Cook alongside him, Dan Kirby and Darren Lewis on row number 2, and then Lewis Kent and Max Hart. One of the keys of this race will be to see which of those two gets themselves towards the front of the field the quickest. That could well decide who ultimately wins. Revs then starting to rise. We're about to go racing in round number 2 of the championship. Lights go out. A demon start from the pole sitter. Not so strong off the line is Hugo Cook in the Audi, and he is under pressure already. Dan Kirby, I think, has broken through into second place. Darren Lewis is third, but joint third with Lewis Kent, who goes up the inside into Abbey Corner. Lewis Kent was absolutely on it and already has a car between himself and his race 1 rival Max Hart, and he now goes up the inside of Darren Lewis for second place as they go into Village Corner for the first time. 2 and 3 wide further back. Hold your breath. I think they've all made it through. What a start from Lewis Kent though. 5th on the grid. He goes onto the Hanger Straight second, but Max Hart only 2 places behind.
Wow, that was a great start, wasn't it? And fair play, he was taking no prisoners, was he? And he really got on with it. But look at this, he's having to defend, and Darren there in the A-Class Mercedes is trying to block, isn't he, from Max Hart, but Max is down the inside at Stowe, so it's all go, and it's great to see a clean first few corners.
Yeah, there was a bit of argy-bargy in race 1, wasn't there? Look at Ollie Turner from the back of the grid. He's challenging for the lead in the VW Cup round the outside of Russell Joyce, and I think that might just work. I noticed Jack Depper was in the top 3 as well, so the order completely changing in both classes. It is Dan Kirby, though, from 3rd on the grid that will lead the opening lap by a decent margin over Lewis Kent in 2nd. Max Hart has taken 3rd from Darren Lewis, who is 4th. I think that's Will Butler in 5th position. Yes, it is, with Hugo Cook 6th from 2nd. He'll be disappointed with that, but we know Hugo has better race pace. He should be able to come back forwards.
Yeah, I think so, and I think again it's just a bit of an experience from standing starts. He's done rolling starts in these cars this weekend and Britcar, so just a bit different for him, but I must admit it looks a bit ominous. The fast guys really are starting to put the pressure on Dan Kirby, who's going to be he's going to be going for it, isn't he? So that was Andy Wilmot running wide, wasn't it, in the green Astra?
Yes, and being overtaken by Bradley Kent, who survived the first lap this time, thankfully. Bradley, younger brother to Lewis, but he did out-qualify Lewis. If you weren't with us for qualifying this morning, Bradley Kent was 2nd on the grid for race 1, but had that puncture on the number 44 car. There he is, look, the 2nd of these Essex and Kent Motorsport entered cars. First time they've entered 2 cars into the championship, and they're already saying that they're reaping the benefits of that by having 2 drivers helping with setup and talking each other through the races. Lewis was saying they are definitely still in radio contact as well during the race, chatting away to each other. And Bradley moving forwards nicely. Change for 5th there. Hugo Cook up ahead now of that was Will Butler, wasn't it? So Cook already on the march to the front.
He is, but Dan Kirby still doing good. I mean, I think there's going to be a strike maybe down at down at Stowe, I would have thought, because I've got to say that Lewis is looking very strong in second place. But look at them, they're all quite still bunched up, aren't they?
Yeah, Bradley Kent there was looking to the outside. There's also a change there. I think that was Danny Crevet, wasn't it? Going up the inside of Toby Byrne. You're right, though. We're about to have a fight for the lead, and it's important here for Lewis to get on with this. If he sits behind Dan Kirby for too long, then Max Hart is only a second and a half back, and Max will be on him in a flash. So this could be the key moment in the race. If Lewis Kent can get this car between himself and Max Hart and pull away, that could win him the race. Bradley Kent looking up the inside of Jack Constable there. This is the battle for 7th position. So Bradley has already got past Bruce Winfield on this lap, and he's going to be well inside the top 10 by the end of this, the 3rd lap of the race. Back out of Club Corner come the top 2 then. Dan Kirby leading the way, but only just.
Pretty strong, that car, actually, coming out the last sector as he comes over the line. Dan Kirby, I'm surprised, and it's no disrespect to him, but he has done ever so well on these first few laps, because it's no mean feat keeping him behind, and I'm thinking this may be a challenge for the lead. If we see it when it comes back onto him, is he going to be in front? We'll see, because he was very close, and there you do, it's gone, done.
Yeah, nicely done into Village, one of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. But look, that did lose them time, didn't it? Max Hart is with them already and using all of the Silverstone real estate that he can find there as they go onto the Hanger Straight. Track limits? What track limits? They're all running as wide as they possibly can. And I tell you what, Dan Kirby is coming back here at Lewis Kent. Lewis has been saying that Hyundai has been down on power this weekend, and Dan Kirby showing that with a nice slipstream. He forces Kent to defend into Stowe Corner. Kirby is quicker off the turn as a result, and there's another big braking point coming up down at the bottom of the hill into Club Corner, and Max Hart is with them as well. Kent to the inside goes Kirby as he tries to attack and defend at the same time. This is proper racing.
Proper stuff that was, wasn't it? And Dan did have a proper look at him there, but like you said, you've got to have Max Hart now getting rid of Dan Kirby, because if he doesn't, that is going to be Lewis Kent trying to drive up the road, and at the apex there, they're both taking a bit of grass. He's definitely got the run now, but is Kirby going to stay to the right hand side? Look at that, it's going to be wide. Is he going to end up on the grass? No, he's down the inside. Done. Job done. Fantastic move that, and I tell you what, Dan Kirby put up a great fight, but sometimes it's just better to let it go.
Yeah, Max has been saying that he's been quick through those first few corners all day, and proved it again there. So now we have Lewis Kent and Max Hart in the top 2 positions, although let's not speak too soon, because Max ran too wide that time coming out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight, and so again Dan Kirby gets the Cupra alongside, looks to the outside into Stowe Corner. Who's later on the brakes? It's Max Hart on the inside line. Does he run wide on the exit? Not quite, but Dan Kirby is starting to delay Max now and allowing Lewis Kent to make a break out in front. Also Darren Lewis not that far behind them now in 4th place ahead of Hugo Cook 5th, and Will Butler down to 6th position. So it's the Hyundai 1-2 once again, the Power Max entered car of Dan Kirby down to 3rd. We'll give a quick shout out to Si McNally from Power Max Racing as well, who was supposed to be here overseeing part of the operation, but is at home not feeling too well today apparently, feeling a bit sorry for himself. So get well soon, Si. Hope to have you back at the track next time, where you can enjoy the racing that we're seeing here, not just at the front of the field in TCT, but also in the VW Cup. This is the fight we were promised in race 1 between Ollie Turner and Jack Depper. Turner has gone off the line this time and is only just hanging on to the lead.
He is, isn't he? And this is another tasty battle. It's like exactly the same as TCR, so these two guys going for it, and this definitely won't end like it is now. I'm sure there's going to be some battling as they go on through this race now, with 18 minutes to go actually. So when Max was saying it was such a long race for him, wasn't it, out the front, so you always get that if you are leading, it just goes on forever and ever. But yeah, these guys looking pretty close here. The Sirocco looking pretty strong actually, the green car in second place.
Yeah, subtle differences I guess aerodynamically between the Golf and the Sirocco maybe. I would imagine, in my very uneducated opinion, the Sirocco maybe is a bit more aerodynamic, a bit quicker down the straight. The Golf certainly seems to be handling well. Let's see whether Jack Depper can indeed close down the straight. He's also lost a wing mirror, which will also be helping streamline the VW Sirocco. Won't be helping his rear vision, but he's not too concerned about that right now. Bradley Kent up through the first corner. How's he getting on? He is in behind Will Butler now, which means that he's 7th place, going for 6th as they go to Village. He pulls the Hyundai to the inside of the Cupra, and did he make that one stick? No, I don't think he did. I think they're wheel to wheel in the background. Dropping down the hill, there goes Hugo Cook. Yeah, they're still side by side. Bradley Kent on the inside takes a liberal chunk of the curve there at the apex, and he should now make that move stick down the back straight.
I must admit, a lot of the drivers are taking some real curb there. There was one car I've seen that had all of its wheels across the grass, but it seemed to float over the curb. But that's how good the suspension and the geometry is on these TCR cars, and the touring cars in general are pretty good at hopping curbs. That's what they're set up to do, to cut corners. So hopefully no one gets penalised for that. But if they're all doing it, might as well crack on. As long as they don't run too wide, that's what offends me so much with regards to track limits. But yeah, these guys getting on with it, and it's role reversals, isn't it, from the last race? But look at it, here we go then. So that you were talking about the aerodynamics. If he gets this round the outside of the corner, is Depper strong enough? No, but is he going to try and get the cut back? He's going to try and get back on the inside of him. Look at that. That's a cool move. But now he's round the outside, going into Vale. Can he make it stick? My word. They're firing into each other. Can he make it stick? Oh, he's not. He's given up on that, has he? No, he's down the inside. Hip and shoulder. Yes, thanks very much. Bit of track limits. Unlucky. He's kept it in. That should be job done. That's great. This is what we wanted to see.
I wouldn't speak too soon. I tell you what, Ollie Turner's not giving this up without a fight, and he now makes an aggressive move to the right-hand side there, just to let Jack Depper know that he didn't particularly appreciate that. They are still side by side through Abbey Corner, and they do now make contact, and Ollie Turner is sideways. Can he save the slide? Where have they gone? Where have they gone? They're still there, and it's still Ollie Turner in front. That is not a place you want to be making contact, but that was about as close to disaster as you can get.
That is definitely... Oh, and in the back of Ollie Turner. Oh, Jack Depp, I don't know if he's just... That's not going to end. This is definitely not over. You might want to stay watching this, because down at Stowe, if someone had done that to me in the corner before, they'd be getting it back to them there as well. So a really, really, really difficult move put on him there as he went down to Hanger Straight.
Yes, indeed. So it is going to be Depper in front still, but do you think there might be a bit of needle here between these two drivers? It certainly seems that they're not giving each other any quarter whatsoever, and Jack Depper, well actually, as I say that, it was very wide, was getting away, but that mistake will lose him a little bit of time now. Hangs on to the advantage. The other thing that could have happened is they might have got a bit of damage. The tracking could be knocked out. You always worry about bodywork rubbing against the tyre as well, because they both had some pretty significant bits of contact there.
Yeah, and sometimes, you don't know if Jack Depper's had a long brake pedal where, they just gets a bit hot, so he could have been struggling to get the car stopped, because he's done it again. It looks like it's locking rears up, so again, he was off the track the corner before, so maybe it was unintentional, that tag. But we won't know until we speak to them, because these two guys seem like they get on actually. I must admit, when he's got some. I think he's got coolant or some. Maybe that radiator in the front of that car is dropping coolant, because everywhere we've seen him, he's either understeered wide, where the front axle's not working, or he's locked the brakes up. So there is a lot going on at the front left of that car as he fires something over the top of the car as well. So that was like Skittles, that down. He's going to have a look here. Ollie Turner's on it. He's going to have a look, isn't he?
Well, there isn't a straight panel left on the Scirocco, so Turner must be feeling that he's got a car advantage. He's on the inside into club, and he does now go back through. So a lap ago, it looked like Depper was getting away, and now Ollie Turner is back into the lead of the VW Racing Cup. You see, there might only be 5 VWs out there, but you only need 2 cars to make a good race, and they're almost touching again as they come across the line. It's like every time someone gets into the lead, there's always a bit of rubber banding going on, isn't there? And now Jack Depper has sailed round the outside into Abbey Corner, and he gets him back again. Brilliant.
Do you know what, though? When you look at the Golf, that has got quite a wide stance, and it looks like it's got, like you say, it's got a few more parts on it that'll maybe make it a bit quicker in the corners. But then, if you look at it, they look like 2 different classes, don't they? It's very svelte, isn't it? Very road car like that green Scirocco. But the Golf looks like it's got some more wingage on it, if you like. But that was pretty special. That round the outside into turn 1. That's 5th gear at 110 mile an hour. That good luck, not for me.
Yes, likewise, but entertaining to watch nonetheless from a safe distance as we are up here in the comms box. They're at it again now, down into Stowe Corner. Jack Depper is going to receive a bit of a tap, I think, isn't he, from Ollie Turner, who's definitely quicker through the corners. But yeah, then he gets out onto the straight and the Scirocco gets away. Side by side again into club. We've seen this before. Turner goes through, late on the brakes, gets the car sort of stopped, a bit sideways at the apex, but he makes it through the corner. We've got the added thrill now of Russell Joyce about to go a lap down to these two. Russell, I think, must have been, he's been in the pit lane for some reason, and in fairness, he's seen them coming and done a really good job there. Pulls well off the racing line, tucks back in behind them. I'd keep your distance though, Russell, if I were you, because this could all kick off at any moment.
Oh, he's had a big slide through there, Turner. Turner had a big slide. That's going to put him under pressure now into the 2 slower corners and down the inside. No, I tell you what, he had a massive moment. I just caught it. You could see the oversteer as the rear tried to catch up with the front, but he held it all together and cracked on. Again, big slide. What's happening down there? Is there fluid down? Because all these cars seem to just be sliding all over the place, but they have took a big hefty hit, haven't they? So he's trying to get him out of his toe. That's why he's weaving down the straight at the minute. But this is great stuff, isn't it, from this part of the race?
Fantastic stuff, and you're not missing anything at the front of the TCT field either, although Max Hart over the last lap or so has sort of slowly been inching back towards Lewis Kent. He has been a couple of hundredths quicker on the previous 2 laps. We'll keep monitoring the lap times there. This, though, is the battle to be focusing on, because these two are absolutely on the limit of adhesion. The cars can't be driving well after the several bits of contact they've had, and I think they're also driving maybe a bit beyond the grip that's available to them right now. I think that's why they're all over the road, almost banging into each other again there as they went into Club Corner. They go across the line, meanwhile the overall race leaders are not that far behind them now, so it won't be long before we have Lewis Kent and Max Hart trying to work their way past this pair to put another lap on them, or to put the first lap on them. I think that is Lewis Kent in the background, isn't it? Just working his way through village and farm. Further back as well, change for 4th place. Bradley Kent is now ahead of Darren Lewis and is only 2 seconds behind Dan Kirby. So could we maybe get both of the Kents on the overall podium? I think it's possible.
Yeah, definitely. They're both fast enough. But these 2 guys, I've just been looking at their lap times, and they're like a second off their fastest lap, 2.5 seconds off their fastest lap. So they're definitely struggling with some kind of grip. So maybe they've heated the tyres up too quickly, and he does struggle, Ollie Turner, through the turning for Stowe. Look how wide he is as he comes out, because this then gives Jack Depper the opportunity. He goes down the inside. Can he get that done? He probably locks up a left front usually. Look at that, he is really strong. Ollie Turner is having a nightmare. And this now, Jack is going to be so close. Look at him. He's having a proper braille pass on him there, isn't he? Go on, son, get stuck in. Right, he's going to have to defend. And this is another around the outside. How'd you feel? Oh no, now you've got a TCR car coming through. Is that Max?
That's Lewis, isn't it? That's the race leader coming through, Lewis Kent, who in fairness dealt with that very, very well. Just about cleared them before they got to Abbey Corner, so it was Turner that led at the line. He's now back down to 2nd behind Jack Depper. Max Hart is going to catch them through Village, which will probably delay him a bit more than Lewis Kent was delayed. Kent and Hart, by the way, are 2.4 seconds apart, as Max Hart still hasn't got through, has he?
Don't come back across too fast. Ollie Turner's just about got out of the way, hasn't he? But yeah, so 2nd place Hart now coming through. But look at the speed differential in the TCR car compared to the VW Cup cars. They're actually very fast in straight line, but they'll just lose them now as they turn in with the aero and also the lateral grip and the tyre advantage. They'll be gone up the road. Jack Depper is so good through Stowe Corner. He drops Ollie Turner. He's really struggling with the front end of that car, Ollie is.
Yeah, first lap in recent memory that they've not been overlapping into Club. Every time Turner turns through that left-hander, the rear of the Golf is trying to swap ends with the front. He gathers it together. He's got some good car control, hasn't he? I know that they're front-wheel drive cars, so in theory easier to save those slides than a rear-wheel drive car would be, but it still takes some
to save those slides.
Easier, not easy. You're the talented racing driver here, Paul.
Wash your mouth out. It's hard work, a touring car. Oh, I know what you're saying. It's yeah, you do have to plant the throttle and just pull it round, but I'll tell you what, when it's nervous in a high-speed corner, you've just seen those guys hanging onto it. I tell you, this is Jack Depper ears. Oh no,
that's Jack Constable.
Is that left rear problem?
I think that's a Club, is it not? So has he had contact, or who was he racing with? He would have been ahead of Andy Wilmot, who, by the way, is still going, which for Andy, that's a success, the way that his weekend's been going. And he's going well in 9th place, but yeah, Jack Constable, I'm afraid, might not be going any further, so that's one of the Power Max cars out. And here is another one defending 3rd place, because Bradley Kent is absolutely flying through the field. On the previous lap, he was the quickest man on the track. He was about 3/4 of a second quicker than Dan Kirby, and he's challenging for 3rd place. In fact, he's gone through, just caught him in the background, Bradley Kent into 3rd position. I don't think he's got time to catch the top 2, as there they flash past the stricken car of Jack Constable. Yellow flags out at Club, no yellow flags down at Abbey Corner though, so Ollie Turner and Jack Depper can resume their battle.
That thing, I tell you, that Sirocco of Depper's, the only thing keeping him ahead is definitely the straight line advantage it seems to have. It just looks a bit more slippery, that car, as he gets him on the brakes this time, as he... Oh, it's very, very close.
It is, and also behind, look, I said that Bradley Kent was ahead of Dan Kirby, and then Dan Kirby immediately got him back, so Kirby's still third, and this battle is backing them up into Darren Lewis, so we're about to have a three-way fight for third place on our hands, which we'll see if we ever dare drag our eyes away from this VW Cup battle, because they're side by side again down the Hanger Straight. Behind them it's side by side for third place overall. This won't work. I've seen enough races over the last 8 or so years to know this will not work. Someone's going to have to give. There's contact into Stowe between the two VWs. Turner's out wide. Depper goes through into the lead. You had Bradley Kent and Darren Lewis in there somewhere as well. And this is all quite civilised at the front, isn't it? Lewis Kent 1.8 seconds ahead of Max Hart, who has been matching, if not slightly quicker than him over the last lap or so. Dan Kirby, Bradley Kent and Darren Lewis, though, that's where all of the action is in the TCT element of the race, as they've tried to safely negotiate the VW battle. I reckon out of the window I just spotted that Bradley Kent had lost out in all of that. Yeah, he's back behind Darren Lewis now, so the order is Kirby third, Lewis fourth and Bradley Kent in fifth.
It's yeah, that was quite a tense moment, wasn't it, trying to get past there. Is that yeah, that's Darren, isn't it? So Darren is now starting to really put the pressure on Dan Kirby, so that'll be an interesting one if Lewis can really get on the back of him and really make him work. And oh my, talking about working, getting past them two VW Cup cars is just like, that's the hardest part of the race.
It is, isn't it? And a role reversal here for Bradley Kent, because he was racing a Scirocco in the VW Cup last year against Jack Depper, and they had some really entertaining battles, so he knows all about Jack's adventurous driving style, which I'm sure he learned from his dad, and he's a really welcome addition to the championship. The Depper family in general are hoping to have Martin back out on track a bit later on this year as well. Right, disappointingly, there are only 5.5 minutes left of this race, and look at what's happening at the front. Now they're in clean air and traffic isn't dictating their pace. Max Hart is a little bit quicker. Now cast your mind back a couple of hours to race one. Max Hart was quicker in the final third of the race, wasn't he? Maybe managed his tyres better, the car setup maybe was designed to come on strong towards the end. Whatever it is, he was 2 tenths quicker than Kent on the previous lap. What do you think? Can he catch him?
I think he could, yeah, and I think that it'll be a real close one. The car looks a bit... Is that car? Is he trying to get out of the heat of the car in front? I'm just trying to think. It does look like he took a weird line there, to be fair. But so Jack, yeah, it's got left rear puncher. That it's off the rim, isn't it? So I would think that was contact with somebody else. But yeah, look at this. Oh yes, here we go. Lewis is right into the back of Kirby, and I think those are pretty strong cars then, Mercedes, on the actual brakes. So he could shock him into it here, but it'll be a big move. And I tell you, to be fair though, Dan Kirby's been very, very good today at how he's driven the car. But you won't want to give that third place up.
No, absolutely not. He will want a podium to go along with the fourth place that he had in race number 1. Of course, there is a championship going on here, so as many points as you can score, it all comes in handy later on in the season. The lead gap went out by a tenth that time, so just to make a liar out of me, Lewis Kent was quicker than Max Hart on the previous lap. All of the action is going on some 17 or so seconds behind them in the I was going to say three-way fight for third, but actually Bradley Kent, having been a part of that battle a few laps ago, he has faded a bit now, hasn't he? He's about half a second or so behind at the line, but he doesn't really... No, ignore everything I'm saying, he's right back with them again as they go through Village. Darren Lewis has dropped back now from Dan Kirby, and Bradley Kent in the Hyundai is once again the man most likely to make a move here.
Yeah, something's happened there in the pack, isn't it? And I think that's how he's caught them up, but that's where you got to be. And to be fair, Hugo Cook's not that far behind. Might be a bit of a stretch for him to get there, but they're definitely bunching up. But Dan Kirby in that number 4 car will be looking behind him and thinking, yeah, thanks guys, I'm off. You guys battle. See you later.
Again, then applying the pressure into Stoke Corner, and then there's this little tussle going on. Hugo Cook there is in 6th position, but then Will Butler, who started on pole, remember, and Bruce Winfield, who had that puncture in race 1, so we never got to see the best of Bruce in the first race. They are nose to tail, fighting for 7th place overall. Bruce Winfield is the reigning Civic Cup champion. We'll have the Civic Cup on the TCT package a few times later on in the year as well. Leaders go through then, just under 3 minutes to go. Lewis Kent leading the way, 1.8 seconds is the margin, and at this stage, if you're Max Hart, are you just banking the points for 2nd place? It's not really worth taking huge risks now, is it?
No, it's not, because you can have any kind of problem, can't you? You can have a bit of contact, you can have, you know, a puncture late on, just because you've ran too hard with the tyre, or you've picked up a bit of debris trying to, you know, go offline and pass someone. So I would say you know, these guys at the front aren't silly kids, and they'll probably be thinking about maybe the championship. They just need to be there at the end, don't they?
The body language of Max Hart's car there certainly wasn't all-out attack through Stowe, was it? So I think the same can't be said for Lewis Kent, who is up on 2 wheels through Club Corner, so he's still pushing hard, but Max Hart maybe has settled for second place. More traffic ahead as well, which could change things as we cut back to the Bruce Winfield and Will Butler battle. This for 7th place overall, and Bruce Winfield, decent effort this, I think, from the back of the grid. Disappointment in race 1. Bruce is a quick driver as well, isn't he? And I think there are quite a lot of drivers I would put in the category of they'll get there later in the year. You know, they're learning front wheel drive, they're learning touring cars, they're moving into the category for the first time. I think in another 3 or 4 races time it's going to be even more competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say so, no doubt at all, especially with the guys just getting a lot of information under the belt this weekend. So another flash of the lights just to get these VW Cup cars out of the way. But yeah, I think it is game over now, isn't it? I think this is definitely Lewis Kent's race. There's no way unless he comes proper with a back marker. But I'll tell you what he has done. He clobbered that curb before. It's the last thing you want to be doing this late on in the race. To be fair, Hart's still pushing.
Yeah, you know how I said a lap ago that Max Hart was settling for second? That was complete rubbish, because he then set the outright fastest first sector on the start of the very next lap. So Max Hart, again, just showing that he's got this brilliant long-run pace, and that will pay dividends, especially as we move into the summer months now and the track temperature starts getting hotter. If he can manage the tyres like this on a race-by-race basis, that is definitely going to help him out. That's not always been Lewis Kent's strength either. He's quite aggressive. He has the car really leaning on those front tyres quite a lot, and he has run into some tyre wear issues in the past. And there's his brother Bradley, meanwhile, who is ahead of Darren Lewis. Now, I don't think we saw that happen, but he's into 4th, chasing down Dan Kirby. But we are on the final lap of the race, Paul.
We are, and I've got to say Dan Kirby has been a standout driver for me, and it'd be great to see him hopefully keep that podium. But at the front, that is the telltale sign of 2 fantastic drivers, is when they really can't catch each other, when they're absolutely pinned, especially with the first race they had in role reversal. So no nerves from Lewis Kent, just got up, got the job done. Hopefully for him, he's won this. It's been a good old race, and the VW Cup guys, wow, that's been amazing.
Yeah, hasn't it just? It's going to be a fascinating championship battle in both classes this year, I think. But Lewis Kent and Max Hart are approaching the checkered flag, I believe. They come out of the last corner, and Lewis Kent wins round number 2 of the Maximum Networks Goodyear Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK, with Max Hart 1.5 seconds back in second place. Lewis Kent also gets the bonus point for the fastest lap, so he and Max will be joint championship leaders exiting the first round of the season. Couldn't get much closer than that. Then we wait for Dan Kirby, who I think should just about hang on to 3rd. Yes, he does. Dan Kirby gets on the podium on his return to the championship, with Bradley Kent. A really good effort, that, from the very back of the grid to 4th position, and it could have been 3rd if you hadn't dropped back a bit there towards the middle of the race. Darren Lewis is the first NGTC car home in 5th, ahead of Hugo Cook, who is 6th. Fuel this time. 7th, Bruce Winfield, and there Toby Byrne looked just about ahead of Andy Wilmot. Good to see Andy having a good race this time. And speaking of a good race, what a race it was between the VW Racing Cup contenders. It's Jack Depper in his battered and bruised VW Scirocco who comes home a race winner in the VW Racing Cup, with Ollie Turner 2nd. And I hope they enjoyed that. We certainly enjoyed watching it, and although it got a bit physical on a couple of occasions, it was good, hard touring car racing. And that is what the VW Racing Cup is all about. Jeff Alden, by the way, will be on the podium with them, ahead of Chris Wallace and Russell Joyce, with only 1 retirement actually, so not a particularly high attrition rate. Jack Constable was the only driver who did not get to the end with that tyre off the rim, as Paul quite rightly pointed out, down at Club Corner. This is going to be a brilliant season, I think, of TCR and TCT racing. Lewis Kent and Max Hart, both so similar, really. Max is slightly younger. Lewis Kent, 21 years old, with Max Hart 2 years younger, 19 at the start of the season. Both in Hyundais, run by different teams, but essentially the same machinery underneath them. And clearly their pace is almost identical. It was Kent who was fractionally quicker in that one, but by only half a tenth. and if they continue this to and fro battling throughout the rest of the season, it's going to be absolutely fascinating to watch. There is confirmation then of your provisional result for round number 2 of the Maximum Networks VW Racing Cup, Goodyear Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Lewis Kent the winner by a second and a half over Max Hart in second, Dan Kirby third, Bradley Kent fourth with Darren Lewis fifth ahead of Hugo Cook in sixth position, seventh place Bruce Winfield, 8th Toby Byrne, 9th is Will Mott, 10th for Danny Crevet, and it was Will Butler who was 11th position, although he actually did not take the checkered flag. He disappeared somewhere on the final lap. That's a bit strange. In the VWs, it was Jack Depper who took the victory. His father Martin is here cheering him on today. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. With Ollie Turner second, Jeff Olden in third, and fourth position for Chris Wallace, with Russell Joyce rounding out the top 5. Oh, and I can see the number 70 car of Will Butler stopped on the final corner of the final lap. So Will Butler is unfortunately going to be classed as a non-finisher. Right, let's head down to Paul with our race winner.
Lewis Kent. That's how you do it, Captain. What a drive, mate.
Yeah, back to winning ways, back to where we should be. Real tough race, starting 5th, not the easiest job. Got a couple on the start, pushed away, got to second, thought we're on for here, we're on for it. Got behind Dan, I knew I had a bit more pace on Dan, just sold him a bit of a dummy into the hairpin. I tried to go hug it tight, but slung it back down the inside, so really happy with it from that point on. Just kept on going, pulling away, and kept my gap.
Night and day really from the mood you were in after the podium. I know it's difficult to finish second, but Max was pretty much still there, seen his lights flashing, but you didn't lose your cool, mate.
Yeah, no, I've been in it 4 years now. There's no pressure on me. I've done it for God knows how many years against some of the drivers that have gone from up to the top and back, so we're really, really happy with it. I can't thank all the boys, Block Coin, Essex Bodies and everyone enough. They've done a brilliant job over the winter, and we're back to where we should be.
A lot of people saying about the speed of the Hyundais in a straight line. I think it was evident against Dan Kirby that he nearly got you around the outside of Stowe, mate. Valiant effort from Dan.
Yeah, no, exactly. BOP is a big game in this industry, especially in the TCR. They made such a good car that obviously they want to bring it back to make it a level playing field, but it still proves you can shove so much weight in it, bring the power back and raise it up, and it'll still be a dominant car.
Top man, so a little drink tonight?
Definitely, 100%.
Top man, well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, Paul. Great to hear from our race winner there, Lewis Kent, then, who will be leading the championship jointly with Max Hart, as we now head to our next round of the championship, which will be at Castle Combe on the 31st of May. Hopefully you can join us then. Don't go anywhere though, still plenty more great racing to come here from Silverstone, and with that we will hand you back over to Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much to Andy and Paul taking us through the TCR UK Goodyear Touring Car Trophy and Maximum Networks Volkswagen Racing Cup action here today. 2 races to go. I've just had the starting drivers sent through to me from the Britcar press office for race 2 later on for their second trophy race today. Thank you very much, Stephen Wood. We'll bring you those later on, because first of all, it's time to get thunderstruck again. The Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Power Blue Oval Saloon Series is coming up very shortly. A 15-minute race will bring you the grid for that one then, based on the results of race number 1. Pole position is number 111 Rick Wood, winner of the earlier race in his Holden Commodore, alongside 97 Andy Wilson. Now, despite getting a penalty for a jump start on the rolling start, Andy did retain that second place because he was sufficiently far clear of third place man Jason Hughes, who lines up third in his Vauxhall Vectra. Alongside him will be number 16 Gary Whittaker with the BMW M3. Third row, 144 Rod Burley with his BMW, alongside 77 Steve Putz, back of the grid to 6th in race 1. He'll be one to watch here in the Mazda RX-7. Fourth row, 88 Alex Sidwell, Holden Commodore, 26 Brian Bransom with the orange BMW. I'm still noting down colours for some of these cars. There's so many of them here. It's Hard to keep track of them. This is a record-breaking weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. On the fifth row, 101 Malcolm Harding. He's the first of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars with his Escort, and alongside him is Paul Wood in his BMW. The sixth row, Jason West, number 76, and Ryan Steele, number 24, in that Pocket Rocket Saxo. Row 7, 121 Colin Voice and number 96 of Ian Craig. 8th row, 82 Bradley Gelman and number 3 Ashley Shelswell, pair of Sierras. The 9th row, Paul Eaton, number 50 in the Classic Commodore, and 71 Kevin Denwood with his BMW Compact. On the 10th row of the grid we have Tony Paxman, number 57 with his Escort, 38 Andy Cripps BMW. Row 11, 62 Tom Abbott and 27 Martin Reynolds in a pair of Fords, Capri and Anglia. 12th row, 22 James Dunkley and 52 Ralph Higson, Fiesta and Escort. Row 13, Colin Claxton with his Escort alongside Malcolm Wise in the Sapphire Cosworth. Then on the 14th row we have number 77, which is Alan Hersey. Two number 77 since the confusion on the graphics there. That's the Reliance Scimitar. And number 70 Will Hunt with his Fiesta. The 15th row, number 8 Darren Owen, 53 Neil Argrave. They failed to finish race 1 in their Escorts. Row 16 we will have number 84, which is David Claxton in the Triumph, and 126, which is Alan Breck with the big Capri 5 litre V8. At the back of the grid, number 58 is not David Gadd for this race, it's his son Jack Gadd. They're sharing the family Ford Escort, so Jack has to start at the back because he didn't contest race 1. They are on their way round behind the pace car. Let's hope we get a full grid of 33 cars for this one then. Then we conclude our day, of course, with the Britcar Trophy second race after this. It's a 50 minutes pit stop race with penalties as well for the top 3 in each class from race number 1. Good to see plenty of you still watching on YouTube. We've got about 1,300 viewers on our YouTube stream at the moment. Thanks for all your comments and likes. Do subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel to follow BARC TV throughout the season. Our next action from Snetterton in Norfolk in 2 weeks' time. We're on their green flag lap, the BMW pace car leading them round, the 2 Holdens at the front. Steve Putt is there. They haven't formed up 2x2 yet, so a little tricky to spot grid gaps. Paul Eaton's there, Kevin Denwood in the background, Tony Paxman, Andy Cripps, Tom Abbott. Rick Wood has dug into his collection and brought out the Holden. It's befitting Thunder Saloons. Doesn't look like Alex Sidwell's there, unfortunately, in one of the Commodores. Alan Hersey's there at the back, Darren Owen with the hot rod style Escort, the Duffy Collard replica, just warming his tyres there. Doesn't look like Neil Argraves there, Blue Oval Saloon star in his Escort. Had problems in race 1. Oh, Alex Sidwell is there. There's the Holden. Don't know how I missed that, it's a big enough car. Martin Reynolds with the Anglia. James Dunkley with his lovely Fiesta Mark II XR2i. David Claxton's repaired after an off in race 1, and there's Alan Breck at the back in that monster Capri with the Jägermeister livery. It's popular, isn't it, here today? Paul Eaton with the classic Commodore, or as he's known today, Peter Brock. Mr. Bathurst. Peter Brock was 9 times the winner of Australia's great race, the Bathurst 1000. Almost ready to rumble them. They're forming up 2x2 now down the Hanger Straights. ready for this enormous amount of power to be unleashed. This will be a 15-minute race. We wish it was a bit longer to see these awesome cars in action. As you may have gathered, this series, the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons, are personal favourites of mine. Keep an eye on Rod Burley, one of Britain's most successful club-level racers. He and Jerry Marshall with the highest totals of wins. Just keeping it steady there. We've got just about all of them out there. Don't think there's any gaps on the grid. Now the revs begin to rise. Pace car into the pit lane. The two Holdens of Andy Wilson and Rick Wood lead them round. Wood on the inside, the Monaro of Wilson on the outside, Jason Hughes and the BTCC Vectra behind them. Gary Whittaker in the E30 BMW. The red lights are on. They'll roll up towards the lights. When they go out, we will be underway. Waiting for the lights to go out. Lights are still red, now they go out. Let's get ready to rumble with Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons. They're away down towards Abbey for the first time, and it is Rick Wood who has edged Andy Wilson into the first corner this time. Will they all make it round? Let's hope so. A bit of dust being kicked up on the outside following that frantic race for the TCRs and VWs. Rick Wood leads from Andy Wilson, side by side for third between Whittaker and Hughes. The Super Touring Vectra just hangs on in front. They've all made it through okay so far. Rick Wood looking for his double. Andy Wilson has a look down the outside, over the grass there. On the inside goes Gary Whittaker, a bit of corner cutting. Ashley Shelswell running wide in the Sierra. This dancing field of cars comes through. Beckett's down the hanger straight. The power of the Holdens taking them clear of the Vauxhall. And look at Steve Putt. We said that RX-7 will be one to watch. The blue and black car up into fourth ahead of Whittaker, Burley, Alex Sidwell and the rest of them. Alan Breck trying to come through from the back in the Jägermeister Capri. There's James Dunkley, that lovely XR2 sideways through the Stowe corner. They start to sort themselves out at the end of the first lap. It is Rick Wood who has got the lead ahead of Andy Wilson by a scant margin. Then it's Hughes third, Putz fourth, Whittaker fifth, Rod Burley is sixth. Seventh we've got Alex Sidwell's Commodore. Jason West is up into eighth place in his BMW. He is chasing after Alex Sidwell in the Commodore. That big BMW nearly the size of the Commodore with those wings on, isn't it? He's up the inside here into the complex and will take seventh place away. Behind them is Colin Voice's Escort. The leading Blue Oval Saloon car is Ashley Shelswell. We seem to have lost Malcolm Harding somewhere on that first lap. I think he was on the grid, so we've lost our Blue Oval winner from race one. Bounce over the curb at Beckett's. The two Holdens going clear at the front. James Dunkley dives past Tom Abbott in the blue Capri. Rod Burley shadowing Gary Whittaker. Jason West again attacks Alex Sidwell. Yes, we've lost Malcolm Harding, unfortunately. There's that little Saxo of Ryan Steele, showing no mercy to the bigger cars here, chasing Bradley Gelman's Cosworth there. It's Rick Wood beginning to pull away slightly from Andy Wilson. Now then, the battle of the Holdens up front. Jason Hughes, aka Jason Plato, in third place. Which for Steve Putt, he's got his headlights on in that extraordinary looking Mazda RX-7. Looks like something out of the Fast and the Furious films or the UK Time Attack series, doesn't it, that car? Real wild machine is Steve's Mazda. Fast but fragile, as we saw in qualifying. Let's come through from the back. Andy Wilson monsters up onto the back of Rick Wood, the two northern-based drivers. Through Beckett's, Hughes in third. There's Tony Paxman with the Escorts. He could be a contender in his class again in Blue Oval Saloons. Gary Whittaker again doing a bit of grass tracking there. He's determined to keep pace with the leaders here. Then a gap back to Rod Burley. Jason West is next in the 76. Alex Sidwell trying to monster him again in the Commodore. The power of the Aussie V8 tells you goes straight past him. On the brakes, the BMW is stronger. Then we've got Colin Voice in the Castrol Escort. Bradley Gelman, Brian Bransom's orange BMW. Then the rest of them come through. The next car through is Paul Wood, Wood's BMW there, number 66, the other black and orange car. I keep getting him mixed up with Jason West, identically liveried cars. There go the leaders, separated by 0.6 of a second at the line. They're about 3 seconds clear of Jason Hughes now in the Vectra. I said it's a real shame. This is only a 15-minute thrash for these cars. Gap between Whittaker and Burley now starting to open up. The two BMWs of differing ages. There's that extraordinary Mazda RX-7 spitting flames in Gary Whittaker's face, probably. There's 71, that's Kevin Denwood in the BMW Compact, chasing Tony Paxman. They're battling further down the order, fighting for 17th place. The Blue Oval Saloon's leader is Ashley Shelswell, down in 15th. Oh, problems there, Alan Hersey, the wide-arched Reliant Scimitar pulling over. So he's out of the race with mechanical issues. Jason Hughes dives his way through Vale. Super Touring era cars of the 1990s and early 2000s still have an immense following. Steve Putt giving chase in that rotary engine Mazda RX-7. It is an incredible looking car. Let's look at the aero on it. Chased by Gary Whittaker in the classic shape of the E30 M3. Rod Burley is next in his BMW. Normally see him in his Ford Escort WRC, which he's taken so many wins with over the years, but opting for the BMW this time. Leader's getting a little more strung out now. Let's have a look at some of the class leaders of George Putt and Whittaker. Well, Classic Thunder A is being led by Rick Wood, Class B by Gary Whittaker, and Class C is being led by Jason Hughes. In the historic classes further back, H3 is Colin Boyce, H1 is led by Paul Eaton in the Holden Commodore. The only runner in Class H2 is out, that was Alan Hersey's Reliant Scimitar. What about in Blue Oval Saloon? Let's have a look further back. And the safety car is coming out. I suspect that's because of Alan Hersey's stranded car. It's in a dangerous position there on the outside of Stowe Corner. So the safety car is being brought out to allow the marshals safe passage to move it. Yes, Alan Hersey's still in the car. It's not safe for him to get out. So the officials opting to bring out the safety car. Gives us a chance to catch up on the Blue Oval Saloon's leaders. Ashley Shelswell leading them outright, and he leads Class S for the slick-tyred cars. Class A, well, there's only one entrant in Class A, and that's Alan Breck in the Capri. Yes, he's still going. Class B for Blue Oval is led by Martin Reynolds in his Ford Anglia. As Rosie the Reliant, said on the bumper there, is pushed away. Alan Hersey, the Londoner. As Martin Reynolds leads Blue Oval Saloon's Class B. Class C is being led by Tony Paxman, and he's second overall in the Escort in their division. Class C is Will Hunt. Class D rather is Will Hunt. There's his blue Fiesta ST, the only entrance in Class D. Class F, it should be the 22 of James Dunkley. Yes, the Fiesta, because the other Fiesta of Anton Martin, number 6, unfortunately didn't get past qualifying. Safety car will be coming in this time. Marshall's just given a chance to get that Reliant Scimitar pushed out of the way. Rick Wood controls the pace. Power comes back on. Just listen to this. It's nice to take a few seconds pause there and listen to the incredible sound of these beautiful cars. That's given Steve Putt the chance to catch up. He's caught up to the back of Jason Hughes. Also given Andy Wilson a chance to perhaps have a go at Rick Wood. He's less than a length behind now. Gary Whittaker, they're in 5th. They pulled away again from Rod Burley in the E36 M3. Jason West, Alex Sidwell, Brian Branson, Bradley Gelman rounding out the top 10. He's ahead of Paul Wood in the black and orange BMW. Three retirements so far. David Claxton and Malcolm Harding we lost on the first lap. Jason West still continues his battle Germany versus Australia, BMW versus Holden with Alex Sidwell. He's had a couple of Commodores over the years, has Alex. As I said during race 1, it's not until you stand next to an Aussie supercar you realise just how huge they are. Rick Wood continues to lead. He's won in Capris, Super Touring cars. Mentioned the Skyline he's been racing recently, the R32 Calsonic Skyline. Gran Turismo players will know that car well. Here comes Andy Wilson. In the Cummins, Valvoline, Holden, Monaro. Jason Hughes still holding on in third place. Ex-BTCC racer, raced the Kart World Racing MG ZS in BTCC in period. Steve Putt in fourth in the Mazda. Then we've got Gary Whittaker who's dropped back a little bit. We've got 5.5 minutes of the race to go. Beautiful Works BMW livery on the G Sport BMW of Gary Whittaker. Won many titles in his E36 M3 over the years and has taken a year or two out to build that beautiful E30 M3. Andy Wilson's not finished yet. He's staying in the slipstream of Rick Wood. It's the main battle at the moment as they head through towards Village. A couple of Fords ahead of them, Alan Breck, who's had a tough day with the Capri, and Malcolm Wise with the Sapphire. Here's Tony Paxman still battling with Kevin Denwood in the BMW Compact. The Mark 1 Escort goes wide. Andy Cripps up behind them in his BMW. Tony Paxman locks up going into the Vale there. Let's hope he doesn't slide straight on into the gravel. No, he's okay, he's got away with it. There is the Escort, Tony Paxman. Racing various cars on Overland Circuit for many years now. Someone's thrown a bumper away on the exit of Beckett's. There's Brian Branson being closed down by Paul Wood in his BMW. That's the battle for ninth. Wood's got ahead of Bradley Gelman in the Sierra Cosworth. Paxman continues his side-by-side fight with Kevin Denwood. Here comes Jason Hughes lapping Malcolm Wise. Looks like his exhaust pipe's hanging off under the car there. Not the best day for Malcolm. He spun in race 1 on the first corner and ended up at the back. And now the Ford veteran dragging his exhaust pipe along with him. He may get the black and orange flag for that if the officials notice. Have to call into the pits. There goes Hughes. Here come the Holdens. Well, a great shame that we didn't see the Ford Falcon get to take on the Holden Commodores. Andy Robinson, the reigning Classic Thunder champion with his Craig Lowndes liveried Ford Falcon, sadly broke down in qualifying. As we said, these big Thunder cars can be fast but fragile. And the man from Tyneside didn't get past qualifying. He's actually got 2 of those Ford Falcons. He's got a Shell Helix liveried one as well, the Dick Johnson, John Bow livery. Rick Wood has pulled away a little bit on that last lap. James Duncliffe's waving them through there in his Fiesta. Just under a second between them. They've been nose to tail all race long. 2.5 minutes to go. Interrupted by that very brief safety car period. Just 1 lap to get Alan Hersey's car off the circuit. Jason West has taken 6th place, further back from Rod Burley. He's having a quiet day in his BMW. Who does that bumper belong to? It's been there for a few laps now. I haven't seen a car with a missing bumper. And still these two are at it. Tony Paxman and Kevin Denwood side by side. Mark 1 Escorts versus BMW E46 Compact. There's a midfield battle. There's Colin Claxton in the ex-Martin Reynolds Escorts. Didn't get very far, sadly, with his Triumph Dolomite yesterday in the pre-83s. And here's a Ford battle. Tom Abbott in the blue Capri, in the Labatt-style livery, made famous in British touring cars by Tim Harvey and others. And he's got Darren Owen, Deadly Daz, on his tail. Picked up the nickname when he was a banger racer for many years at his local track of Hensford Hills Raceway. Later moved into hot rods and then onto the circuits. Done a bit of rallycross as well in the Duffy Collard replica Mark II Escort. It's being lapped by Jason Hughes there. Failed to finish race one. Good to see Darren Owen still going, the scrap metal businessman from Staffordshire. There's James Dunkley, the XMG midget racer. And there is Malcolm Wise. It's him who's lost the bumper and the exhaust. So that's whose bumper is at Beckett's. I hadn't seen the car from the back there. He must have been hit at some point. And he's likely to be flagged in because that exhaust is trailing behind the car. You'll probably get the black and orange flag. 30 seconds of the race to go, so they're coming round to start their final lap this time. Rick Wood has now pulled away from Andy Wilson. Paxman's dropped back from Denwood as well. Those two been battling all race long. In fact, the gap has gone out considerably. Last lap for Wilson was a 1:13, Wood a 1:09. The early pace was 1:08. Oh, Alan Breck pulling over in the V8 Capri. Yes, Wilson has dropped away considerably. There he is. So Rick Wood is heading for a double. One of the gurus of saloon car racing in the UK. He's appeared on various car restoration programmes with his classic Capris, among others as well. And behind CNC heads as Tony Paxman collects Malcolm Wise's bumper. Here comes the Red Rooster, Toll Holden. Garth Tander is the name on the window, but it is Rick Wood from Cheshire behind the wheel. He's coming up to lap the car's predecessor. Look at this, the Peter Brock Holden of Paul Eaton. This would be fitting if they cross the line together. Two generations of Works Holden Commodore together. Look at this, a formation finish almost. Isn't that brilliant? Aussie cars old and new, and it's Rick Wood who takes his double. Well done, Rick Wood, well clear. Waiting for Andy Wilson to come home in second. There he is. Nearly 9 seconds down in the end. And Jason Hughes in the Vectra takes third place. Great day for him in the Super Touring car. Jason West coming through for fourth. And Gary Whittaker dropping to fifth ahead of Rod Burley. The RX-7 of Steve Putt is seventh. Alex Sidwell's Commodore is eighth. It'll be Paul Wood in ninth. Bradley Gelman rounds out the top 10. There can't have been many races in UK national racing history where three Holdens have finished in the top 10. And another one on the grid as well. Look at that. There's your formation finish. Holden Commodores, Works Holden Commodores, old and new. That is quite fitting. Well done, Rick Wood. Well done, Paul Eaton. He wins his class. We should have seen another Holden on the grid, of course. Craig Owen, number 123, father of AJ Owen, who we saw earlier on take the 2 wins in his Honda. Unfortunately, that car broke its transmission in testing, so that's why Craig wasn't able to race. Hopefully see him out later in the season. Let's have a look at the results then. Rick Wood, the winner, by nearly 9 seconds ahead of Andy Wilson. Jason Hughes wins his class in third place, as does Jason West. Good run from him in fourth. A late rally through from 7th to 4th. Gary Whittaker takes 5th and lost the class win as well towards the end. Rod Burley taking the 6th place. And Steve Putt, it was in 7th in the Mazda. 8th going to Alex Sidwell ahead of Paul Wood, no relation to Rick, and Bradley Gelman in 10th. Brian Bransom 11th ahead of Colin Voice. Ian Craig, Ross's father, taking 13th ahead of Ryan Steele in the Saxo, and Ashley Shelswell wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series in 15th place overall. 16th going to Paul Eaton, a lap down ahead of Kevin Denwood in 17th. He won his battle with Tony Paxman, who went on all race long. There was Andy Cripps and Martin Reynolds completing the top 20. Tom Abbott beats Daz Owen home. Then James Dunkley, a class winner behind them. Jack Gadd from the back of the grid ahead of Colin Claxton in the escorts, then Will Hunt. Malcolm Wise did get his battered Sierra Cosworth home. Alan Breck we lost late on. Alan Hersey and Malcolm Harding also retirements, as was David Claxton at the beginning of the race. Well, that leaves just one race to go then, and it is the Britcar Trophy race. We have the grid for you in a moment, and as soon as I've noted down the starting drivers, thanks again Stephen Wood from Britcar for sending those to me, I will bring it to you. Sun beginning to set here at Silverstone. The team's members out on the grid, and it is time for the final race of the day. Race 2 for the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. This will be a 50-minute race with pit stops and success penalties for the top 3 finishers in each class from race 1. Just noted down the starting drivers. Our thanks to Britcar press officer Steve Wood for sending those to us in the commentary box. Let's bring you the grid then. It is based on the results of race number 1. Pole position therefore goes to car number 10, which is the BMW of Woodrow Racing, the 1 Series M Coupe. It'll be Kevin Clark who starts that car this time. It was Simon Baker in race 1, but Kevin is going first this time. They will have a 15-second additional success penalty at their mandatory 2-minute pit stop. Alongside them will be number 74, Mark Lee. We'll bring you the rest of the grid in a moment. So we've got a couple of interviews to bring you, first of all.
In the paddock, and we're here with the Woodards. We've got Sean, we've got Daniel. Guys, first of all, how nice is it to be back racing? That's the first thing I want to know. We're here at sunny Silverstone, first weekend of the season. How nice is it to be back?
It's great to be back. We didn't do any racing last year due to the COVID situation, and we did a test 3-4 weeks ago, and it is really, really good to be back out there and fighting it again.
And Sean, I just want to ask about this car, because we couldn't get away from this. We walked into the paddock, and the first thing we saw was this, and we're thinking, is this in the right place? This is an amazing bit of machinery to be out there in a Britcar event. It's not your regular Mini, is it?
It's definitely not regular. An awful lot of work's been done to it. We've been developing this car over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's fantastic. Lots of engine work. The brakes seem to surprise a lot of people. Most people think they can outbrake us, but all performance pads
exceptional, and it handles so well, especially around the tighter areas. So yeah, people underestimate the car.
And obviously it's a family affair with you two being brothers, and your dad's here as well helping mechanic the team. It must be lovely just to get out as a family and do something together, Sean.
It is. It's something we've done since I was 7 in terms of going to racing. It's just what we do, and it is a great family affair. And we're very welcoming to anybody who wants to come along, say hello and talk to us, because we've watched from the other side as well, so we know it's like being a spectator, and we're very lucky to be able to actually compete now on something as good as this.
And Daniel, on to the actual racing itself. Race 1 went well. What are we looking to change and improve on for race number 2?
The drivers, as in Sean and I, have got to improve. There's actually, unfortunately, nothing wrong with the car, so it's all down to us. And it's not funny. You know, we're hoping for a top 3. If we can get third from where we're starting now, 5th in class, I think a third's on the card, and that'll be a good day.
From the driving perspective, what would you like to change?
What I would like to change is literally we've just got to get our braking points what are costing us too much, and we're turning in, certainly at the end of coming onto this last race, we're turning in too quickly. So we'll get that sorted. We know what we're doing wrong there. We've looked at the data, and I'm sure we can get that sorted.
Well, lads, great to catch up with you. Best of luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
Cars getting in position then. Good to hear from Team Woodard there. So pole position is car number 10, which will be started by Kevin Clark. As he said, they have a 15-second success penalty, first in their class in race 1. Alongside them will be number 74, Mark Lee in his Ginetta. He'll have a 10-second additional penalty at his pit stop. Second row, car number 40, Lucky Kera starts that car this time. They'll have a 5-second success penalty. And alongside them will be the number 7 car of Andy Stoko and Dave McDonald. To double check the starting driver for that one. I haven't written that one down for some reason. It will be Andy Stoko going first in that car. I always miss one out when I'm taking starting drivers for some reason. Third row of the grid, number 5, Tony Prendergast, and alongside him number 93, Kester Cook in the Fiesta. Yes, he's there. On the fourth row, number 15, which is Richard Higgins. He'll have a 15-second success penalty, won Class 2 in race 1. Alongside him, number 70, which is the Team Brits BMW. Matty Street starting that car. On row 5, number 2, will be started by Peter Spano. They have a 10-second penalty, tearing with Andrew Bentley. Alongside them, number 62, which is the first of the Clios. That's the Colburns. Ben Colburn starts that car, and they'll have a 15-second penalty. Row 6, number 75, should be there. Unfortunately, that car's a non-starter. They've had engine problems. Dave Cox and George Haynes, they will not be starting. Engine issues for that car. So there's a gap there. 177 is there, though. That's the Clio of Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth. Ryan Firth is going first in that car. They have a 5-second success penalty, third in Class 2 in race 1. Row 7, we have number 37, which is Daniel Crossley in his Scirocco, alongside number 41, which is the Thompson family. Aaron Thompson going first, sharing with Steve. They have a 10-second pit stop penalty. Row 8 is the car we just heard from, the Woodards, in their BMW Mini. Sean Woodard is going first. Alongside them will be number 19, the Class 3 winner in race 1, Jamie Vinnell-Meyer starts this time. They have a 15-second pit stop penalty. On row 9, 144, which is the Ferrari, Chris Goddard starts that car, sharing with Richard Dougal. And alongside them, number 67, the Clio of Richard Coburn and James Black. They have a 5-second penalty. Richard Coburn will start. Row 10 is number 35. That's the rather battered from race 1 Golf. Hopefully they've been able to repair that. Stephen Chandler will start, sharing with Glenn Stokes. Alongside number 35 is 27, Charlotte Birch with her Ginetta. Row 11 is number 11. Jay Morton starts that Clio, starting alongside, sharing with Miles Lacey. They start alongside 34, Alistair Lindsay in the Seat. Row 12, number 72, the BMW of Chris Murphy and Roland Hopkins. Roland is going first. 83 is the Cook family in their Honda Civic. It's Edward Cook going first. They have a 10-second penalty at their pit stop, second in Class 3 in race 1. Row 13 is number 85, which is reigning champion Oliver Smith, showing with Clinton Ewan. Oliver Smith is going first. Alongside them 46, which is the Golf of Mark Jones and Rob Taylor. Mark Jones taking the start this time. They have a 5-second success penalty as the pace car leads them away. There is the green flag, quite literally. Row 14, we're still going with this grid. 71 Luke Pound in the Team Brit BMW starts alongside 57 of Barry McMahon in the Alfa Romeo. Row 15, 47, which is the Gibbons Holden Ginetta. Derek Holden starts that car, showing with Stuart Gibbons. Alongside number 8, the Porsche Boxer, the Gemco racing car, started by Lee Smart, sharing with Kevin Hancock. Row 16, number 4, the Clio of Anton Spires and Darren Gerhardt. Anton Spires starts that car, there it is. Alongside number 39 rather, which is Richard Bernard. Hopefully he's repaired his mechanical issues from the first race, number 39. Row 17, number 52, the Smart 4-4. Jonathan Barrett takes the start, sharing with Rob Baker. Alongside them, number 31, which is Paul de Hadre in his VW Scirocco. The penultimate row, 77 Matt Evans won't be starting. Damage from race 1 could not be repaired, the first lap incident. Number 50, Simon Kehrer should be there in his BMW. And the final row, 87 Brad Kaler with his Seat is not there. Simon Kehrer's not there either. But at the very back, 316 Ivan Mayers. He was excluded from race 1 for a tyre infringement and has to start at the back of the grid for this one and run in an invitation class for non-compliant tyres in the first race. That's why he's back in the Mazda MX-5. Okay, I'm out of breath just from going through the grid. This is the final race of the day. 50 minutes, pit window opens 20 minutes in. Will my voice survive the distance? Will the cars survive the distance? Let's see what's going to happen this time. The 18th and final race of our first weekend of the season here on BARC TV. Thank you to all of you for watching. We've still got over 1,300 viewers. Over 1,500 likes on YouTube. Let's go out with a bang. Not literally, I hope. There's Ivan Mayers at the back in his Mazda MX-5. Kevin Clark on pole in the BMW. Mark Lee in the Ginetta alongside him. Watch for Lucky Kehrer. New front splitter, I noticed, on that BMW, starting alongside Andy Stocco. Here we go then. Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. 50 minutes of racing about to get underway on the Silverstone International circuits. Red lights are on the gantry. Almost 40 cars on the grid, keeping it steady at the moment. Waiting for the lights to go out. They go out and away we go. Good start by Matty Street, trying to come through the middle in the Team Brit BMW. Lucky Kehrer gets a good getaway, but it is Kevin Clark who leads the way into the first corner. Kehrer trying to get up the inside of Mark Lee. There's the Class 2 leader, Richard Higgins, in the Porsche. Chased by one of the Clios there. That was Ryan Firth. Let's hope they all get through the complex for the first time. Mark Lee has held his second place ahead of Kehrer. This huge variety of GTs, sports cars, saloons and hatchbacks charge their way towards Beckett's. Kevin Clark leads in the Woodrow BMW. Andy Stocco hasn't made the best of getaways there in number 7. He's dropped a few places. Anton Spires nearly contact with Charlotte Birch as they headed through Beckett's for the first time. Not the best of starts for the 47 either of Derek Holden as the leaders head into Stowe, and Lucky Kehrer is up into second place. Matty Street 4th. It's Tony Prendergast in the Scirocco in 5th position as they all stream their way out. As we said earlier, where else in all of motorsport can you see a Ferrari 355 and a Smart 4-4 in the same race? That's Britcar, that's variety. Kevin Clark comes through to complete the first lap. The drivers swapping roles this time. Simon Baker started race 1 in that car. Likewise, the second place car, Lucky Kehrer, is first away, sharing with Jasvir Sapra. There's Matty Street. He sticks to his starting role in this one, as does Andy Stocco. He's lost out to Kester Cook in the Fiesta, down to 7th place. Keep an eye on the classes, of course. And remember, a few of them have slightly longer pit stops, a few seconds added on, as we gave you when we were reading through the call over of the grid. There's the Woodards in their BMW Mini. I noticed one of the Woodard family is on our YouTube feed. That's Jasmine Woodard. Hello to you. Cheering on the family. Now they are just ahead of the 67. That's Richard Colburn in the Clio. Busy day for the Colburns, racing their Minis as well. One car that is charging through the field is the Smart 4.4 of Jonathan Barrett. He's made up 11 places on the opening lap, and Anton Spires as well, who had problems in race 1 and ended up retiring to the pits. He's up to 15th. Now where did he start? 31st, up to 15th on the grid. That's a sensational start by the Clio racer. It's Kevin Clark out front in the BMW, leading from Lucky Kehrer. Kehrer's done the fastest lap of the race though, 1:11.801 on lap 2. Mark Lee in third. These were the big three in race 1, and they pulled away again by some 5 seconds from Matty Street in the Team Brits BMW in fourth. Well, while we enjoy the early laps of this race, earlier on Steve Jameson caught up with some more of our drivers. We'll still see the action. Let's hear from them down in the paddock before the race.
So here, Richard Spanner here with the Britcar Trophy. Richard, great to be back, isn't it, here at Silverstone?
Great, yes.
And talk me through a little bit about race 1 first of all. How did you find it?
It was interesting because the grid is obviously much bigger than we used to last year. So we have 40 cars on the grid. It went very well for us actually. We got second in class. We got the fastest lap in class, fastest in terms of pole position as well. So yeah, still more to do for next race.
Well, you can see the engine open behind you. Your engineers and mechanics have been working really hard. What are you looking to change ahead of race 2?
Well, I mean, the guys are making sure that the car is up to speed, and we just need to work on my personal pace, to be honest, actually. Just get a little bit extra to catch up with the guy who finished in front of us in class.
And you mentioned there the increase in number of cars on the track. It's such a great grid this year, isn't it? And it makes it obviously more challenging for you, but I'm guessing as a driver you just relish that. You want more and more out there, give you the best challenge possible.
Indeed, it was a little bit... We were waiting for this race to see how other cars behave, because we know some cars from last year, but you never know what people done over the winter. We've done something, others done something, so it's interesting to see where we measure up compared to others.
And after the first race, you've had that first race out of your system, you now sort of know where the car's at, where you're at. How happy are you on a sort of scale? Plenty to improve on, or are you pretty pleased?
I'm pleased with what we achieved. I'm pleased with the pace of my co-driver. Actually, we need to work on my personal one, but still more to give.
Well, we wish you all the very best luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear from Peter Spano there, driving the number 2 Ginetta with Andrew Bentley, second in Class 2 in race 1. It's getting a bit tasty there for fourth place. The big three at the front in Class 1 have got away. We've got Kester Cook, Matty Street, Andy Stoko. They've all got ahead of Tony Prendergast, as has Richard Higgins, the Class 2 leader in the Porsche. So Prendergast in the Scirocco has dropped back. This is the main scrap at the moment. I noticed that one car joined the race a couple of laps late. That's the Stephen Chandler Glenn Stokes VW Golf. It was on the grid. I think it may have pulled into the pit lane at the end of the formation lap and then joined in a lap or two late. Extra repairs being made after that collision in race 1. I think they collided with Simon Kehrer because he's not on the grid for this one. Matty Street ahead of Andy Stoko. Here comes Richard Higgins. Kester Cook getting away slightly in the Fiesta in fourth place. I'd love to see Kester's Fiesta take on some of the Thunder Saloons. It's an absolute rocket, that little Ford. Into Vale they go. Matty Street holding on. Andy Stoko giving chase in that number 7, the BMW M240i, one of the newer models of Beamer. Both of those cars are, Street and Stoko. And we have another interview with Steve Jameson down in the pits. He's talking to Rob Baker, the Smart team.
Yeah, you join us down in the paddock with an absolutely crazy man. Jonathan Barrett, you're the co-driver in the smart car. This is the first time I've ever seen a smart car in a race like this. It's an incredible bit of kit. You've made it work. And we're going to be in the way here. We very nearly got run over as a smart car comes in. We might have to let you go, Jonathan, I reckon here.
So unfortunately.
That's all right. We wish you all the very best of luck.
Well, we've heard of the curse of the commentator. That was the curse of the interviewer. Because just as we were talking to the crew of that smart car, unfortunately it's pulled into the pit garage and looks to be out of the race. And apologies there, I was told it was Jonathan Barrett starting that car, but in fact it was Rob Baker in the car. Sorry about that. We'll blame Steve Wood from Britcar. So thanks to him for all his help this weekend. He has been very helpful down the pit lane, but sadly the smart in problems. So over 42 minutes of the race to go. It's when there's 30 minutes to go that the pit window opens in this race. Trio of Clios battling together there. Here's the fight between Stoko and Higgins. Kevin Clark continues to lead. He's 2.5 seconds up now on Lucky Kira. Mark B third, then it's Kester Cook. This is the battle for 5th position between these four. The Clio fight is for 9th place, and those 3 Clios we saw, not all in the same class, because Ryan Firth is one of them. He's a Class 2 car, different spec of Clio. There he is, with Anton Spires behind him, sharing with Darren Gerhardt. Goes for the inside at Beckett's. There's another Clio closing up as well. That's the 41, Aaron Thompson. They still can't dislodge Matty Street from this 5th place in the Team Britcar. Here's the Clios. This group being led by the black Clio, that's Ben Colburn, sharing with his brother James in this race, the Gardex sponsored car. Matty Street, a little bit of understeer there going into Vale, but he hangs on ahead of a very brightly coloured BMW of Stoko. Hand over to Dave McDonald. Lead gap is up to 2.6 seconds. Clark ahead of Lucky Kira. Mark about 3 seconds further back in 3rd. There's Richard Bernard. I'll try not to say too much after I cursed him in race 1. There's the leader. Kevin Clark in that spectacular BMW. Well, we saw a double in Britcar endurance category yesterday for John Seal and Jamie Stanley in the JMH Automotive Lamborghini. Will we see a double for the BMW today? It's taking it steady at the moment. Kera in 2nd place. This is on the British Touring Car Support Package. He's done the Ginettas, now in the Porsches. Porsche Carrera Cup GB. He's also the Ferrari Challenge UK champion. He's done road sports, he's done BMW Championship. He's done everything. Here's that battle for 5th place. Still the 4 of them nose to tail. Let's have a look at the class battles further back. Number 1 is us overall. Richard Higgins leading Class 2 ahead of Ryan Firth's Clio and Daniel Crossley's Scirocco 3rd. The Clio class, we know their standings. We saw them a moment ago. The Colburns ahead of Anton Spires and Aaron Thompson. In Class 3, Jamie Vinelmeyer leading in his Ginetta ahead of the Cook family Civic. Edward Cook on board that car. And Mark Jones in the Golf 3rd. And a new class you'll notice has appeared. Class 3 Invitation. That's because Ivor Mares in the MX-5 running on non-compliant tyres for Class 3. As we know, he was excluded from race 1 for that, and he's having to run in his own class in this race. There he is, the grey MX-5. Got the Alfa Romeo behind him there. That's Barry McMahon, the Irishman. Here comes Kester Cook, running on a rather lonely 4th place at the moment. There's Lucky Kira. There's Mark Lee. It's quite spread out now, the lead group. 3.5 seconds in it between 1st and 2nd. 6 seconds between Kira and Lee. Mark Lee, the lead soloist at the moment in the Ginetta. Here's the battle for the Clio lead, and Anton Spires has taken over. So Anton Spires now leads the Clio class. He's come through from the back of the grid after that car failed to finish in race 1. And because of that non-finish, that number 4 car hasn't got a success penalty. So things working in its favour already, even before the pit stops, he's in the class lead. Transpires a very quick Clio racer, been racing Clios for a number of seasons. He did the Michelin Clio series. A lot of these cars featured in that series, and of course the Clio Cup that supported British touring cars for so many years. Always very spectacular, created a British touring car champion in Ash Sutton. So other British touring car racers like Mike Bushell, Antwort Niels as well, graduated from Clios. And also Paul Rivette, who went on to race trucks of all things. Truck racing coming up on BARC TV later this year. 37.5 minutes left on the clock. Still the pit window a few minutes away. There's the 37, Daniel Crossley, third in Class 2. Running in among the Clio battle. This is 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Peter Spano, we heard from him earlier in the Diabetes UK backed Ginetta. He's got the Class 3 leading car behind him. That's a little Ginetta G20 is well up. Jamie Vinelmeyer, successful Formula Ford racer. There is the Class 2 leader, that's Richard Higgins. And he's got through into 6th position ahead of Andy Stokoe. Is it me, or is that number 7 BMW struggling a bit? Doesn't seem to have the pace it did in race 1. Here's the fight for 14th. Spano 4th in Class 2, Vinelmeyer leading Class 3, and here comes the leader, and he's already lapped everybody up to 16th placed Chris Goddard in the Ferrari. We believe it's Richard Dougal who's going to take over that car, although it's again only listed as Chris Goddard driving solo on the timing. And we're now going to hand back down to our very own Ted Kravitz. Steve Jameson is down in the pit lane.
Well, welcome back down to the pit lane. And the last time we saw you, Rob, you nearly ran us over when you came into the pits. It's
yeah, sorry.
All war under the Brits, mate, not a problem. But talk us through the race, because we were enjoying watching the car so much in the early stages of that race. Sadly, the race comes to an end. What's happened?
She's been having overheating problems over the weekend. We thought we'd sorted it. Decided better go out, at least try it. But it feels very much similar to basically the head lifting on the boost, and that's basically causing it to overheat. So it looks like engine rebuild job.
It's a huge shame, of course. We've loved seeing this car out on track in the trophy so far. The idea of seeing a smart car compete with a Ferrari, for example, is something that could only happen in a Britcar trophy. How much have you enjoyed the weekend, even given how it's ended?
Oh, I mean, that particular session just then, I was loving every minute of it. If it hadn't been for the overheating, I just driving with a big smile on my face. It was handling absolutely superb. Power was there when it wasn't overheating. Yeah, it was everything I wanted. All we can do is look forward to the next round, hopefully. And we've got a few tricks up our sleeves mid-season, so I'd like to be up there at the front.
Well, we'd love to hear it, Rob. We'll let you get back to it, let you get back to the lab, and we'll see you at the next one.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Great shame there for Rob Baker and Jonathan Barrett out of the race with the Smarts 4-4. It's a good battle going on for 7th and 8th place we saw there while the interview was on. Tony Prendergast has got past Richard Higgins. There's the number 17 Scirocco. That's Kieran Griffin. I don't think we saw Kieran out in race 1. To see him doing some laps here. He's currently in 21st place. There's Mark Lee, still 3rd in the Ginetta. What's the lead gap now? It's out to nearly 6.5 seconds now between this man, Lucky Kira, in 2nd place, and Kevin Clark, your race leader. Pit stops just under 4 minutes away. Jamie Vinelmeyer, the Class 3 leader, the little Ginetta G20. That's has to be one of my star cars of the weekend. They're showing great pace. They lapped all their class rivals in race 1. How much are they leading the class by this time? They're in the lead of Class 3. Who's 2nd in Class 3? Yes, the Cook family Honda is down in 24th place overall. Jamie Vinelmeyer is 14th. Certainly are a cut above the rest. Top of the class, literally, Jamie Vinelmeyer, sharing with Steve Griffiths, that little Jetta G20. There was a a one-make series, I believe, for those at one time. It was either them or G27s that flew the top Ginettas. New flag being shown to the back markers. Seldom faster cars are coming through, but that's a constant hazard in a race like this with cars with such a gulf in performance. There goes the leader, there's Kevin Clark. The gap is still 6.4 seconds to Lucky Kira in Jasvir Sapra's BMW. Mark Lee 10 seconds back on that in third place. Ben Colbert dives past Lee Smart in the Gemco Boxster. Boxer, of course, sadly didn't get to race. Anthony Hutchins, number 80, bad luck to him, his engine failed in qualifying. So a couple of minutes' time the pit window will open. Kevin Clark still with the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.650, so he's only a few tenths off his pace from race 1. Comes up on the box, a bit of a lock-up from the race leader there. Is he pushing too hard? Got a sizable lead over Lucky Kira. Just the one retirement so far, sadly, that being the Smarts of Rob Baker and Jonathan Barrett, but always good fun. Shame because that car was electric through the field in the early laps there in the hands of its owner Rob Baker, and then overheating problems striking, as we heard. There's that Clio battle still going on. Has been an excellent season opener for the Britcar Endurance Championship, the Endurance field yesterday. So many of you watching and enjoying the action. Let's see 1,200 of you still watching now on YouTube, plenty more probably on the Facebook feed. There's Richard Higgins still leading Class 2 and chasing Andy Stocco. They're battling for 7th place. Mark Jones in the Golf just ahead of them. That's a Class 3 car. I think they're running currently third. Yes, third in Class 3. 20 seconds behind the Cook family Honda Civic. There's your class standings. Class 1 is as overall. Class 2, Higgins leading. Ryan Firth in the Clio second. Daniel Crossley's Scirocco third. Clio class, Anton Spires from Ben Colburn, Aaron Thompson. Class 3 we've been through. Class 3 invitation, just one runner, Ivor Mares in the Mazda MX-5. Just a few seconds until the pit window opens. The lead gap has come down slightly. Lucky Kira has gained a few tenths on our race leader Kevin Clark. There's the reigning champion Oliver Smith attacking Sean Woodard in the BMW Mini. There's the Cook family Honda behind them, Edward Cook sharing with Steve. And the pit window has just opened. So who's going to be the first taker? Edward Cook in 83, running second in Class 3. Well behind the Ginetta though, of Jamie Vinalmeyer. Dodging about there, taking on Kester Cook in his Fiesta. He's still in 4th overall, and 4th in Class 1. Class 1 cars holding the first 7 places. There's the 72 car, the Whitebridge Motorsport BMW with Roland Hopkins on board. There's Ivor Mares ahead of it. Paul Sheard Automotive run car. We have our first pit caller, it is Andy Stocco, and our second, there's Lee Smart coming in the background in the Boxster. Andy Stocco will hand over to Dave McDonnell. There is the BMW. Checking something on the left front there. We said this car didn't seem to have much of the pace it did in race 1. They haven't got a pit penalty, it's a standard 2-minute stop, just checking the tyre pressures there. Dave McDonald will take over. Also in was the Peter Spano Ginetta. Andrew Bentley will take over that car. And the 67 Clio has come in. James Black will hand over to Richard Colburn. Kieran Griffin has brought his Scirocco in as well. Lee Smart handing over to Kevin Hancock in the Boxster. Another of the Sciroccos coming in there. Who is that? this hits the timing line, we'll know. It's Tony Prendergast. He made an early stop in race 1 as well. He was lying 5th, got ahead of Matty Street in the Team Britcar. Tyre pressures being checked on the Canyon Racing BMW M240. Has to sit stationary for a minimum of 2 minutes. The car, of course, has to be sanitised between drivers. So only a few pit callers so far as the sun sets here on Silverstone. Lead gap is up to 8.7 seconds as out goes the Canyon Racing BMW. Dave McDonald takes it out. Tony Prendergast in the pit lane. Lee Smith takes Dan Woodard. Where are they battling for at the moment? That's for 22nd place and 8th in Class 2. One of the front runners yet making their pit calls. Stephen Chandler's come in to hand over to Glenn Stokes. Matty Street has brought the Team Brit BMW in. Andy Tucker is going to take over there. Still Kevin Clark keeps up his pace. He's lapping in the 1:12s. There is the number 70 BMW. Out gets Matty Street. In goes the fuel. Cannot refuel, of course, with the driver in the car for safety reasons. It'll be Andy Tucker to get in for Team Brit, a team of ex-servicemen. Such a great initiative, Team Brit, helping those with physical and psychological problems to overcome them through motor racing. Lead gap now up to 8.8 seconds for Kevin Clark over Lucky Kira. Mark Lee's Ginetta still in third, but he's 17 seconds back now. There's our Class 2 leader, the blue Porsche, still up there in 6th overall. It's a good run by Richard Higgins. Could he be a title contender this year in that Porsche 996? Run by County Classics. Lucky Kira coming up behind him. There's Alistair Lindsay, ex-golf man in his Seat Leon. Sponsored by Capital Compactors and Balers. But you could say he put in a crushing performance. Team Brits still working on the BMW, getting Andy Tucker nicely tucked in. Door closes. It's to sit stationary for the minimum of 2 minutes. There's Mark Lee, transport company owner. There's Ginetta still there in third. Kester Cook has come in the Fiesta. The Thompson Clio has come in, so Steve Thompson takes over from Aaron. Charlotte Birch has made her pit stop as well in the Ginetta. Jay Morton is coming to hand over to YouTuber Miles Lacey in the Clio, a late replacement for Matt Cherrington. Clio team. Mark Jones handing over to Rob Taylor has brought the Golf in, and the Alfa Romeo of Barry McMahon has stopped as well. Still the three leaders haven't made any pit calls. Kevin Clark continues to pound round, still in the 1:12s. See what the gap is this time, back to Lucky Kira. There is the grey BMW. It's up to nearly 11 seconds now, so he's pulling away. They've lapped Richard Higgins, Class 2 leader. With pit stops, Anton Spires have got the clear up to an amazing 5th overall. He's come in now to hand over to Darren Gerhardt. And his class rival, Ben Colburn, is coming to hand over to brother James as well. They were only 6 seconds apart for the lead of the Clio class. And Mark Lee's brought the Ginetta in this time. There is the Anton Spires car, number 4, run by Spires Motorsports. There's Tony Prendergast, he's already made his stop. Darren Gerhardt will get into the number 4 Clio. Regular race winner in the road class of the Michelin Clio series. 23 minutes to go now. So we're past halfway. Mark Lee's brought the Ginetta in from 3rd place. First of the big 3, if you like to stop, at the front of the field. Put Richard Higgins into the top 3 overall. There he goes over the line. Temporarily at least, he's yet to stop. Beautiful chrome blue Porsche. The gap up to 12.5 seconds now. There's number 41, Steve Thompson, now on board, taken over from Aaron. The 11 Clio behind them with Miles Lacey aboard. The majority of the field has made their stops. 2 leaders haven't. Richard Higgins, Ryan Firth, Daniel Crossley, Jamie Vinolmeyer has yet to come in. Oliver Smith, the reigning trophy champion, is in, and the Woodard you can see in the background as well. Clinton Ewan taking over this BMW Z4. And it'll be Daniel Woodard taking over the Bucket Manufacturing Company sponsored BMW Mini. Alistair Lindsay continues with the Seat. He hasn't made his stop yet. So cars that haven't stopped. Kevin Clark, I think, has come in this time. Yes, and Lucky Kera. They've come in on the same lap, the 2 leaders. So the leaders pit together. This is going to be interesting. 10 and the 40. We'll see who comes out ahead. Out goes the BMW Mini, Daniel Woodard. Is that the Team Brit, number 70 back in the pit lane I saw there? Or did it not leave the pits? No, it hasn't gone back out, so just spotted it there. So Andy Tucker did not go back out. Problems for Team Brit. It's a great shame because they were running in the top 5 early on. So the 2 leaders have come in. The Class 3 leader we catch a glimpse of coming in there. That's Jamie Vinolmeyer to hand over to Steve Griffiths. So this will make effectively your... Oh, and is that smoke or steam from Lucky Kera's car? Problems possibly there for the number 40, or is that just heat from the brakes? Appears to be a problem there. That could be bad news for Lucky Kera and Jasvir Sapra. Not too sure what that was all about. So this makes Richard Higgins effectively our overall race leader with those 2 cars in the pit lane. He's yet to stop. Daniel Crossley has yet to stop. Simon Green Motorsport looking on. Whether that's mechanical or whether just a bit of heat, or doesn't look like it's overheating, but seems to be coming from the right area. Ryan Firth is still out there in his Clio, so it's Class 2 cars which will be setting the pace overall, although Firth has just come in the Clio. Chris Goddard has yet to stop in the Ferrari. Alistair Lindsay in the Seat has yet to come in. And Ivor Mayers in the Mazda, there he is. So only about 5 cars now that have not yet made their pit stops. There's Ryan Firth. Out of the Clio, Andy Mollison will get in. That Team Brit's car just ahead of them there, the number 70 still in the pit lane, so problems for them. There's Daniel Crossley. Now it's the time we wait to see when everything's going to cycle back through. The 40 car is back out there. Now it's on track ahead of Kevin Clark, but if they did have additional problems there, are they a lap apart, or has Jasvir Sapra emerged ahead of Simon Baker? There they are in the background, and yes, the grey number 40 is ahead of Simon Baker's car. We'll have to wait and see what lap they're on as they come round. How has the grey BMW had problems that it stopped? We saw that bit of steam or smoke. Did it spend longer in the pits? If not, they did come out together. That means that Jasvir Sapra has come out in front. See as they cross the timing line. Daniel Crossley has come in, so this makes the blue Porsche, there it is, Richard Higgins, your overall race leader. The Class 2 car. Come across the timing line, the 2 BMWs, and yes, Jasvir Sapra is ahead of Simon Baker, so he's made up that place in the pits. Daniel Crossley has come in, so when Richard Higgins comes in, this is going to make Sapra and Kehrer leaders of the race. And there's the Porsche coming in now. Number 15 disappears behind the barriers. Richard Higgins is in. From the lead of the race, Alistair Lindsay's come in as well. Chris Goddard is in. I think it's Richard Dougal taking over the Ferrari. So everybody has made their stop now, with the exception of Ivor Mayers in the Mazda MX-5. He'll be the last man to make his stop. Andy Tucker, I think, has rejoined the track after those problems in the pits. There's number 7, Dave McDonald, one of the first of the front runners to pit. There's Alistair Lindsay, the Seat. A bit of steam coming off that car as well. It's just how hard they're working these cars out there. Now, where are the BMWs? Baker and Sapra are the two we're going to watch, because wait to see if Simon Baker can get back ahead of Jasvir Sapra. There's the Colburn Clio. Pick up the class leaders once everybody's cycled through and taken their pit stops. Because everybody in a multi-car class now has, of course, Ivor Mayers, because of the tyre rule, is running in a class on his own. So we know he'll be in this class. Richard Bernard runs over the curbs. The Amigo Motorsport Porsche Boxster. 16.5 minutes to go now, waiting to pick up what will be the leading BMWs. Wait to see if Simon Baker's been able to get back ahead of Jasvir Sapra. Well, there is Simon Baker. Is he ahead of the number 40 car? I think he is. I think he's got past him, you know. Out of our sight there during the pit stops. Yes, he has. There's Sapra. There's Baker. So Simon Baker is back in the lead of the race. He's pulling away from Jasvir Sapra as well. Sapra lapping in the 14s, Baker still in the 1:12s. So the number 40, the Simon Green Motorsport BMW, did lead out of the pits, but it didn't take long for Simon Baker to get back in front, so maybe the 40 car does have a slight problem. Where is your leader? Looks like everything is mostly cycled through now, so in a lap or two we'll give you the standings and the class positions. Everybody has now made their stops. Ivor Mayers has come in, so everyone has stopped. A couple of cars have come into the pits again. Unfortunately, the Thompson family Clio, number 41, is back in. The Hancock Smart Boxster and the Chandler Stokes Golf. There's Ivor Mayers in the invitation class, Class 3i, with the MX-5. Only one retirement so far, because the Team Brit BMW did go back out. It lost a few laps, but it has continued. Yeah, the lead gap increased by nearly another second on that last lap, so the number 40 car, I think, is struggling a bit. Here's our third place man, Mark Lee. So we'll try and give you an update on the positions. Your leader is number 10, Baker and Clark. Simon Baker, there he is. Second place, Jasvir Sapra in the number 40 car. There he is, just monstering through the back markers. Third place, number 74, Mark Lee. It's Kester Cook fourth in number 93, and fifth, number 7, Dave McDonald. Sixth is the number 5 of Tony Prendergast with his Scirocco. Seventh, Richard Higgins. He's still leading Class 2 in the Porsche. Eighth is his nearest class rival, which is Andrew Bentley, number 2 in the Ginetta. They're separated by nearly 18 seconds. Ninth place is the Anton Spires Darren Gerhardt's Clio, which leads the Clio class. And Daniel Crossley, third in Class 2, is 10th in number 37. The Colburns are next, Ben and James. James on board in their Clio, second in class. Andy Mollison down at 12th, sharing with Ryan first. Charlotte Birch is 13th, Kieran Griffin 14th, and the Goddard Dougal Ferrari is 15th. Class 3 is still being led by the Ginetta G20 with Steve Griffiths on board. They're 17th overall. second in Class 3. We can see is the Cook family Honda, and Jones and Taylor's Golf running third in Class 3. 13 minutes to go. That's how it's panned out after the pit stops. Once again, Simon Baker pulling away Jasvir Sapra. A bit like the start of the first race, isn't it? This is effectively race 1 in reverse, because they did it the other way round. It was Baker and Sapra who started race 1 and then relayed Clark and Kera. They've done it the other way round this time. There's Baker, down towards Vale. There's Kester Cook, running well in the Fiesta. There's the Golf of Chandler and Stokes. That's had to make a second stop. It's going again. You can see it's got a borrowed front end stuck to it after that contact. I think it hit Simon Kera at the start of race 1. Matt Evans involved as well. That car sadly too badly damaged to continue today. Have 12 minutes to go. There's the Canyon Racing BMW in 5th place. So Donald back on the pace. 8.3 seconds now the lead gap. Yeah, Baker's last lap nearly 2 seconds quicker than Jasvir Sapra. He has lapped everybody up to 5th placed McDonald now. Dominance from this BMW today. The BMW 1 Series M Coupe. Similar car raced by Mike Moss with his Moss Motorsport team. That's unfortunately not here this weekend. It's Kieran Griffin hassling one of the Ginettas out, the 27 of Charlotte Birch he's chasing. It's for 13th place. Donald. Very bright livery. You wouldn't miss that in a night race, would you? That's BMW. Lapping the 47 of Stuart Gibbons. Richard Bernard, the next man to be lapped, he's just hoping for a finish this time. There is our Class 2 leader. Good day for Richard Higgins, going for a double class victory. Ferrari still going there. There's the Team Brit BMW, that's back out, the number 70. Good to see it still running. Steve Griffiths leading Class 3 in the little Ginetta. They've had a great day, those two, Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinol-Meyer. Behind him is the Class 2 leader. The 2 class leaders in one shot. Still the number 4 Clio leads their category in 9th overall. That's great from Spires and Gerhardt, largely due to all the work that Spires did in the early stages, rocketing up the order from the back. No pit penalty helped as well after their non-finish in race 1, but Darren Gerhardt's now doing the work for them. Richard Higgins flying solo in his Porsche. He's heading for a double class win, barring any disaster. How far ahead is he in Class 2, ahead of Andrew Bentley? Nearly 17 seconds. 10 minutes to go. Just under 10 minutes. The lead gap now up to 11 seconds. Although the lap times for the 2 leading BMWs are virtually identical last time through. Mark Lee a further 30 seconds back in 3rd place with his Ginetta. How's our reigning champion doing? Let's have a look down the time. In 21st, the car started by Ollie Smith. Clinton Ewan now on board. There's the number 62, the Colburns, and battling for position with Daniel Crossley and Anton Spires. That's the Clio class leader. Battling for position for 9th place with Daniel Crossley. He's a Class 2 car. And the Colburns are not finished yet because they're only just behind there. James Colburn in the black car. He could catch Darren Gerhardt for the lead of the Clio class here. There they are. Watch for that black Clio with the red trim. That's James Colburn. Darren Gerhardt leads the class in number 4. Watch for Colburn. There he is. He's behind Kester Cook, just getting past the Alfa Romeo there. Kester Cook 4th overall. Some 22 seconds off Mark Lee, so I don't think he's going to get on the podium unless one of the 3 cars ahead has a problem. Spires holding off Daniel Crossley. That's for 9th overall. But the car he needs to be worried about is this one. James Colburn. Let's have a look at their lap times. Yeah, Colburn was a second quicker last time around, 1:17, as opposed to a 1:18.9. Even to 1:17.7. We could see a change for the lead of the Clio class towards the end of this one if he can get past Daniel Crossley in that Scirocco. That's the main focus of the class battles at the moment, and if the Scirocco goes through here up into 9th, that will remove the buffer that Darren Gerhardt has and allow James Colburn to attack him. So there, Gerhardt, you can see, working to get away and put air between him and the Scirocco as Colburn up the inside. Okay, he's got past the obstacle there. There's a car back in the pit lane. Problems for Alistair Lindsay in the Seat. He's back in the pits. There is Jasvir Sapra dropping back into 2nd place. Have we had the move made? And have we had the move made? Yes, we have. Well, coming through onto the hanger straight. Yes, James Colburn has got through. I knew it wouldn't be long as soon as he was past Daniel Crossley. Very quick driver, James Colburn, as he proved in his Mini earlier. Now it's Crossley's turn to get in Darren Gerhardt's way. They are in different classes, but enjoying a good race here. So we have a new leader in the Clio category, and it's James Colburn in the black Cataclean car. Terraclean car, I should say. Over the line he goes. 9th place overall as well. Gerhardt's dropping back into 2nd in class, 3rd in the Clio category. Here's now the Richard Colburn car, shared with James Black, because fortunately the Thompsons have dropped out. So they're in the pits, and the Hancock and Smart Boxster is out as well. The last car running is Andy Tucker in the Team Brit BMW, had problems at their pit stop. Gibbons, Holden, Ginetta's dropped back considerably as well. They're 5 laps down. 5.5 minutes remain on this BARC weekender at Silverstone. The Woodard family are certainly cheering on their BMW Mini. A lot of love for them on the YouTube comments. They're currently 19th, 7th in class. .35 laps completed by our leader. There is Simon Baker in the Woodard BMW, in the Woodrow BMW. I've got Woodard's on the brain here. Sponsored by Aircon for home. Leading by nearly 14 seconds now. Now, last lap was a bit slower than Jasvir Sapra, but that's because they were in traffic. See the back markers they've just overtaken there. Mark Lee still 3rd. Then we've got Kester Cook in 4th place. Cook will soon be lapped, so we'll only have 3 cars on the lead lap by the look of things in this one. Thanks so much for staying with us. Still over 1,000 of you viewing on YouTube. Over 1,500 likes as well on our YouTube feed. Thank you so much to all of you for watching over the weekend. BARC TV is nothing without you, the viewers. Hope you've had an enjoyable weekend watching us. Of course, no spectators allowed here at Silverstone at the moment. There's a couple of cars being given stop-go penalties. 5 seconds for car 316, that's Ivor Mares. And an 8-second stop go for number 5, Tony Prendergast. Presumably there for pit stop infringements. Just got notification of those come through. Tony Prendergast in 6th place, and 6th in class, and Ivan Mares have stop-go penalties to take, presumably pit stop infringements. So it's short pit stops. There is Ivan Mares. Every time I mention Ivan Mares, he appears on our feed. There's the 2nd place man, Jasper Sapra, 15 seconds down now on this man, Simon Baker. A couple of laps to go now. Our final race of the weekend here at Silverstone. Flag being hung out there for car number 85, Oliver Smith and Clinton Ewan. I couldn't tell whether that was a black flag or a black and white warning flag from my position. 2 minutes to go though. It's going to be a second win of the day for the number 10. It's going to be a double-double in Britcar. We had JMH Automotive's Lamborghini score a double in endurance yesterday. The trophy category, it is going to be the Woodrow BMW team. There's Mark Lee in the Ginetta. We've not seen much of him in this race. Been a bit of a lonely race for him, apart from Lappery. He's going to take 3rd. Richard Higgins is going to win Class 2, although Andrew Bentley has got the gap down to just over 12 seconds. Main battle was in the Clio class, but it's the Colburn brothers heading for victory in that one. 15-second success penalty to overcome. It's going to be a double win for them. It's going to be a double in Class 3 for the Ginetta and in Class 2, so it's all double winners all the way in this one. 1 minute to go. There is Richard Higgins. There is our leader. Looks like it is going to possibly be checkered flag this time. We'll wait and see. Oh, the Team Brit BMW slowing again. More problems for Andy Tucker. Great shame for them. Where's their other car? The number 71 of Luke Pound. He's 26th, 4th in class. Simon Baker can just ease it home now. Wondering if he might have backed off so he doesn't have to do an extra lap at the end of the race. Can take the checkered flag this time. I think that's what he's trying to do. He has eased off. Well, a dominant day for the number 10. Woodrow BMW team with their BMW 1 Series M Coupe. This first weekend of Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category for 2021. They won the first race at a canter. Kevin Clark started and relayed Simon Baker in race 2. And there is the checkered flag. It's a double for the Woodrow team. The BMW wins Britcar Trophy race 2. Waiting for 2nd place to come through. 2nd place goes to Jasvir Sapra, sharing with Lucky Kira. 13.5 seconds down or so. Further back, Mark Lee in his Ginetta will take 3rd position. The only other car on the lead lap will be Kester Cook in the Fiesta. What a great run he's had. Pleasingly, Team Brit Andy Tucker does make it home, despite those problems. Battle here between Clinton Ewan and Richard Bernard. That's for position as well. That's for 21st place. Fight for every place to the end. Clinton Ewan takes it. Richard Bernard behind, and the Ginetta getting in on the act there as well. Could tell whether that was Andy Bentley or Charlotte Birch. Similarly coloured cars, those. So the win goes to Baker and Clark. 50 minutes, 4.086 seconds. Jasvir Sapra and Lucky Kira 2nd. Mark Lee takes 3rd. 39 laps completed. The only other car to complete 39 laps was Kester Cook. 5th went to Stoko and McDonald in their BMW. Good effort by them. Tony Prendergast 6th in the VW Scirocco. 7th, and Class 2 winner Richard Higgins, well done to him, he takes Class 2. The Clio class goes to the Colburn brothers, and Class 3 will go to the little Ginetta G20, Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinall-Meyer. Here's your result then, provisional result confirmed. 4 cars on the lead lap, Baker and Clark ahead of Sapra, Kira, Lee 3rd, Cook 4th, then Stoker, McDonald, Prendergast 6th, Richard Higgins 7th, ahead of Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley in their Ginetta. Colburn win the Clio class in 9th, and Daniel Crossley in his Sirocco rounds out the top 10. Anton Spires and Darren Gerhardt's great effort by them, couldn't quite hold back the Colburns. A great result to come through for 11th, though. Mollison and Firth in the Clio Endurance car 12th, Kieran Griffin 13th, Paul de Hadre 14th, the Goddard Ferrari takes 15th. Behind them, Charlotte Birch came in 16th place, ahead of the Colburn and Black, Coburn Senior that is, in their Clio 17th. Class 3 winners, Griffiths and Vinall-Meyer taking 18th place, then the Woodards 19th and 7th in class, ahead of Morton and Lacey in their Clio, completing the top 20. Smith and Ewan, reigning champion Oliver Smith 21st, ahead of Richard Bernard in the Porsche Boxster. Murphy and Hopkins behind them, then Jones and Taylor second in class in their Golf, ahead of the Cook family in their Honda Civic. Stephen Chandler and Glenn Stokes, a tough weekend for them. They made the finish in 26th place. Luke Pound 27th for Team Brits, then the Mazda of Ivan Mayers in the invitation class, and we lost Alistair Lindsay I think late on there. Barry McMahon behind him in the Alfa Giulietta. Behind them the Gibbons, Holden, Ginetta, Tucker and Street in the BMW after problems at the pit stop, and 3 retirements, the Thompson Clio, Hancock and Smart in the Boxster, and of course the Smart 44 of Baker and Barrett. Okay, let's head down then to Steve Jameson down in Parc Fermé, talk to some of the drivers.
Yeah, down here in Parc Fermé with our winners, Simon Baker, Kevin Clark. A huge congratulations. That is overall a very successful day, I would say. How do you two reflect on it?
Right, yeah, real fantastic day, beautiful day for racing, so real good.
Had some lovely driving out there from the pair of you. It seemed to go pretty flawlessly from the outside. How do you guys reflect on it?
It was a bit touch and go when I went out. It was a bit dicey, but yeah, really enjoyable. But the track was really slippy, to be fair, so took a bit of getting used to, but real good fun. But,
Kevin, you were out off the start in this second one. You had the task of bringing it home first time round. Start is always a bit of a dicey one with such a packed grid. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was tricky. I mean, it sounds easy when you just go off the front and just slowly pull away, but it's not, because everybody's using you as the braking area, so you do have to be cautious with it. But I think I did a great job. It helps when you've got a fantastic car. I mean, Woodrow Motorsport built a fantastic car. It's just you really struggle to better that within its class. It's just like the best thing. I mean, I've driven a few cars in this class, and by far the best thing I've ever driven.
And from your guys' perspective, obviously it's first weekend back, first run of the season in the Britcar Trophy. Obviously it's tough to get much better than that as a weekend goes, but how much have you enjoyed being back this weekend?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, Britcar is so professional, so just the place to be at the moment with racing, so real good.
Well, we wish you a very big congratulations, of course. We can't wait to watch you again at the next one, and get back to the lab and enjoy the celebrations.
Right, yeah.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well, I don't know about you, ladies and gents, but I'm out of breath after that one. That was absolutely fantastic. What a weekend of racing. Thank you, all of you, for watching. BARC TV is nothing without you, the viewers. We've had upwards of 4,000 of you for the Britcar endurance races yesterday. We had over 1,000 today as well. Thank you to all the volunteer marshals here at Silverstone. They could not go racing without them. Also the recovery crews, the medics, race control staff and everybody else here at Silverstone Circuits, all the officials from the British Automobile Racing Club as well. Thanks to all our camera crews for bringing us the action as well. They rarely get the credits they deserve. Thank you to the drivers, their entertainment, and to all their teams down in the pits and paddock as well. I hope you've enjoyed the action, everyone. We're back on air in 2 weeks' time, May the 8th and 9th from Snetterton, with more Britcar, more Mini Miglias and Sevens, Caterhams, the awesome supercarts, and more besides. Well, that's Snetterton 300 circuit in Norfolk. That's coming up May the 8th and 9th in 2 weekends' time. We hope you can join us for that one. Thanks again for watching. Thanks for all your comments. Thank you for your subscriptions. Do subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube and Facebook for more BARC TV action. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time. But from myself, Dave Goddard, and from all of us here at BARC TV, thank you very much for a great weekend. Bye for now.